Oh, good morning. We're delighted that you have joined us from the Antigua Recreation Grounds, the home of cricket in Antigua, the initial home, the heritage home, and we're in a situation where Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and Leeward Islands Volcano, they're locked in a game in which the Red Force, they are really in charge here. Look at the highlights of yesterday's play, a day in which the Red Force scored over 240 runs. 260 runs. O'Shane Thomas, his pace was defied by good stroke play, good batting from Josh De Silva and also Amir Django, who Django got too ambitious. He resumed on 69 and then departing for 83. Pittman was hammered by De Silva. Hooking and pulling well, driving well, cutting well. The Leewards Hurricanes up against it, and a beautiful shot, extremely good effort to the right, but Pittman wasn't quite himself. Lovely shot over the top, one of 2 sixes for De Silva in his innings. Terence Hines, who came in, also joined in the party, scoring 44, pulling this one out towards the western bleachers. De Silva continued on his way and to a classy double hundred. Even the captain couldn't stop the flow of runs. This one through point, beating Kareem Gore all along the ground. And then this one, Kofi James, an excellent catch, pedaling back to remove Hines for 44. Caripia joined the captain, dropped by Kareem Gore. Kareem Gore, though, went on to take the wicket. Pennyfeather doing the honors. Short back with a square. Kareem Gore with another. Getting 4 wickets in the end, Kareem Gore. And his 4 wickets would have been his best figures with this one. Captain Josh De Silva, after scoring 220. Then the wicket started to fall for the Leewards. Joshua James taking the catch and then getting Kofi James, about James and Louis, back in the pavilion without a run on the board. But Kareem Gore came out after his 4 wickets, really batting a breathtaking period for the Leewards. Casey Carty joined in the act. Both put on 60 for the third wicket after 2 early wickets. Kareem Gore was just remarkable. Trademark cuts, trademark square drives. And then this, Casey Carty, was stumped. And we are now joining play here at 84 for 4. Anderson Phillip, being driven back past him. Good morning. Welcome to the ARG. That's what Kareem Gore is saying. That one was pitched up from Anderson Phillip, the man who took 2 wickets yesterday. And Kareem Gore is on the way. Denmore Roberts, I am delighted to see that delightful drive down the ground.
Yeah, nice way to start the morning. Kareem Gore would feel good about that first ball in the morning, that he's feeling something off the middle of his bat, just continuing where he left off from yesterday, and he will be hoping that he can have an extended stay at the crease and probably get a good score.
Yes, he's building up. Second 50 in only his second game for the season. Didn't play the first. And this one punched. Big effort in the deep. So 2 to Kareem Gore. He's content to score, and he's scoring almost effortlessly. Partnership with Justin Graves and Kareem Gore. Partnership worth 31 runs. Justin Graves only contributing 4 from 40. Someone has to do the heavy lifting because the Leewards found themselves in real trouble after that mammoth score of 522 for 9 declared by the Red Force yesterday. Gore opting not to go straight on this occasion, opting to play across the line, Yorker length delivery. And Karima Gore would have had international appearances in T20 and also ODIs for the United States of America, and he has done well. Economy rate, in fact, in T20 is below 6, and economy rate in ODI below 4. That is bowling. His batting is another feature of his game, and he has had, what, 6 first-class games, and
well, it says 11.
11th, right? But
total.
he has had 6 half-centuries.
6 half-centuries, yes.
What a thing. Something to be looked at. Edged. First fall stroke. But between the slip, second slip, and wicketkeeper De Silva, the ball goes down to the boundary for 4. But 4 in the dark, and he has to be careful because Anderson Phillip gets the ball to go away from the right hand, and something like what? The trap that Joel Andrew found himself in yesterday.
The same reason, the same thing that happened yesterday when Trinidad and Tobago were batting, the placement of trying to cheat by having the man not at first slip, but trying to have him between first and second to try and cheat. And I think that Trinidad and Tobago have enough runs
precisely
on the board to not have such a defensive-looking field.
This time through mid-wicket, at least 2 here. Joshua James, the big man, is on it, just inside the boundary. So Karima Gore really opening up things here. 12 runs so far.
Yeah, but Gore has to be...
And the 100 comes up of 25.5 overs. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Gore has to be careful because he's literally playing a shatter ball for the morning so far. A genuine edge already found going through where traditional first slip would have been had Carey Pierce still been there instead of where he is now in that short mid-on position. He could have been back in the pavilion. He has to understand that he has a whole day to bat, so he cannot just get carried away early.
This time, this one was angled into his pads. He was reaching for it. The ball took the leading edge and went into the offside for Jason Mohammed to field. The end of the first over of the morning Denmore. The Leeward Islands Volcanoes moving from 84 for 4 to 100 for 4.
Yeah, like I said, Karima Gore literally playing a shutter ball this morning. Got some opportunities, some over-pitch deliveries from Phillip. Not that I'm saying that he shouldn't play when he gets over-pitch deliveries to put them away. But that one, especially that went through the slips, he just got carried away because of the first few deliveries that he had, and he was able to score runs. He flashed that one that went through the slips. On the other hand, I feel Captain Joshua De Silva should recognize that is 422 runs the Leeward Islands are still behind by. And he should really set fields that would support his bowlers. If I was Phillip, I would feel a little bit aggrieved that with so many runs in the lead that I didn't have a traditional first slip to give me the opportunity to get Karima Gore early on. So I know that he doesn't want the runs to get away and that kind of thing, Joshua De Silva, but he also has to provide adequate support for his bowlers.
Yes, I'm in full agreement with you. Should have had the 3 slips. Here is Justin Graves. First delivery from the big guy, Joshua James, and no ball again, Denmore.
Yeah, he has had that problem since yesterday, and a problem that we've been lamenting on with the fast bowlers that we've seen here in this bilateral series. Himself and O'Shane Thomas, and to some extent, some of the others have had problems with no ball, which is something that captains wouldn't want to see.
Whipped off the pads for 4. Well, good save by the fielder. I didn't quite pick it up on the boundary.
Looks to
down
be,
that long leg.
We'll check who it is, but...
Well, almost picked out the man. I Had already written that for 4. Didn't pick up that fielder. Was come on for TNT. And we see Amir Django going to have a word with the bowler. So good positive response from the Leewards, but they cannot afford to lose another wicket. Yorker length delivery, good Yorker. Justin Graves having the confidence to play across the line, across the delivery.
First 2 deliveries that we've seen to Justin Graves this morning, he seemed in a more attacking mode than he was yesterday afternoon. Yesterday afternoon, he looked as if he was just probably trying to survive, get into the end of the day's play. But this morning, the first 2 deliveries to him, he's played attacking shots.
Yes, yesterday he was 4 runs from 40 deliveries. This time he covers up.
But I would
no ball again.
Yeah, I would just still love to see Justin Graves and others just get find their timing, get themselves together. And it's Jid Gooley who is down on that fine leg boundary. Yeah, it was.
Looks a little bigger from the distance.
And I'm just saying that they need to get back in.
Yes.
Back time as well. Remember that, they still have a lot of work to do.
What Denmo is speaking about is that the adrenaline flow and the rush. Oftentimes you get carried away instead of build up, given time. And you may play the rash shot because of the mindset. You're on the high. When right now it's not about rapidity of scoring. It's about spending time at the crease.
And being effective for your team, understanding what the situation is and your role.
And Justin Graves, he has 1 half century so far.
Because Graves really and truly, the way that the things are going these days, Graves can't take it for granted
that he has a place.
He has a place
in the West Indies team.
So he has to continue to show that he's worthy of that place. Many persons believe that they would have found a gem in him at that all-rounder space in the West Indies team, but he can't take it for granted.
Cannot.
Because there are other persons who are out there fighting for that same spot.
Oh, this time he was a bit cautious on that. A good delivery from Joshua James. Stood up on him. He was prodding forward. The ball was in the air, short of carry pier. You're correct, because the other persons, Kimo Paul, has been having a good season as an all-rounder with both bat and ball. You have other all-rounding options.
And many of them, people like Kimo Paul and others, would expect to get
consideration
a fair consideration based on performance.
Just 1 half century is not enough.
No, I think what we want to see in the Caribbean is consistency.
Precisely.
Of performance from
and
all of our players.
That is it.
That we want to be able to consider that some people are going to go there and fight for this team, fight for your team, fight for the Caribbean,
having
fight
the
for
desire.
Us, and not going to be having us being rolled over pretty easily when we compete against other countries. We want to be able to fight. So from this level here, they have to work.
And critical to that concept is also others not feeling complacent or not feeling that I own a place or a space, not even the captain. But everyone should be able to.
I think, too, that the scouts, as we now call them, selectors as we used to know them, as they too have to show to some of us and some of the players that they are willing to give others a chance when others fail. So,
and when they inform, Justin Graves showing that defensive approach now,
and
better approach.
And what that will do, it will force a lot of these players to always try and give their best when they go out to bat.
Yes, you want to see consistency, as you say. So as we review it, you would see, okay, one player would have scored 300s in 3 games, well, right, in 2 and then, now third in progress. Another player would have scored a double hundred and a half century. Another player would have scored a double hundred and a half century. Another player would have scored like 3 half centuries, still towards the top. Another player may score 3 half centuries or a century and a half. Another player scoring 2 centuries. You need to see patterns, not just one-off performances. And I think that is important. Now, as Kareem Gore comes to face, I would want to note something during this over, if he survives. And this time he slashes that. It goes over what would have been gully and into the boundary for 4. I think he's getting a bit ahead of himself now.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I think that was a good shot because it was short and wide outside the lineup. And the thing about it is that the bounce has been true on this pitch.
He trusted the bounce.
That you can trust the bounce. Okay. And then the way that the field is set, he hit that deliberately over that backward point region. So there was no fielder anywhere close to where the ball went. I think that was a safe shot. However, even though it was a safe shot,
it was high risk.
It was high risk. So he has to understand that that ball is a part of trying to set him up.
Well, you saw him walk away after playing that shot and walked right out to square leg and then walk back, perhaps admonishing himself. And this time he steers it nicely, just opening the face of the bat.
I was speaking with one of his colleagues at the club level yesterday evening after the day's play. And the colleague pointed out to me that if you notice that he's walking away, and I won't tell you what they said to me off ear, but it is a psychological thing where he's trying to motivate himself and,
that is important.
And just to make sure that he stays focused on the job at hand. It is a method that he used, but again, we've seen it happen quite a number of times.
Justin Graves gets a good
Players have to find a way, Seth, to motivate themselves. Find a way to keep themselves calm. Find a way to, focus on what is their job
And I know
at hand.
that is what it was, and that is why I brought it to your attention, that he walks away because he's saying to myself, listen, I got to get it. I got to get the focus right. I got to refocus, and I got to keep it positive, but at the same time, I cannot, be playing high-risk strokes at this stage. It's Justin Graves. Plays this one very hard to the fielder forward of the square leg umpire.
Still don't like to see that man at no man's land in the slips.
It's in the slips. It has to be at least 2 slips.
He's
second
just,
slip between second
maybe
and third.
At second slip, leaving a very large gap between himself and Captain Joshua De Silva, the wicket keeper. I think the Trinidad and Tobago team are trying to, not say cheat, but I'm just saying putting that man in no man's land is, for me, I would love to see the traditional slip placement.
And Justin Graves, he will get runs. Too big a chase for Jed Gooley, and it goes for 4. Justin Graves joining here and joining Kareem Gore as they continue to push this partnership. The partnership now goes to 51. Justin Graves having 9 from that 51-run partnership because of this elegant drive, just opening the face of the bat and really looking in good stead.
Looking at the pitch yesterday, the pitch looked a beauty. Having spoken to the Trinidad and Tobago captain as well, and hearing a comment, some comments afterwards as well from others, it's a beautiful track to bat on.
Oh, Justin Graves almost got himself in a tangle. A good bouncer, a good change-up by Anderson Phillip, and that one was going shoulder height. He was about to hook. The ball took, in fact, it didn't take the edge, but it went
4
past
byes.
Just De Silva for 4 byes, but it was a good wake-up delivery.
Yeah, but that is a good delivery in the sense that it's an effort ball from from Phillip banged into the pitch just to tell Justin Graves, not because Justin Graves had been tending to just lean a little bit on the front foot, sort of anticipating that the pitch is good, the bounce is normal, it's even, and he's been just trying to cheat a little bit, just trying to step forward a little bit, and that pulling that one down is just to tell him, you know, you have to watch me a little bit more because this pitch can produce something, and we saw that one really take off, hammered into the pitch. So good thinking and good bowling by Phillip on that part. Even though it went for 4 byes, I think the intention of the delivery had the effect that he wanted it to do.
Yes, keeping Graves honest. And we have seen pretty much a good measure of scoring by the Hurricanes so far this morning. 34 runs have been scored. Kareem Gore moving from 60 overnight to 78. Good bounce on the part of the big man, Joshua James. A little remodel of his action after being called for unfair bowling. He has had some remodeling. Has not lost any pace, though. And I think that becomes critical.
I would love to see him, though, his handlers work on his approach in. He sort of just ambles in for me. I would love to see him have a lot more energy in that run-up. If you just look at how casually...
Lumbers in. And even the guys who were taller than him, not necessarily bigger, even Joel Garner and Curtly Ambrose, Joel runs in. He comes from a low crouch and then he gets upright towards the point of delivery, but with more momentum. And Courtney Walsh, those bigger guys, they come in still with that flow, that rhythmic flow.
I believe if Joshua James is able to work on that, get a little bit more energy in that run-up, he could probably bowl with a couple yards more pace.
Driven, good stop. Oh, Kareem Gore is exploiting the possibility of a single. He was halfway up the track with Justin Graves.
Good call by Justin Graves. You don't want any drama here. That was a good drive. Had that not taken James on his boot, that would have certainly been another boundary because it was driven absolutely straight by Kareem Gore, right off the middle of the bat. But good stop in the end.
So I'm talking about Kareem Gore. 6 half centuries in 11 matches. That's a measure of consistency. But the conversion rate, he would now have to be converting from half centuries.
Yeah, we've seen another no ball from James. And my thing with James, just coming back to the Kareem point, my thing with James, with that level of pace that he runs in, when he shouldn't be bowling no ball because he comes in with really no energy. No, it's not to say that he's striding in, that he's overstriding. He ambles in, but he just still, gets it wrong. So he needs to probably just make an adjustment to his mark or something because it's kind of unacceptable
needs
to be
to be
bowling
sorted.
that many no balls.
Just a single.
I think the problem with Kareem Gore has also been opportunity. I don't think that the opportunities have been given to him consistently at the Leeward Islands level. I think that the like we saw even in the first game, the scouts and so on, they underestimate his ability, right?
Yes.
Or don't trust his ability. And so he has not been consistently given the opportunity that he deserves.
A match here and then a match there and then not been in. Here is Justin Graves. Who has been given opportunity at the West Indies level, has taken them.
But I would love for him too, and I've said it to him personally, that he concentrates a little bit more on being consistent, being more dominant, especially when he plays against people who are just about as good as him, and so on. Dominate a little bit more so that his name is consistently in people's mouth.
Quick single coming through there. Hines diving over, but it was to his weaker hand. So by the time he got up, the guys were already through. good rotation at the end of the over, 121 for 4.
Leewards need to do a lot more of that. Don't just stand there and wait for the big shots to get the boundaries. Also look to push the ball and work the ball into some gaps so that they can keep the scoreboard ticking over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force did that very consistently yesterday. They literally took singles at will. At one point in the morning session, remember we were speaking about Joshua Da Silva just creeping up without even noticing. By the time we looked at it, he was creeping up towards 100 or 150.
Yes. Every other delivery
like
he had a single.
And without even noticing that he was scoring runs, he was scoring runs consistently.
That's right. And I think that is a feature of his batting, very composed, very confident. And you need that. Not only the Leewards need that, the West Indies cricket. They realized that they need that. So even in the last T20, you realize a sort of mindset of changing that, the excessive dot balls. But batting with Kareem Gore makes that an easy prospect because he is fleet-footed. He runs well between the wicket. He's always alert. So that is something that this partnership should be.
But when we look at it, though, I'll make the point after this delivery.
Well bowled, Anderson Phillip.
When we look at it, Kareem Gore has faced 83 deliveries, 50 of which have been dot balls. Justin Graves have faced 54 deliveries, 47 of which are dot balls. The point I'm making here, 97 deliveries, if they had been able to get even half of that, the Leewards would have 45 more runs or so on the board and less stress. So they have to try find a way to rotate as well.
Oh, it goes through
Yeah.
the man on the 5-leg boundary. It's Django running around from deep back of the square. Was it unable to get it? And Justin Graves.
I think he wanted to go for the spectacular on that occasion, and just missed it completely. Let's just have a
he
look
wanted
again.
to dive, but remember you're wicket keeper, so you really want to dive because that is part of your MO. Oh,
Even notice he got there,
just as
but
the ball.
but he just wanted to pick it up and roll over with both hands, and it just went horribly wrong on that occasion. But Justin Graves wouldn't mind that because he has 4 more runs added to his take. But the point I'm making is that we have to find ways, because at the end of this tournament, if we were to analyze the number of dot balls, it might be it's going to be a very big statistic to recognize the number of dot balls that were faced in the tournament. And if you were to just say, okay, all right, because people are going to face genuine dot balls that are played defensively. But if you were to even say, look, if half of those balls were scored off of, how many more runs would teams and players and so on get?
Good point, Denmore, because those who may not be familiar with what we're saying, we used to have a game when we were growing up we call one tip and go. And the process was once you hit the ball, you had to run and you got to get into the crease. And
But
that shaped a thinking of maximizing one scoring opportunity.
Because I
once you started
remember
to play.
speaking to Sir Viv on a sports show that I was hosting, and he spoke about the skill and the mechanics needed to be able to manipulate the field to get more singles.
And I'm going to say something after this delivery. The mindset, the change generation to generation. The only game that I have been able to be involved in or broadcast with Sir Viv playing was well after his international game. They had an exhibition game in here. And he was playing with some of the young Leeward Islands players. And I remembered it because we were broadcasting right from this box. And he was batting with guys like Steve Leeward, guys in this current coach, Leeward's current coach and others. And he is already moving from his crease when he's the non-striker, looking to get a single, while the younger players, they were just content to stay. Ooh, good delivery from Anderson Phillip, but equally defiant was Kareem Gore getting on top of it and playing it back down on the onside. So there is a generational issue. So I remember saying it. Look at it. Severe, maybe 50 odd, is looking to get a single. The bowler is coming in. And the guys there are not.
I think it's more than just a generational issue, Seth. It comes back to how cricket is approached in the modern times.
Good delivery. Kareem Gore has to go back on the back foot, but he had enough to punch it down. Pass mid-off into the long-off boundary for 4. Kareem Gore is looking good. Anderson Phillip is firing in. It's a good contest here.
Yeah, it's a good contest. The delivery before was a much higher hammered in. Kareem Gore got on top of it, got it down. This one was also short, but didn't rise as much. But the good thing is that Gore kept his eye on it. So even though he was on the back foot, he was still able to play it with a straight bat and punched it past that fielder at mid-off. And he punched it so well that once it got past him, it was racing into the boundary.
So an over in which Anderson Phillip would have conceded quite a bit of runs, at least 2 boundaries. And one he would tell you should not have been.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that's the game of cricket. The Leewards have faced 30 overs for 130. And this morning, they have really pushed it along. This morning only, they have had 46 runs from, 6 overs? So, wow, they're going at a clip then, Mo.
Yeah, they're going at a clip this morning, and that has forced the hand of Joshua Da Silva, that he has pulled out his seam bowler in Joshua James, and has brought Carey Peer into the fray very early. Right. Some folks believe that spin is going to be a difference in how this game and maybe even the Leeward's innings goes today. There are some folks that believe that Brian Charles could be effective on this type of pitch as well. So we will see how Carey Peer and Brian Charles approach it today when they have longer spells.
Well, Peer was the man who was instrumental in breaking that partnership of 62 between Kareem Gore and Casey Carty. It was really a shot of lack of commitment on the part of Carty, just running down. I'm not sure who called him. And in running down, he just gave up the wicket. Josh Da Silva was able to remove the base. They were batting so well, and then out of the blue, second delivery from Peer. He ran down.
It just comes to mentality, and I think it's more mentality than anything else with Carty. Carty has to change his mentality and understand his responsibility in this team, and look to bat and bat long.
Gore charges down. And we were just speaking about that.
Yeah, we were just speaking about that.
Second delivery of the introduction of Carey Peer.
Same type of situation. Carey Peer's third delivery this time. And Kareem Gore almost giving his hand away, jumping down to one that's not necessary.
It begs a question, is there...
That's what he needs to do, Seth. Just play out to mid-off, long on, get a single every time.
Acres of space on this field.
Yeah, you have long off and long on. You don't need to try and attack him. You have the whole day. You get ones and you see how soon you're closer to 100.
It begs me to question whether there is a discussion about how they would play Carey Peer, because it was, even though he didn't lose his wicket, or on that occasion he played the ball, it was really almost a a carbon copy of the approach. So I'm not quite sure if they had that as a plan, as a discussion.
I said yesterday, the whole way that they approached the game didn't seem as if they came out with a plan from inside the dressing room.
Each player makes his decision.
When we saw how the two openers got out, Louis going for a big swing across the line, getting a leading edge and getting caught, and then Kofi James trying to back away to play an inside out or trying to manufacture an inside out over extra cover drive. That doesn't tell me that coming into the innings that the coach you just told me, Leeward, I would have sat down and said to the players, this is how we're going to approach our innings. This is how, you understand, what I want y'all to do, whatever, and so on and so. It just does not seem as if they came out with a plan, because both players decided, you know what, I'm going to just come out and go how I normally go at it, and not think about what is actually needed for the team.
And there could also be a plan, but the players, you didn't get buy-in. They didn't own the plan. Oh, caught. Justin Graves just launching forward, the ball taking the outer part of the bat, and an easy catch there to the man at slip. Anderson Phillip deserves his 3rd wicket, but Justin Graves, you see, really a nothing shot.
Yeah, and what would be good, look at where the man that took the catch is located. Still wide, still at that 2nd slip position. I would love for them to have had the 2 slips, but that was a thick edge carried straight to him low down, and a good catch taken. Again,
we've seen, though, I think, lack of coming to grips with Anderson Phillips' approach. Yesterday, Joel Andrew, a similar shot, though he played his with more conviction, caught at first slip by Carey Peer. Then we saw at least one attempt by Kareem Gore this morning. It went between the wicket keeper and the slip. And then we see the captain not realizing that Anderson Phillip is not only bowling quickly but also getting the late swing. He prodded forward and, made a half-hearted drive.
No real foot movement.
Yes, giving it away.
On that occasion, just giving his hand away. But it's good to see Jamal Hamilton has come out to the wicket at the fall of the captain. So he seems like the 2 days that he has gotten the opportunity, maybe day and a half, to rest that finger that was giving him a problem. Maybe it's fully bandaged up or something in the gloves there. And let's hope that he can come out and be effective in terms of his batting, that he's not negatively affected by the injury we know he's carrying.
A partnership of 70 by these two has been broken. The 2nd half-century partnership of the innings, because there was a partnership of 62 between Carty and Kareem Gore for the 3rd wicket, and this 5th wicket partnership between Graves and Gore contributing 70 runs. So the Leewards would have lost 1st wicket without a run on the board, 2 without a run on the board, the 3rd at 62, the 4th at 63, and then the 5th at 133 for 5. Leewards, on the other hand, they have not scored more than 140 runs in the 4 innings which they have had.
Yeah, they
haven't scored 150 runs.
No, they have not.
And you're playing against a team that has scored 500 twice, declared. Hamilton will get a 4 to open his account, open the face of the bat and allow the pace to carry the ball down to backward point for 4. Good way to open the inning.
The difference in Hamilton there and the captain is that the captain was pushing at that one. So he was pushing at it. Hamilton there just allowing it to come onto his bat and opening the face and using the pace because the ball is coming onto the bat.
And it was similar delivery.
Yeah, the ball is coming onto the bat on this pitch. It's a beautiful pitch that you can, like I said, you can get runs if you get in, if you bat sensibly. But the Leeward's batters just going to have the mindset and the patience. I think that's what happened there with the captain. He just ran out of patience. He just needed to, think about it, be a little bit more patient, and look to get a good score.
They were really onto something good. As a pair, we would have seen good batting by himself and Gore. Hamilton being pushed back, but at the same time still in control, gets a single.
Again, just like what Saviv was talking about, those type of deliveries, you just play them softly out into the offside field and you always get a run. He spoke about the use of the wrist, something he says that he hasn't seen lately. People playing the ball a little later, late cut and so on, and that little turn that you just turn it around the corner down to a short fine leg and so on, where you'll always look to get a single.
I watched a few videos with Saviv. On one occasion, I heard the commentator saying he's bowled when he was just dabbing the ball off the middle stump for 4.
Yeah.
Another time he got inside and flicked, and I heard, he's bowled. No, but it's 4. Delicate, watching it at the last moment, using the risk. Ooh, you have seen a change of line from Phillip. Very smart. Attacking the batter from around the wicket. Hodge, though, getting inside the line, that may have taken the thigh
That's actually
pad.
Gore. That's
Gore.
on strike.
That's Gore, yes.
Gore on strike. And
and
leg by
I'm
is
saying
given
Hodge
though.
instead of Hamilton.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess once you see an Anguillan, you think about Hodge.
Yeah, you think of Hodge.
No disrespect.
Sometimes you think of Richardson. You think of certain surnames when
Yes.
you think of Anguilla. Say good morning to the folks in Anguilla. Hi, Patsy. You know, Patsy is
Certainly.
Kenny Benjamin's sister. Somebody I love very much.
I don't think you love her more than me, so I think we're having a problem.
We won't argue.
Anyway, remember we're on air.
Yeah,
right?
we are.
Oh, lovely shot, but good delivery. I like the line of attack from Anderson Phillip. He's attacking the body of Karima Gore, but this is a good contest between both. Gore was able to just ease and play that.
I like the fact that Philip is thinking, that you can see that Philip is trying to outwit Karima Gore. Look, he recognized that when he's over the wicket to Karima Gore, especially when he's over pitching pitched up some of those deliveries, because even his length ball, Karima Gore is punching. So he's decided, I'm going to go at a different angle, maybe try to go into his rib cage area where he might be less,
comfortable.
Less comfortable. So good thinking on the part of Philip, and he's going to do the same for Hamilton.
He does not deliver.
Yeah, it just looked as if he lost his rhythm right at that critical moment there.
When you don't feel it, don't deliver it. You don't feel it, it's not there. Wait. I think that's exactly what Anderson Phillip is doing. So we mentioned Karima Gore, 6 half-centuries in 11 matches.
He has a best score of 93.
Yes.
Which he's approaching.
That is good. Consistency. Needs to get the 100. But as you say, the sparse opportunity for that quality of player has not been given consistent opportunities. You may have scored a half-century, but you're out of the next game. You may have scored another, then you're out of the next game because somebody is in. And I think you must be able to identify players. And there is nothing funny about it because technically, when you look at it, he's an eye-catching player. A player who is very balanced in his stroke play and balanced in his approach. Jamal Hamilton just pulled the back inside the line and allowed that short pitch delivery to go through. Patient approach on the part of Jamal Hamilton. It is 143 for 5. This is the Leeward Islands' highest score in the 3-match series. The highest would have been when the game was abandoned. That's 140 for 7. In that same game, they scored 138. And when we flip and go over to the first game at Coolidge, their first inning score was 131. And then on second innings, they were bowled out for 98. So it has been really abysmal batting on the part of the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, the Leeward Islands would not have ticked off any box this year that says good batting. If they were to be given a report card for the batting, their scores would be closer to the bottom half of the scale than to the top. You wouldn't have any A's and B's and even C's.
And only 4.
They would be down D's, going lower.
And only in each of the innings, a batter scored a half-century. Graves in the first game, then Karima Gore when he came in his first innings, Louis then on second innings, and now Karima Gore again. So as a whole and individually, they have really
they've not batted well as a team. We've not seen any team overall performance. When we look at even in this match, if we were to look at the Trinidad and Tobago scorecard, we would notice something interesting. Let's look at it. Jed Gooley, 36. Jason Mohammed, 47. Amir Django, 83. Joshua De Silva, 220. Terence Hines, 44. But even at the bottom, you had 14 from Carey Pay, 15 from Joshua James, and 22 from Anderson Phillip. Everybody, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 persons of the Trinidad and Tobago team contributing, getting into double figures and contributing, as compared to when we look at the Leeward Islands scorecard. We've only seen 3 persons so far in double figures. 85 for Karima Gore, who's not out. Casey Carty, who made 18. And then the captain, Justin Graves, with 17. The others did not contribute. Two knots for the openers. Joel Andrew, the middle order prodigy that everybody's expecting, he also didn't score. And Hamilton is just on 5 so far.
Classic 4 from Karima Gore. Going back and crashing it between point and cover. And he now moves to 89.
That's what he has to do. Just be patient. Wait for the bad balls from Carey Pay. They're going to come. It's a good pitch. It has not shown us anything. We saw with Cornwall, we saw with James, so even with Karima Gore, there wasn't any spin. There wasn't anything that suggests that the pitch is giving any assistance in terms of spin. So just be patient. Wait.
Turns the strike around, gets a single, as you have been saying. He moves into the 90s.
Just play it straight.
And to continue that data point that you were speaking about scores, in the first game, Cephas Cooper 22, Evan Lewis 49, Gooley 14, Mohammed 17, Django 203 not out. Joshua De Silva 62.
But look at Hines, 100 as well.
We spoke about Evan Lewis and then Hines 100. So every batter got double figures, and you had a couple who were on the verge of getting half century, 1 half century. So there is a team chemistry. But on Leeward's end, it has been a lot of single digits sounding as though we were calling a telephone number.
I remember one time a coach said to us, especially when we were playing school league, and he was just trying to draw the analogy that he said, if everybody makes 30 runs, we make 330. Right? We make 330. And I think the point that he was just trying to make is that everybody's contribution to a scorecard is as important.
That's right.
It's the same thing that a coach said to us as well. Give them a 6 and a 4 and then get their wicket, and they're all out for 110 or 100.
Yep.
So it means that there were strategies.
Karima Gore looking to hit this. Well, he was looking to hit it into the offside, but he hit it into the ground.
He has looked good. He's worth every inch of that 90 runs that he has made so far.
Boundary laid innings.
16 fours in his innings so far.
And this is amazing because let's look at Josh De Silva's 220. He had 24s.
24s and 2 sixes.
Karima Gore is yet to reach 100. Already has 16 fours. So it's really a boundary laid, boundary studded inning so far. But what he now needs to do is to have that Josh De Silva mindset.
Yeah, add those singles.
To convert.
Yeah.
Add the singles, get to the 100, and then take it from there. We don't want to go too far beyond ourselves, but it's important. He's 3 runs away from his best first-class score, so he needs to push on now to his.
Because when we look at the 304 deliveries that Josh De Silva faced, 162 were dot balls, and if you say 20, add 22 to that, you get what? 184. So quite a number of his runs came in singles and twos.
That one bounced into down the leg side. We're trying to attack the right-hander, knowing that he has a finger issue because Jamal Hamilton on the first day as the wicket keeper went for a ball. The ball struck his finger. I'm not going to tell you which finger. because they were a little tight-lipped as to releasing the information.
This is the number of runs set that Joshua De Silva scored in terms of ones and twos.
120,
Of
meaning more than 50%
more than
of his,
50% of the
his total
total
score, which
Yeah.
is a good base. Hamilton rides it. So Anderson Phillip knows that, so he's attacking him from around the wicket with the shorter deliveries, some short pitch. He also did that to Kareem Gore after recognizing that Gore would have been winning that battle against him. He had one opportunity of taking Gore's wicket that went awry. It went between Captain Josh De Silva behind the stumps and Evan Lewis at second slip because no one was at first slip, and the ball took the edge and went between them. But he was able to take the wicket of Justin Graves in with a similar delivery on that occasion, though it went straight to the second slip fielder. So Anderson Phillip really, he has been bowling his heart out this morning. Changes, from around to over. That's a bad shot.
Yeah, actually, just an update on my math set is actually 128 instead of just 120. I shortened Joshua De Silva by 8 runs that he got either with ones, twos, or threes. The point that I'm just trying to make is that, yes, Kareem Gore has looked good hitting the boundaries, but he also has to now, especially when he's batting with somebody like a Jamal Hamilton, that is athletic, that can run. He has to make sure, they both have to make sure that they maximize on the ones and twos.
Hamilton defends well, good delivery. Anderson Phillip, you look at him, he's always trying to set up the batter. The one previously was wide outside the off stump. Jamal Hamilton was happy to see him over the wicket. He flashed at it, missed it. It could have taken the edge. He could have hit it for 4.
Some folks are saying
and
to
then
me, said that I sound like I rate, as they would say, Anderson Phillip. But it's not that I'm rating him.
We're calling it as it is.
But I like the effort and I like what I'm seeing about the way he's thinking about his bowling.
Jamal Hamilton cracks this one, but Jed Gooley is on the sweep at cover. But when you see the desire, when you see the effort, when you see how this man charges in, how he goes about trying to prize out the opposition, for me, I have no choice but giving Anderson his accolades.
You always have those folks that says that when he gets to the next level, when he gets an opportunity for the West Indies,
let's see that when it
doesn't
when
look
it happens.
the same and all of that.
Let's see that when it happens.
But we have to judge based on what we're seeing in front of us.
Yep.
Because believe it or not, these players that he's playing against now, the next call that they can get possibly is the international level.
Over comes to an end, and Phillip completing his 14th over.
Yeah, just not enough folks there as we saw the review there for the Leeward Islands, not enough folks contributing. We saw 18 and 17 apart from the 90 there for Kareem Gore. We would love to see a lot more, or maybe, a couple more half centuries, a couple more persons contributing in terms of the innings. They still have Pennyfeather and Cornwall to come in terms of persons who can bat. I know that Pennyfeather is quite well regarded in St. Kitts in terms of his batting, and say good morning to the folks over there.
And that's 4. It has 4 written all over it. Evan Lewis cannot stop it. And Jamal Hamilton seems as though he has come in.
That shot has been something that has scored a lot of runs in this game. We've seen even tail enders. Remember Joshua James playing one like that in that same area. That shot there, that ball that stands up outside the line of the off stump and asks to be hit on a good pitch.
Carry Pear, he has had one moment of success for the morning. So the top wicket takers So far, Gudakesh Moti with 20. I'll tell you where Carrie Pierce stands. Jaden Seals relaxing at home in TNT, I believe. Good morning, Jaden, if you're listening. 13 wickets, only 2 matches. And Jaden is striking, his average is 8.76. Unbelievable. Jamal Hamilton almost been outfoxed there. Gudakesh Moti's 20 wickets at 11.30. Then Anderson Phillip, prior to this, 11 wickets at 13.72. It speaks to what we're talking about. Not only the realism or the reality of what he's doing now, but what he has done all season and has shown the commitment, the hard work, bowling on all surfaces, getting results, and that's what a bilateral series does.
In my mind, I thought that he might have had more than just the 13 wickets the 11 wickets that you're telling me.
Coming into this match, here is Hamilton coming forward at the end. In fact, a no ball. Is it no? It's the end of the. Is it? Yes, they're signaling that it's break time. Just to complete this before break, Marquino Minley, we have not really had the opportunity of seeing him. He has had 11 wickets. He has had, 11 wickets like Anderson Phillip to top out, to chart out the top 5. So we have had good batting and we have had good bowling so far in the series. My last comment is that the 3-match series, the bilaterals, has advantage because what? You're seeing a player progressively. A player sees another player and makes adjustment. And those are some of the things that selectors would like to measure. Those are the realities that you face when you get into a test series. I am bowling against player X. I want to see how he measured up compared to how he played the last time. I batted against player B. Can I change this? Can I make improvement? And I think in spite of the, discussions around what should have been, that each player has an advantage of seeing for 3 games almost the same players on each team. So after the break, Denmore Roberts and myself will be with you.
And we're back here at the ARG. We're going to have Hines coming in. First delivery of his spell to Kareem Gore, who is on 90 off 96 deliveries. Kareem Gore, 90 off 96. 3 runs short of his best at this level. There is a slip and a gully in place. Slip is very wide, so there is a space between the wicketkeeper and that man who's basically at a second slip. And Gore is edging one outside the line of the off stump and he's caught behind. So a loose shot right after the break set, and we spoke about that players losing their concentration after the break. Kareem Gore edges, low catch taken down by wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva, and Kareem Gore is sent on his way. He stood his ground, but umpire sends him on his way. He looks very disappointed, but might just be in a thin edge through to the wicketkeeper. Gore walks back short, 10 runs short of his century, and Leeward Islands losing another wicket. They are now 154 runs for 6 wickets.
Yes, they are. Really, and after break dismissal, we usually say that after the break, it's like you're facing a new game because you have to start again. You would have lost your rhythm. But a good change by Captain Josh Da Silva, bringing in Terence Hines.
Yeah, and
for the first time, immediately after the break. Different pace level, different approach. And Kareem Gore just playing into the trap. Josh Da Silva
didn't look, so he didn't think that he hit it.
No, he stood his ground.
Gore, because normally they say you look at a player's reaction, whether he looks back sharply. He didn't look, but the umpire thought that he heard something, and might have been, like I said, a thin edge outside the line of the off stump. We could have a look at it again, maybe just one more look and see what the reaction is. But Pennyfeather has come out to replace him. Let's just have a look. No real deviation.
We have no evidence.
So it would have definitely been what we call a thin outside edge. We have no use of the technology. Beaten outside the line of the off stump. That's a good delivery. Hines has come on and immediately done what his captain wants him to do. Has been effective. So Kenneth Pennyfeather is in to join Jamal Hamilton. Leeward Islands 154 for 6.
So they are prospects then more. If the Leewards were to be bowled out in this session, would you put them back into bat?
The thing about it's whether or not Trinidad and Tobago feel that their bowlers are fit enough, or maybe give somebody like a Cephas Cooper, who has not really been amongst the runs, on a flat, and good Evan pitch, and Evan Lewis an opportunity to go in and tell them they could probably have a T20-like innings and get some quick runs under their belt, get a score for themselves, because somebody like Evan Lewis that is probably trying to get back into the setup would want to get an opportunity to bat, especially on a pitch like this. So maybe not necessarily with a whole day and a half still left, it's going to be important. Pennyfeather is pulling short of a length delivery, and he gets his first boundary. It runs into the mid-wicket boundary now for 4. So it was a pull-down delivery, bad delivery by Hines, and Pennyfeather just pivoting and smashing it into that mid-wicket region and picks up 4 runs.
Well, a good shot by him. Hines just almost a warm-up delivery. We're still looking at that. Kareem Gore, though, he wasn't even interested in the appeal.
He wasn't interested. He wasn't interested in the appeal. He stood there. He didn't even look in the direction of the umpire, almost as if he was looking to get ready. Another delivery that is short, pulled away again by Pennyfeather, but this time just a single.
Well, Pennyfeather has come in and signaled that he's looking for runs, because the first one that he faced, he went over the top. He was clear. that he wanted a 4. This last one was a little short. He belted it, didn't really time it well. So the indication, if I'm reading by not just the body language, but by the player's approach, it is a go and hit situation. 159 for 6. The bowlers having high economy rates in light of it, apart from Carry Pier. But yet they have something in the wicket columns that would be at the advantage. Just 159.
Yeah, according to the stats that I have here, this would be Pennyfeather's third first class game.
That's right.
87 runs so far. Highest score being 39. And he averages 43.5 in his early stage of his career.
Why is Rakeem Cornwall coming in at 9? What's going on there? A man with a century in all formats, regionally, first class,
but
ODI, T20.
if we're honest, if we are being honest, Rakeem Cornwall of a late has not distinguished himself with the bat. He has not looked.
But he has not been batting.
He's not looked the part. Something is definitely wrong.
No, I would correct that after this. I think he looks the part because when he came out at Coolidge, he looked better than all the other batters. But
he has not been scoring runs.
I agree with you.
He's not been scoring runs.
But he has been coming down the order at 9. So when you come at 9, what you're saying? That I'm a tail ender. Because if you're a batter and you want to score runs, then you bat.
But saying you're a tail ender set and knowing your ability are two different things. And Rakeem Cornwall knows that he has the ability to bat and to make runs, so he needs to show it when he comes out.
And I agree with that. But I also agree that you're coming number 9. That's not a place. You're finding yourselves with a number 10 and a number 11. So your approach to batting is different. So having him at number 9, something I spoke to the management team about, I'm not going to say the responses, but I think it's really...
Pennyfeather is trying to force one away, gets a single out to that long off region.
It's really underserving the purpose of having him in the team.
I know for sure that Rakeem Cornwall struggles with a knee injury. I don't know if that is affecting his batting. I know a lot of people argue that he can't run singles and whatever, but I tell them the last 2 innings that he's played, he's only hit 3 fours. Right?
Batting at number 9 with the team getting out.
I know when he played for the Blackhawks, he made 45 in 1 innings, I remember, and he had 2 fours in it, which means that, Of 30 out of the runs came from singles.
Which is good because he doesn't usually, people would say he doesn't run well between the wickets. So at least there maybe having an intent to bat long. But if you're batting at number 9, there's no opportunity for you.
161 for 6 at the end of over number 37. Gore back in the pavilion for 90. Thin edge. Umpire sent him on his way. Didn't see a lot of deviation from that one. Gore didn't seem very interested even in the appeal. We didn't see any of the telltale signs where you see a batter looking back even sheepishly when the edge is found and so on. So the umpire, from his vantage point and his distance, would have heard something. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force certainly heard something, and Kareem Gore was sent on his way, 3 runs short of his best innings. But Hines has come back and done the job for his captain. He's brought him back on to break the partnership, and he did. So he's going to now take Hamilton and Cameron Pennyfeather to try and build a partnership. I was saying earlier when you asked the question about enforcing the follow-on, I was thinking that, Trinidad and Tobago, based on how things are going, might not need more than a day and a half, maybe after tea and the full day tomorrow to bowl out the Leewards. So they might have a different approach.
Well, they bowled them out within a session and a half at Coolidge.
But they also have to,
And
to take into consideration, Trinidad and Tobago, that this is not their best bowling unit in this game. They don't have a Jaden Seals. They have Anderson Phillip, but then when we look at Joshua James and even Hines, they have pretty much been ordinary medium pace so far, and then we haven't really seen any effect of the spinners yet. So all that they have to take into consideration.
they have a huge
when they make that decision.
But there's a huge deficit at this moment of what, 361?
361.
And with that deficit, it depends on how many, how quickly they get these wickets. Because in my view, if you're leading by over 300 runs, you expect bowlers to bowl. I think it would be, a waste of time to go in and bat again. They would have overnight if the Leewards survive.
But does it matter, Seth, if you win the game outright? Does it matter if you win it in 3 days or if you win it in 4?
Well, you have no certainty, because not only that we have had, not only first morning when we have a little cloud, it's not as threatening, hovering over, but you always have the prospect of rain coming in a day that you don't expect it.
And I think Trinidad and Tobago want to end at the top of
that becomes
of
important.
The standing. So it's going to also take into consideration what is happening in the other game between Guyana and the Windward Islands. Because Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are at the top of the table presently. So Hines continues. Maybe just one or two of his deliveries we've seen with real effort, but for the most part he's been bowling just ordinary medium pace bowling. I think what he's using well is his ball placements. He's been on or about that off stump line to all of the batters, and the Leeward Islands batters have not been able to really get a full hang of him. So this is the summary so far. Look at that score there for Joshua De Silva. Karima Gore falling short once again. Got into the 90s before, his best score being 93, and today falling short right after the drinks break, playing loosely to one outside the line of the off stump from Terence Hines. Thin edge found and taken behind by wicketkeeper Joshua James.
Joshua De Silva, wicketkeeper.
We have Joshua and Joshua James, Joshua De Silva. Thank you so much. So when we look at the end of round 2 points table, Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're at the top on 43.2 points. Swan is peeling off the outer edge and races down to third man for 4. So Pennyfeather was looking to probably not going that down to third man. He was looking to hit it probably squarer of the wicket. The ball took a thick outside edge and raced down to the third man boundary for 4. Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, they are on 37 points. So they're 6.2 points behind. Jamaica Scorpions have 29.6 points. This delivery coming off the pad and going into the hands of that man under the helmet at short leg. Not out, says the umpire. So Gooley's on the helmet. Charles is at first slip. So they have men all around the bat for Carrie Peer, bowling to Kenneth Pennyfeather, and Pennyfeather is on 10. We win over number 39. He's getting another edge. This time he's running down to that fine leg position. It's going to be a big chase, but he's going to beat the fielders into the boundary. 4 more runs. So, Pennyfeather living a charmed life there because he's been edging. He got a 4 outside the off stump and now a 4 off the inner edge. He goes to 14. And the Leeward Islands total goes up by 4. 169 for 6. So just to complete the point standing, Barbados Pride 19.8 points, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 10.8 points, and right at the bottom, Windward Islands Volcanoes 7.6 points, all being bonus points. So the match points, let me just tell you, match points for Guyana Happy Eagles, they have 32 match points, 11.2 bonus points, which gives them a total of 43.2 points. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 24 match points, 13 bonus points, 37. Jamaica Scorpions 20 match points, 9.6 bowling points, 29.6 points. The Barbados Pride 8 match points, 11.8 bonus points, 19.8 points. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they have 4 match points, 6.8 bonus points, they get 10.8. And like I said earlier, the Windward Islands Volcanoes have 7.6, all being bonus points. So Heinz is going to continue.
Well, I'll look at it, and it's in the chat, so I'll ask, yes, Rogers to send them once he adds it to the chat. Okay?
They're taking a quick single and they get it in the end. Good cricket there. Noticing that Joshua James was just a little bit stagnant at that short mid-on position. And Hamilton playing the ball pretty slowly out to that mid-on position and coming through for the run. Brings Pennyfeather, who's had a breezy 14 runs or 14 delivery, a run per ball. Had a couple of edges in the last over. He's leaving one outside line of the off stump. One was just coming back slightly after it went past his bat, but judged it well. Kenneth Pennyfeather. It's Kenneth Cameron Pennyfeather. Last evening in the other matches, again, Happy Eagles 242 and were 44 for 2 overnight. Windward Islands Volcanoes falling short, making 223. And Barbados Pride 439. And Jamaica Scorpions 142. And with the follow-on enforced, they were 22 for 1. Pennyfeather is driving and it gets through the infield for 4. Drove it well, timed it well. There was a diving effort in that short extra cover region, and once that ball got past the man there diving in the covers, It raced over the outfield and went into the boundary 4. Looks to be Evan Lewis. Is that? No, that's Jason Mohammed, who was in that short extra cover region. Couldn't prevent that ball from racing over the outfield and into the boundary for 4.
Really a good shot. They would need many more of that on a consistent basis while not losing any wicket.
Pennyfeather continues and he's defensive once more. Like I said earlier, Hines has not necessarily generated any pace. Has a little bit of a slingy type action. But he's just been about that nagging little line just to honor about the off stump. This one is more angled into the right-handed Pennyfeather, playing around his pads slightly, but with bat into that mid-wicket region to end the over. At the end of it, 174 for 6, the Leeward Islands. 40 overs gone. Karima Gore with that 90. Pennyfeather is there right now, coming in and is on 18 runs. Went past Jamal Hamilton, who remains there on 13. Carey Pay is going to continue.
Leeward so far added 90 this morning, but losing 2 wickets.
Down the leg side, Hamilton was looking to just paddle it away, not making contact, no run. 174 for 6 it remains. Another run to Hamilton, down to that square cover position. The fielder who is on the cover boundary just moves a couple of paces around to his left. Hamilton and Pennyfeather looking to build a partnership after the loss of Karima Gore's wicket. Once again, Gore falling short of that century. How does he get over that mental block there, Seth Burton?
Not sure it's a mental block. I think he was a bit unfortunate on this occasion. I think he has the mindset. It's just a matter of time.
Pennyfeather, like I said, is regarded as an all-rounder when we speak to the folks over there in St. Kitts.
He looks good with the bat, to be fair.
Remember yesterday you mentioned that maybe he's more of a batting all-rounder than a bowling all-rounder, especially when he was being roughed up.
Well, to clarify, I didn't say he may have been a batting all-rounder rather than a bowling all-rounder. I just thought he was a bit pedestrian in his approach to bowling. You know, there was nothing special coming through, nothing that you would say, okay, here goes a bowler, you know, at this level who has something special. I'm not saying maybe he has something special, but it's yet to be unearthed.
Yeah, you didn't see it. Yes, you didn't see it in the bowling yesterday.
It looked, you know, pretty regulation. You know, it was not cutting edge. And so I believe oftentimes when you look at the whole package, you may say, I'm playing this player because he's a bowler, whether he's a bowler, but he has the capacity to add to the team. For instance, you were talking about Karima Gore. He's a batsman, a genuine batsman. He's also a bowler, and he would do that in the limited overs version. But when you bring him into the equation, then he takes 4 wickets. It's a holistic added dimension. Excellent fielder. So in terms of that assessment, you know, I have not seen enough of Pennyfeather, but his bowling had not been cutting edge or impressive, you know, on this track.
He has 19 runs so far. This delivery is driven beautifully through the offside for 4. It was right up to Pennyfeather, And in a textbook style fashion, he drove it through the offside into the boundary for 4. He goes quickly on to 23. Has looked good in his short innings so far.
Yes, looking good. He's really positive in his batting, and you can see his elegant stroke play definitely has that quality that you can discern. 23 from 24, and very correct
Yeah,
in his
he's
stance.
playing a defensive shot this time. What he has done, though, is that every time that Hines has overpitched, he's been able to make him pay. And he's been hitting the ball all along the ground, so he's looked pretty good so far. Outside the off stump from Hines, and in very short time, he has the second top score for the Leeward Islands with that 23 runs that he's able to score so far. 180 for 6. And even though we're still less than 200, we're saying that this is actually the best that the Leeward Islands has batted in the 3 matches so far.
These two will just need to continue, because if they're going to take the team out of a hole, they both have the capacity, and you're seeing it. They just need to take their time, realizing that beyond that, you know, they don't want a rapid decline of the innings. They just need to build on this platform. Terrence Hines is not going to trouble them the way that Anandisa Philip may. So they would want to see him through.
Another single as this one is played away down into the square leg region. Turning the strike over, Pennyfeather and Jamal Hamilton, 181 for 6. And I was just looking on my watch and recognizing that with the early start, still over an hour to go before the luncheon interval today. So still time for these batters to get in. And with the way that Gore moved quickly this morning, you wouldn't recognize that he batted just over an hour. Should have really still been there. But as you said, maybe a little bit unfortunate in the circumstance of his dismissal. We weren't close enough. We didn't see any evidence to suggest that there was an edge, but umpire is much closer than we are and would have heard something that we didn't hear. So at the end of over number 42, 181 for 6, Hamilton is on 14 of 28. Kenneth Pennyfeather is on 24 of 28. Leeward Islands, they're still in serious trouble. They trail by 341 runs so far.
And the partnership, you know, it needs to be built. It can no longer be a situation that each individual would just play as they may. They must be there talking to each other. They must be assigning tasks. They must be deciding how we're going to handle this. And it may seem a way off, but how we're going to handle it between now and lunch. It's over by over, ball by ball. But they have to devise an approach that is going to be sustainable, that is going to carry them through. The running between the wicket, the rotation of the strike, how do we handle each bowler, who takes whom or who will make the calls. So they would need to really sort that out. And they should not be batting with any pressure. Yes, their team is in trouble, but now it's time to show up, and now it's time to show that they are genuine batters.
Pennyfeather gets another single out to long on. Still just a sprinkling of spectators in the ground. Just looking at who are here. A lot of the faces I'm seeing Seth Burton. The faces of past players.
From here, I pick out Hugh Gore.
Yeah, he's
Is he in
having
blue,
a conversation. Right? He's having a conversation there with Sir Curtly Ambrose.
And I'm picking that up from a couple of...
Who was gone into the stands to have a chat with him. Looks as if the Leeward Islands president is also in that grouping there.
We're doing good with our eyes, but you have the binoculars on, so let the listeners know that you're using the binoculars.
Yeah, with my regular eyes set, there would be no chance I can see what's taking place over there.
A couple
I'm
of
sure that you can even see
away.
that my eyes are struggling where I am. They're running water. And that's because I'm having a little bit of a challenge with my sight. So I might have to reach for the assistance. End of another over there. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force making 522 for 9. Leewards 183 for 6. Behind that 90 by Karima Gore.
So today's also going to be a long day. Another 98 potential overs day. So
yeah, but the end times today set, the umpires are indicating that all the breaks and all the times remain the same. So break is at, lunch is at 12, tea is at 2:40, and the close of play is... Another boundary is struck, and that one again, just a little bit of maybe not the best of efforts that we've seen out there.
Well, Gooley was
the boundary.
Trying his football skills. Terence Hines may not be pleased, but he had to run a long way around the cover boundary. And
yeah, when we watch that one, he's not going to be making the Soca Warriors anytime soon.
Certainly, Latipi would not be pleased. Dwight York would not be pleased.
No, York or Latipi wouldn't be selecting him based on those skills that we've seen there. But Pennyfeather and Hamilton continue to build a little bit of a partnership here. Swan is played away into the offside field again, beating Gooley to his left this time. 4 more runs.
Well, Gooley's on a chase. He really could not have done anything. But Hamilton, it just shows his thinking. Very positive at the same time. No risk at all. The first one driven to the right of the cover field on the boundary. And the other one just steered to the left of the fielder. Same Gooley who was brought into that cover point position on the boundary. And he allowed the ball on this occasion to reach him, and then steering it. The first one, he reached for the ball, and he is adapting well.
He is. He's on to 23. Gets his 24th run pretty easily.
So this partnership is building well. They are really doing the best they can in the circumstance. It's going up to the 40s. And Leeward Islands here, still trailing by 330 runs. So if they want to bat, they have time.
Oh. 38, the current partnership so far.
Both Pennyfeather and Hamilton would say this is an opportunity. Pennyfeather, his first opportunity of the season, which is clearly the Leewards Hurricanes' last game. So he would
want to grab it with both hands because he was called into the squad at the injury to Jeremiah Louis.
He could end strong with the bat. Would put him in good stead.
He's going to get more runs here. Gets it past the dive-in. Trinidad and Tobago playing that mid-wicket position in Cephas Cooper. And Joshua James having to chase. They're able to come back for 2 runs.
partnership of 40, and Pennyfeather is looking rather solid, flawless so far. Jamal Hamilton in similar vein, two coming together after the loss of Carrie McGore's wicket for 90.
He's pulling this one, but it's knocked down by the fielder out there on that square leg boundary, and just a single. But it was a good solid pull shot by Pennyfeather. Good sound coming off of the bat.
He thought he had it covered for 4, but Evan Lewis really sprinted around and had a good save and showing a measure of commitment. At 195 for 6, then more. It is the truth that we have already seen 100 runs completed off the over. So that discussion.
Yeah, and so we're just looking to see, we're trying to
Best Spencer.
Looks like he's one of the scouts that is around, that does selection.
Hugh Gore, the bearded man with the white beard, so that's the former Leeward Islands and Combined Islands.
There's a youngster at the back there. Is that
trying to pick him up?
It looks like it's Tannis Francis.
Yes, who just came from the Under-19 World Cup with the West Indies team.
And he's been in rich form in domestic cricket. Has had about 3 or 4 centuries recently in domestic cricket competition.
And Enoch Lewis, the president of the Leeward Islands Cricket Association, he's to the right of the screen, in front on the front seat of that stand.
We want to say thank you very much to our cameramen. The only thing we're going to tell them next time, they're going to have to get the technology so we can see what they're talking about.
Oh, man, a technological impossibility then more, Robert. You want to have audio waves going across.
AI and all what's going on these days, you never know.
Waves.
These things might become possible very soon. But we continue here with the cricket. Carrie P has decided that he's going to change his line of attack. He's been mostly bowling around the wicket. He's decided he's going to come over the wicket.
We have not seen Brian Charles for the morning. Yesterday he had a couple, and he was getting turned.
And there were some folks that were speaking and feeling that Brian Charles is going to be a difference maker on this type of pitch.
And he could be really, based on his type of bowling. But the way in which the Leewards batted, how they were flashing at the Pacers, at least the first 3 batters who went, the first 4 batters who went, 4 down by 63.
He's going to get more runs here. Might be leg byes, but it's running down close to that fine leg boundary. Ball just slowing up as it approaches the boundary ropes, and the batters were able to cross for 2 byes. Yes, 2 byes. Thought so. Didn't think that he made contact. He had an almighty swing at it.
He missed it, but it took the pad of Josh
wicket
De Silva.
Keeper Josh De Silva. And that might have been what slowed it down as well, coming down the hill here. So 2 more to the Leeward Islands total. They're getting ever so closely to that 200 mark. 198 for 6. Still some ways behind, but they're going at a good rate, 4.45.
And it would be the first time the Leeward Islands would be making 200 all season.
Hamilton is sweeping, gets it down to Gooley, that's Hines down on the square leg boundary. Just a single. Terrence Hines.
Interesting. Forward short leg comes into play. Yet, Pennyfeather is not afraid of sweeping.
He would have thought that he missed out on that one, because that one was outside of his legs. And he really missed out on an opportunity to score some runs there. Pennyfeather. End of the over. That's the situation with the Leeward Islands scorecard. Right at the top, the two openers going without scoring, and Leewards had lost 2 wickets without a run on the board. But they've recovered somewhat. They're now 199 for 6 after 45 overs. They still trail, though, by 323 runs. So still a lot of work for the Leeward Islands batting unit to do. Just Raheem Cornwall, then the two fast bowlers to come, Seth.
Yes, and they still have batting, but it has to be done. It can't be on paper. And when I made the point that these two guys have to show that they're quality batters, you're on a flat track. You're seeing a guy scoring 200 runs without breaking a hard sweat. You've seen one of your players scoring 90 breezily in quick time.
Hines continues. Quick run taken by Jamal Hamilton.
And the opportunity is there for
stands up there and almost in a joking way was daring the fielder at that mid-off position in Phillip. And Phillip and Hamilton staring down each other. Phillip with the ball in hand, looking to throw the stumps down. Hamilton standing up just outside the crease, daring him to throw it down. Good sport, good gamesmanship. And this series has been played in good spirits.
Yes, in good
between
spirits.
both teams.
Good interaction with the players. Some would have played with each other. In fact, Django would have played for the Leewards for some time. Other players, they would be familiar with Joshua James coming up from under 19. You know, interactions across the play with Raheem Cornwall, Josh Da Silva all playing together for the West Indies. Jaden Seals, who was here, Anderson Phillip. And I think natural integration of players, Evan Lewis from CPL with some of the guys.
Legend! And is that taken? Yes, he's gone.
That was a good delivery from Terence Hines. It pitched. Pennyfeather would think I was undone by something special. It pitched between middle and off. Pennyfeather reached forward, no fault of his. And the ball deviated at the last minute, took the edge. And Josh Da Silva cleaning up behind the stumps. A good wicket for Terence Hines. A good time for the Red Force to strike. Look at it. Ooh, he couldn't do much about that. He really came forward. Still remains in his stance, in his position. Playing for the line, but the length was good. Just back of a length and deviating. Excellent bowling on the part of Terence Hines. The Leewards reaching 200, but 200 for 7 at this stage, Denmore.
200 for 7. Players and umpires are also refreshing themselves. So we're just going to take a short break, and then we will be right back. And we're back, and we see Raheem Cornwall coming out for the Leeward Islands to join Jamal Hamilton. Hamilton is there, not out on 26. Pennyfeather, the last wicket to go, caught behind off the bowling of Terence Hines, who has come back on and have gotten 2 important wickets for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He got the wicket first of Karima Gore, who was the main scorer for the Leeward Islands on 90, and now he's been able to also induce an edge off the bat of Kenneth Pennyfeather, who was looking good for the short time that he spent at the crease, making 29 runs with 5 fours in his innings so far. So Raheem Cornwall has come out to join Hamilton, and we'll see, Seth, as we wait for you to join back. We'll just see what the approach and whether or not Raheem Cornwall is in any type of batting form. 2 slips now in place, even though that first slip is just a little bit wider. Hines to Cornwall, and he's playing defensively. His first delivery. So 200 for 7, the Leeward Islands total. First time in the season they're making 200 runs. Cornwall is driving out to Phillip at mid-off. Gain, no run. Hines just trying to get another wicket. He has 2 so far, 2 for 28. He's in his 6th over. But what is important is that he has come back for Captain Joshua De Silva and taken 2 important wickets. Taken the wicket of Karima Gore and the wicket of Kenneth Cameron Pennyfeather. Those who are wondering who is Kenneth Pennyfeather, it's Cameron. He's locally called as. Cornwall is flicking one in the air over the mid-wicket region for 4.
Look at that.
So easy. He just leaned forward and with just a flick of the wrist, cleared the infield, 2 bounces into that mid-wicket region for 4.
Delightful for the eye. And when I spoke about looking apart, that's looking apart. And you may say he may not have scored as many runs, but I just think it's not the service for him to be coming in at number 9. When he was at Coolidge, he scored 15, batting at number 9, and immediately you said, okay, someone looks as though they know what they were about, and that was himself and Justin Graves when the team was dismissed for 131. And I think his mindset, once he is there, I know in the past he would have had knee surgery, and that, may have had its impact because, I remember going through the process with him, but at the same time, once he holds a bat, he must be able to give you maximum. And any team you're in the T20, they bring him at the top most of the time. In any team, you want maximum from him. He doesn't have to hit the maximums, which are the 6s, but he can score, and he has the technique to be who he is, a top order batter.
Pear has gone back around the wicket after trying maybe just an over the wicket. As we see Cornwall just chipping down a couple of steps and getting into his ground. One more to Hamilton. Takes his personal tally on to 27. 205 for 7, the Leeward Islands. We're in over number 47. Still a lot of play remaining. 77 overs remaining in the day's play. 98 overs is the target for today, said our match referee, Jonathan Blades. Pear to Cornwall, and Cornwall just again leans forward, pushes one back to Pear. Can't score. Cornwall will get a single. Just knocks it down to the long on region. Chips through for that easy single. Something that we've been talking about, that there are acres of space, especially with the fielders back. And the Leeward Islands need to use the opportunity to get more of those types of singles. Hamilton surveys the field as he waits. Here is he chopping one almost onto his stumps. He looked back in an anxious manner. Ball bouncing into the leg side where the short leg is posted. Hamilton survives. He has to be a little bit tighter. That one when he's playing away from his body.
Yes. Very important. He has to decide that he wants to stay there. Hamilton has always been a good scorer for the Leewards. Last season, he was among the top 3 batters in the tournament. He was 3rd behind Jason Mohammed, the man who fields the ball at cover, and Josh De Silva. Jason Mohammed, the only one exceeding 600 runs. But next it was Josh De Silva, 583, and then Jamal Hamilton, 579.
You were making
and
the
neither
point,
of them
you were making the point yesterday that neither 3 were were considered for any of the series or any of the squads that West Indies played thereafter.
So there was selection beyond performance. It was accommodation.
Like you said, maybe the matrix. Maybe they didn't meet the matrix.
Well, tell me what the matrix is, and then we would.
I agree with you.
Subside
and
into
I've said it. I
argument.
said it yesterday already, that the matrix needs to be clear for everyone, including the stakeholders. Yep. People like me, myself and you. Even though we don't have any influence on who gets selected, but if we
need to know.
If we know what the matrix is and what the criteria is, it would make it easy for us to understand the either selection or non-selection.
And it's all about accountability.
It is.
I remember I always reference Rez Hall and Mike Finley in the days when, you know, we had those connections.
Joshua James is back and beating Raheem Cornwall outside the line of the off-stump. Cornwall just sort of jumping in line of a short of a length delivery there, pushing the bat at it. Just indicating something there to Jamal Hamilton. Maybe just seeing that one hit the seam and shaped away. Would love to see maybe Cornwall find back some confidence. He's been lacking confidence, I think, recently in his batting.
Should I say he has not been batting? Because I saw him in the final, in the domestic final, Liberta Blackhawks against New Winthrop. In fact, he didn't bat in the second innings. And the reason why the game was taping away, the opponents were trying to buy time, is that there was an imminent fear that he could open the batting and go hard at it, and then the equation could be different. And yet, 5 men batted, and Raheem had not arrived at the crease. In fact, the game was called off by then, when the opponents themselves were trying to measure according to what they would have believed, set themselves for a potential Raheem onslaught. So he's not, you know, has not been batting.
Decisions that are made by coaches and captains and management teams. Maybe they didn't see it the way that you saw it, Seth.
Well, that's true. Sometimes you don't know the ramifications. You don't know what takes place behind the scene. But
I remember that we were carrying, we broadcasted that finals live on behalf of the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association.
Correct. And the equation was in time. Given that time, you can't take any chance.
Yeah,
with the Blackhawks.
But I remember,
you got to give them more than 200.
Yeah, but I remember speaking to Blackhawks management and coaching staff and others after the end of the game, and their strategy was not what we all thought that it should have been. So a lot of the times we
that's right.
Folks see things one way, and the folks who are involved
see it a different way.
See it a completely different way.
And that's what makes it sport.
So Cornwall is driving uppishly. Ball left the bat in the air, but falling well short of any fielder. No run.
And usually I realize when he's playing first-class cricket, he's more sedate, much more sedate, particularly in the regional games. I saw him against India A, really tearing. Most of the players now are on the India team, tearing them apart, a few years ago in a first-class game, and he just batted. He was hammering sixes and fours, and I don't see, once he's confident, if you play it in that vein, once you're not careless, that is your style.
I think if he gets a couple of overs, maybe get some balls out of the middle and start to feel it again, he could have a good innings. 208 for 7. Cornwall is on 6. Jama Hamilton is on 28. 314 runs is the deficit for the Leeward Islands. And so still a long way to go in this match. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be hoping to bowl the Leeward Islands out cheaply in their first innings and then have that decision whether or not they're going to enforce the follow-on. We saw the follow-on enforced over there in Jamaica. Runs again, another easy single down to the fine leg region. Hines comes in. Cornwall is going to be on strike. So we can just do a little check-in, Seth, on those matches in the West Indies Championship. We see Guyana Harpy Eagles is listed here as being 89 for 3 in their second innings. And Jamaica Scorpions, they're 35 for 2. Cornwall is chopping one into the ankle of that fielder there at that slip position. That's Brian Charles. Wow. He's going to be okay. Cornwall was hoping to get that one down into a third-man region. Almost chopping it into the ankle of Charles. Charles is a tough guy. Cornwall is beaten. Really pushed at that one from Carrie Peer and beaten outside the off stump. Josh De Silva took the bails off. No damage done in the end. Peer, left arm. Just trying to cramp Cornwall. Cornwall standing on the back foot there for Carrie Peer. He has a man at short leg and he has a man catching that short mid-on.
Because they're doing two things at the same time. They realize that he's cautious, yes. They have the long on the boundary, and now they're putting back the long off on the boundary. Deep cover and a mid-wicket on the boundary. So they're trying to defend against any potential onslaught, but he comes through for the single.
Yes, they get the quick single.
And at the same time, they're trying to bait him by saying, if you want to go, go. But if you're going to be cautious, we have players in your face. Good approach, I think, by Captain De Silva, yet Cornwall seems undaunted.
210 for 7 after 49 overs. That's the summary of what has taken place so far. That big score from Trinidad and Tobago. Leeward Islands still going at a good clip, 4.29. But they're still a long way to go. They trail by 312 runs. Joshua James was brought back once Cornwall came in. And I think that the thinking is that they know that the way that Hines bowl, with those balls that are right up to Cornwall, it would entice Cornwall to probably drive him and could get for Cornwall in some form. So with a little bit more of a steeper bounce, they have brought back Joshua James to bowl now that Cornwall is in. Cornwall is driving again. Good stop in the covers. Old man Jason Mohammed there with a broad smile on his face as he tumbled down and picked that one up. Joshua James says he's from Scarborough.
Scarborough, that's the
I think that's what he told me yesterday.
capital of Tobago.
Of Tobago, yes. I asked him yesterday where you're from in Tobago.
I've been there a couple of times.
Yeah, Tobago has been a good had been a good experience for me as well.
Beautiful place.
Yeah, I went
Beautiful
there.
beaches. Trinidad has been maybe my third home. I had the opportunity of spending the best of 4 years, you know, in between summer breaks or Christmas breaks, while studying in that wonderful country. And when my son went there, he said it's like a little USA.
Sort of has a metropolitan type feel when you
Yes.
go in Trinidad. It's a busy place.
I love the place. I love the
it's
place.
a busy place, and I've had good experiences there, good and bad.
Well, I've not had any bad.
When I say good and bad with the curry. The curry didn't agree with me one time.
I love the curry.
But
The roti and the bus-up shot and the...
But
call
most
it, man.
times the food is absolutely beautiful.
And the pilau, I just love it. Just love Trinidad and Tobago.
Cornwall gets an edge that goes down to third man for 4.
Well, you said an edge, but Cornwall would tell you that he steered that. It may have come from the outer half, but that was well steered intentionally by the big man, the Rock. Look at it. He took the bottom hand off, but it was skill that may have deceived you then more.
Might have done so, but 4 runs to Cornwall. He goes on to 11 of 19, 214 for 7. And the Caribbean set is a beautiful place in general.
The entire Caribbean and the
Yeah,
place that I have not, you would be shocked that the only of the islands that I have not, well, I have landed on the airport several times, but I have not been to Grenada. It's a shame. I have been invited on a few occasions.
The only
but
one
just
that I
couldn't make
have
that.
not been to right now is Guyana.
Oh, wow, I've been to that
And Guyana, I'm
beautiful
coming.
country. I certainly will be hoping to go back there sometime. But
I have a lot of Guyanese friends, and I've over the years I've taught people who have come from that country.
Well, but I'm saying I've been to Guyana, but now I'm thinking I've not been there in 25 years.
Yes, that has been a
Yeah.
long time.
Wow.
I had the opportunity to go when I was a part of JCI. We had a convention there one time, and I was to go, but then they indicated that we were going to have to fly in at night and then drive through a jungle,
That's okay.
and many of
Part
us
of Guyana's life.
got cold feet.
No worry then, boy. You can go
And now
on
I'm
boat,
thinking
you
about
can
it, I
go
should
on
have been bold.
Helicopters, you can go on bus. But remember, it's a country, it's not an island.
Yeah, but I've spent time, I've worked with football and other stuff in Trinidad and Grenada and Curacao and Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent. I've been all over.
Well, I'm on the card
Caribbean.
to fulfill my Grenada dream by the end of May. And I was trying to duck out of it.
No,
I'm
you
not going to
need-
tell you the secret.
you need
but
to go.
I'm on the, had
You
a
need
call
to go.
last night that I almost
But I'm telling
duck
you,
out, but I should be taking up that challenge.
I'm telling you, based on your the church that you attend, when you go to Grenada, avoid the oil down, please. It has that thing that myself and Jason love, but you won't have it as an advantage.
Well, I have had oil dung in Trinidad without that stuff.
Oh, okay. So you
just
had
like you have had pepper. I have had
Yeah.
pepper pot in Antigua without that stuff.
Yeah. Caribbean is going to continue. Cornwall continues to show him some respect, just prodding forward and playing one into the onside field.
The beauty of the Caribbean. I mean, it just as we are speaking, you almost get goosebumps. How these islands and country packaged together, so much diversity.
Cornwall is going to get a single. He sprints through for one. Should I say that?
Well, give Rakim a break. As I think about Rakim, I remember at about 19, I had a call from his uncle want me to talk to him about stopping him from playing football. So I feel
yeah.
guilty now looking at the years that we are trying to stop him from playing football.
Yeah,
And
he would tell you that he was a good midfield player.
Very good.
He had good touch on the football field.
so,
Hamilton is trying to pace the infield, no run.
and that's the other Caribbean dilemma that we want to, caution player from one to the other, and then the outcome may not add up. And Raheem was a wicket keeper for the Leeward Islands in a T20 game, in his first game, when they had the Caribbean T20 before the CPL. It was because Devon Thomas, a ball was struck. Well, in fact, the bat of a player struck his hand in that game. And immediately Raheem, as that 19-year-old, 20-year-old, took up the gloves.
I wonder what has become of Devon Thomas. Haven't seen him in a while, at least in
Well,
these
he's in
parts.
Jamaica. I have not been personally in touch, and I
haven't
trying
seen him in these
for a
parts. I
while.
remember one time we were in Jamaica for football, and the person looked like him in the stand, but he was well disguised, I would say. But I believe it was him that I saw over there. At the end of the over, 51 overs bowled, 216 for 7. That's the score. That's the batting card of the Leeward Islands. Again, not enough contribution from enough players. Too many ducks there. The 2 openers and Joel Andrew, 3 persons that the Leeward Islands were hoping for runs from. Because let's tell you the caliber of the people. You had Mikael Louis, West Indies, former West Indies open bat, we would say. First player from St. Kitts to play for the West Indies. Kofi James, somebody that many folks had...
already has a first-class 100.
He has a first-class 100. And he was the MVP of the Breakout League when it was last held. And then Joel Andrew, the youngster that a lot of played for the West Indies.
And the leader in the under-19 team in terms of batting. And Casey Carty, a West Indian player. So caliber of players who did not do well.
Cornwall is driving firmly out to that mid-off region. Phillip skips around to his left, and Cornwall can't score.
It looks so easy, though.
Yeah, the pitch has been good for driving. We've seen the ball coming onto the bat, and especially when it is over pitch, players have been able to drive well on this pitch. Cornwall is pulling one over mid-wicket for... We'll wait and see what it is, but it's gone all the way. It was pulled down by Joshua James, and Cornwall dismissed it with some venom over that mid-wicket region. He really hit it hard. Look at it.
You don't bowl that to the rock. Just easy. And that's why when I say that, I don't want to say wasting him. He's coming in at number 9. It is not optimizing, not his potential, but optimizing the team's performance. And to use excuses
when you
that
look
he
at it,
did do something
where do you...
Half of the players did not score 10 runs
but where should he
in
bat?
the series. Where should he bat? Find the place and analyze the team. I'm not solving their problem, but
help
bring
them
him
to solve the problem.
No, I'm not. That's not my job. That's theirs.
Down the leg side, Cornwall was looking to try and get back onto that one.
Because if it were my job, I would tell you half of the guys who are in would not have been selected. So I would stay out of that. But once they're there, you have managers, you have coaches, you have captains, and they must know their players.
Since when you were afraid to tell me what's on your mind,
No,
sir?
I am never afraid. I'm telling you what is on my mind as usual. But
wonderful.
I'm saying let people do their job. That is something that I have moved towards in the last phase, in this phase
All right.
of my life.
Joshua James continues. 50 runs off of his bowling so far in his 10.3 overs. Comes back with a good delivery after having 2 poor deliveries. One that was smashed for 6 by Cornwall, and
In
the
fact,
other one down the leg side.
The first 6 of the Leeward's innings, or the only 6 thus far of the Leeward's innings, he's just so controlled, always in command. And it's never a woof, it's never a slug. It may be power, but the power is always with timing and precision.
19 is Cornwall. And he's getting on top of another short of a length delivery, this time just working it into that mid-wicket region. And can't beat Cephas Cooper, who's posted there. A lot of the Trinidadian players have similar body structure, so you have to be so careful to make sure that you identify the right person. Joshua James, though, we can pick him out from anywhere because he's a strongly built young man, and his delivery to end his over to Cornwall is played defensively into the offside field. 222 for 7, the Leeward Islands. 20 minutes or so, maybe just about 20 minutes or so before the luncheon interval.
It has been a good session thus far for the Red Force, but at the same time, yes, they have gotten 3 wickets so far for the morning. The lead is now 300. It has been the Leeward Islands' best batting performance all season. The first time they have gotten past or even to 200. In fact, they have not scored 150 previously, so there is an improvement on that. What has happened this morning, though, is a lot of runs would have been scored. We remember we resumed on what? On 84 for 4. So we are making that 138 runs being scored already in a session. This morning, the only demerit on their part, losing 3 wickets. Kareem Gore would be thinking that 100 was there.
Yeah, I think that would be on his mind because it was there for the taking. And just that, probably that one little moment of lapse of concentration after a water break was his downfall. Carripier continues to try his best. He's been economical, 39 runs from almost 20 overs. He's only had that 1 wicket though. Cornwall sprinted through where that one was going pretty quickly out to the mid-off fielder, and Cornwall just upped the pace a little bit more just to make sure that he was in, because he knew that the ball was going to be thrown at his end, and just accelerated. Pierre is in, and Cornwall plays one back along the pitch for Pierre to field his own ball in, no run.
These two are the most senior batters of the Leeward Islands team.
Opportunity for a quick single taken.
And as the most senior batters, they're expected to do repair work because the other younger batters, I'm not going to say inexperienced, the younger batters really didn't do their job apart from Kareem Gore. And the captain himself, I thought, the only disappointment in terms of how he was out this morning. Didn't really do his job.
Hamilton is driving hard for 4. That's a beautiful shot. That is the shot that we've seen a lot. That ball that, like I said, just stands up outside that off stump and given the opportunity to free their arms, and Hamilton hit that one tremendously hard, and it raced over the outfield. Even with James out on that long off boundary, he couldn't get anywhere close to it. 4 runs, 228 for 7. And Hamilton takes his personal score to 34.
Really batting well. Jamal Hamilton looks good. And he's the second highest scorer so far.
Remember, Hamilton spent probably a day and a half off the field.
Yes.
Because of that finger issue.
And
that we were told.
You saw the physio came out even during his innings. So it speaks to his commitment.
Yes.
Realizing that he had to bat. He was hoping maybe that he would not have had to. That was a question I asked yesterday. But he has come out and has looked good. And it speaks about your capacity to transform, you know, whether you're going to use the top hand, whether you're going to use the bottom hand. And he's a big bottom hand player. And fortunately, the bottom hand is the hand that
has not
is intact.
necessarily looked like it's affected him, because he's
Precisely.
played some really good shots
And that is
using that
intact.
same bottom hand.
Yes.
Cornwall faces, as it's going to be Brian Charles, who is coming on. He had 2 overs before this, 16 runs.
All yesterday afternoon towards the end.
Delivery that is spinning back into Cornwall. Cornwall playing it defensively. No run.
And you can see he's having a little conversation with Django, and with not Django, but
Josh De Silva.
And he's playing your like. When I say your like, Cornwall is an off spinner. Brian Charles is an off spinner. About half the size of Cornwall. Cornwall is much taller. But the similarity is that you're in the mind of the person who bowls, your like, and that is a comfort zone.
Yeah, you sort of know what to expect, or what you would be thinking.
So his greatest effect, Brian Charles, may not be felt now.
Well, Cornwall has been a pretty good player of spin throughout his career, though.
Well, both pace and spin.
Hamilton is trying to force one through the offside.
And you have not seen any deficiency here in him not running, because they have gotten as many singles with him here as you would have gotten with the other players, the nimble players. Ooh.
Beaten outside the off stump. That's a beautiful delivery from Charles. One of the things that I have always disagreed with people when they say that Cornwall can't run singles, because I have watched Cornwall from since he's 8 years old, right? I'm sure we can find a photo with him much smaller than I am.
Well, I was speaking at 19. He was still nimble, and he was still around.
I believe that even now, if he wants to put in the effort to run faster, he can. It's just...
But much of it was abated, less so by the weight, but by his knee
Plus, he
surgery.
has the knee surgery. He has
and I
the
know that
issues
was a
with the
very
knee.
challenging situation back in, 2017, I think.
Yeah, he's had a struggle. Because
when he explained to me the nature of the injury, at that time I was in Atlanta, Georgia, and I did say to him, why don't you come that way? Because I had a similar problem when I looked at what the doctor was asking me to do, and those were the doctors who would have attended to those football players. The doctor said, I can deal with you. I deal with football players just like that. I mean, American football players. Cornwall had already gone through it, the process.
Yeah, Pierre continues. Cornwall is in a defensive, playing that with a defensive bat. 21 of 34 is Cornwall's personal score. 229 for 7. Look positive, just leaning forward and pushing back to carry pair. 1 for 45 in his 21st over.
Well, he delayed the single. It was really a top shot.
Yeah.
Went back and steered it off the back foot.
Just wanted to, he just wanted to be certain, though, that he
the
cleared
two
the
fielders.
fielder, yeah.
That's right. Two fielders were converging. Evan Lewis and Anderson Phillip, and they were rotating the strike well. Partnership of 30 between these two. Raheem Cornwall has 23 of those 30 because he came in and joined Jamal Hamilton with the score on 200 for 7. And Hamilton continues to bat well. They're trailing by less than 300 now, Denmore.
292.
So you carve it out phase by phase.
And that's what we've been saying. If you think about it, if you plan it properly. I remember when I used to play and we were planning the innings, the likes of Eldin Baptiste and others. They used to tell you, especially when we were playing especially when we were playing limited overs cricket. They used to tell you what they want, you know, after 15
And you follow
overs,
the plan.
this is the score that we want to be. This is the number of wickets that we
Phase by
want to,
phase.
the maximum number of wickets we want to be out. And then when we get to this stage, this is where we should be, and then we set it up for the back end and
Right.
those kind of things. And
there are times when it may not go to plan,
But
but
at
then
least
you have to
you
make
have-
the adjustment, and you
Correct.
know what the plan is, and you
Correct.
still try to work
Correct.
to that plan. But it has to be clear, and it seems very clear in the minds of those to what they have to do. We're not quite sure if they would change gear, but it's not even about scoring fast or scoring slow, but it's about how you play each bowler. It's about how you're approaching the situation of the game with the team with its back against the wall. A monumental score, 522. A team batting almost 2 days. Do you want to bat? And they're answering the question now.
Charles is driven through the offside for 4 by Cornwall.
Easy.
Yeah, it was pitched up to him, and he got to the pitch of it and just drove it to the left of that man standing at that extra cover position. That looks
Gooley.
to be
Jed Gooley.
Jed Gooley.
And he didn't even move.
No, he didn't move at all.
He knew it. Brian Charles is saying something to Gooley. Perhaps you could have gone to your left, but that was precision. It was really well placed wide of him. And this partnership continues to build. That's what we expected from some of the earlier batters, just to look at it and don't necessarily be too ambitious. You can't get this score if you're not at the wicket.
Cornwall is driving again, but this time he's going to find Hines, who is out at that long off position. As a plug back at the stumps, Cornwall is safely in. One more to his total. He's on to 27, 235 for 7. Hamilton is driving but finds Jed Gooley in that extra cover position. There's a slip. There's a man at deep point on the boundary. Extra cover and a deep mid-off because he's not all the way out on the boundary in Hines. That's the offside field. And again, Hamilton is coming forward, getting to the pitch, but pushing it straight to that lone fielder in that extra cover position. Hamilton is back and cutting. This time the man out at that deep point on the boundary came across but doesn't pick it up, and the ball runs past him into the boundary for 4.
That was Amir Django having a long run from backward point to cover. And that has been a productive scoring area for the Leeward Islands, but that was played with class and depth. Django really tried, but you realize, though, it's a well-grassed outfield that as you get closer to the boundaries, less grass.
Yeah,
and
but
it tapers down.
it's been a quick outfield. We've seen ball race over the outfield. So Hamilton would be happy with that. Sweeps well down to the fine leg boundary for 4. It was outside of his leg stump, and he just swept it away. Didn't even bother to run because he knew that he had gotten good bat onto that one. And Hamilton gets 2 4s in a row.
You can tell that they're now trying to transfer, not necessarily pressure, but they're countering well. Excellent counter-attack from these two batters. And you can tell now they're really enjoying their knocks. They're no longer searching. They're no longer watching, but they're accelerating, and they're accelerating well. The lead now they're trailing by 279 runs.
279, so still some ways to go for the Leeward Islands. Cornwall is on 27, Hamilton on 42. Pierre is going to continue from the northern end. Cornwall hits it out to the long off region, but because he's timed it so well, he traveled so quickly out to James, no possibility of a run. We saw that too in the last over where Hamilton hit one out to James at that long off position and was looking for the single. Cornwall told him no, and then the crowd shouted, "Good call." Here is he beaten. And this one goes past wicket keeper and comes down to the fine leg boundary 4 byes.
Yes. It has been difficult for Josh De Silva after batting, scoring 220. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Cornwall reached for it. Maybe Josh De Silva just thought that one might have been looking to hit the stumps, but it beat everything.
I thought he may have believed that Cornwall would have played it.
Yeah.
So he was just standing, looking for forward defensive, going back to the bowler. And instead the ball beat the bat, beat the stumps, beat the wicket keeper. The
275 is the lead now for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
The 4 runs credited to the Leewards.
They said it's 4 byes. The umpire signaled byes.
But the runs will go to the Leewards.
Yes,
that's the point.
4 runs to the Leeward
They're
Islands.
inching closer to 250.
Cornwall, this time, plays it with the bat, back along the pitch. For the bowler to field, no run.
He intends to bat. He comes out without a cap, without a hat.
He had the helmet on when Joshua James was bowling, and he sent it in, didn't get a cap or anything.
He expects to bat. He would sense the mood based on he gives up the headgear. It means that he wants to be out there for long. Let the sun soak him up, get the sweat glands operational, and then cool it down.
He's on 27.
We're 5 minutes away from tea.
Not from lunch. From lunch. We've been here so long, it feels like tea, but
I'm telling you, man.
When we started early this morning, and that one probably just hitting the umpire and going down. But Cornwall and Hamilton will refuse the additional runs. Let's see what happens here. That one thrown in by James. Umpire trying to get out of the way. Only hit the bat of Cornwall and then bounced over the top of the head of the umpire. That's the Leeward Islands scorecard. Hamilton is on 42, Cornwall on 28, 248 for 7. And the umpire just stopping the physio, maybe just saying to her that it's a couple of seconds before, maybe an over or 2 before the luncheon interval. She looks as if she was coming out to give a little bit of treatment to Jamal Hamilton. He was taking off the glove.
But he's an injured guy. I won't argue with the umpire.
But the umpire,
I think sometimes consideration has to be given.
Umpire
There's no question that he's an injured guy.
On that occasion.
You don't know what the difference may be.
Sometimes they say that the umpires, they want to get the game, keep the game moving as much as possible.
But within a certain confines.
Beaten outside the off stump by a good delivery from Charles to start a new over.
Wow, 10, so many items.
Here we watch as Cornwall continues to just push one back along the track. Just looking to try and push one past the hand of Brian Charles, looking for a single, not on. So Brian Charles in his 5th over, 30 runs have scored off his bowling. His 2 overs yesterday.
And look at this 16. From Cornwall, the skill level there. The ball was turning in, a good delivery. He could have gone with the spin, but realizing the forward short leg, he just transitions the weight, plays it into the off.
Again on the back foot, just pushing one out into the offside field. Charles feels to his own bowling.
Presence of mind we're seeing, from him and from Jamal Hamilton. They are not just blocking, they are scoring, and they are playing the ball on its merit. Each ball
final delivery. And Cornwall would be disappointed, and Hamilton too, because he just couldn't get his bat out of the way to allow that one. That would have been certainly some runs because it was hit straight, and Philip down at the long on boundary was pretty wide.
Could have been 4.
Could have been 4, but Hamilton's bat got in the way. So at the end of the over, the total remains 248 for 7. Hamilton is on 42, now the second top scorer behind Kareem Gore, who made 90 this morning. And Cornwall is there on 28. We also had contributions of 29 from Cameron Pennyfeather. He had a little breezy knock, Pennyfeather, with 5 fours in his 29. And this might be the final over before the luncheon interval. 2.5 hours of play this morning. Trying to just make up some time based on time lost. The first day we started after the lunch interval. And yesterday morning we were supposed to begin at 9:30 and started at 9:45. So the umpires are just trying to make up some time. But we're told that today is 98 overs and the cut-off time is at the regular 5 p.m. But of course we know that if the overs are necessary, we can go up to 5:30. Hamilton, I'm thinking that maybe he's just going to try and see if he can play this final over out from Jason Mohammed as just an over before lunch. Mohammed coming around the wicket, and Hamilton pushes it up to the long off region, comes through for a run.
Jason Mohammed is no fluke, so they have to be mindful of that. And he has the experience. And it's a good change of bowling because they have been seeing Pear, they have been seeing John going into tea. Captain is thinking.
Into lunch, Seth.
Lunch.
You're thinking tea.
Yes,
I don't
I'm
know
really
why.
Thinking tea. I want a short day today. It is a day when there's so much to be done. I'm thinking tea. Thinking about
Cornwall gets a delivery that he's just forcing away out in the offside field. No run. He's hitting one out to the long on region and comes through for the run. So maybe just 2 deliveries to go before the luncheon interval. The 50 partnership has come up though between Raheem Cornwall and Jamal Hamilton, and 29 of those runs coming from the bat of Raheem Cornwall in that 50 partnership. Edge running down to third man. So just a single to Jamal Hamilton. Evan Lewis patrolling that deep area.
and that's good to see because we had some concerns about his ankle.
Yeah, after he was
struck
hit
in the
first morning, the second ball. Cornwall plays one from Mohammed defensively, and that's lunch on day 3 of this third round bilateral series encounter between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. As you can see in the scoring card, 20 Red Force, 522 for 9, declared behind 220 from Captain Joshua Da Silva, and the Leeward Islands at lunch 251 for 7. Kareem Gore getting 90, and Jamal Hamilton goes in at lunch on 44. Raheem Cornwall goes into lunch on 29 and 251 for 7 sets.
Yes, a morning in which the Leeward Islands Hurricanes really amassed 166 runs, lost 3 wickets, and those 166 runs from 35 overs. So good batting there. A morning in which Kareem Gore would look back and say, it should have been at least another 10 runs before I depart. But the two men going in, Raheem Cornwall and Jamal Hamilton, into lunch. The prospects for the post-lunch session is bright. Both teams will continue to wrestle it out here. Clearly, Red Force, they are on top. Leewards Hurricanes trailing by 271 runs. We look forward to joining you in 35 minutes.
Yeah, so at lunch, 251 for 7. We'll be back with more after the luncheon interval.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Nearly. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Oh, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 overs to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away, and we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked it down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 50 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd played, I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he cannot afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, 1 more skip, 1 more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would, it would still be one of the highlights of my career with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
That's out, got him!
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading Test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 Test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in Test match cricket, 15 years in Test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of Test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket here, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill set, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and you know, it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the 3 West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fida, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking to advise, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know, that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I play the supporting role. On my day, he plays the supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And you know, that to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your career.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that I like people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. They have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz you all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
7
times. Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, I know it's one of those.
off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first test wicket, but can you remember your second test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib.
Ah.
I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about it order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur, but yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me. I think
it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. Will you still play?
Yeah, he has 16. And yeah, right up and down.
Right up
so
there.
he has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5-prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So the planning just looked very good. The execution by all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the 4 came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main 4, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main 4 is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the 4 of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all 4 of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar is shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well, we know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day, it's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, you have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back out there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment.
Welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Grounds. We're just about to resume in the post-lunch session on day 3 with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes on 251 for 7, Rakeem Cornwall on 29, Jamar Hamilton on 44. They have compiled a partnership of 51 runs so far. Hurricanes, though, trailing by 271. This is what happened during the first session. Justin Graves being greeted with a good bouncer from Anderson Phillip. And this man continued to bowl well. But a 4 off the pads. Gooley, in fact, Django not stopping that one, but Anderson Phillip kept trying. He had Justin Graves. He got the lock, his 3rd wicket of the innings, and continues to strive, but Jamal Hamilton came out with his injured finger, getting his first 4, joining Kareem Gore. Then came Terrence Hines, and Kareem Gore was given out. He was just looking down, but realized that he has been sent by the umpire. And then Jamal Hamilton with Kenneth Pennyfeather trying to pull the Leewards out of a hole. Hamilton delicately going to the boundary for 4 once again. Pennyfeather. He goes, and he goes to Terrence Hines getting his 2nd wicket, 2 of the 3 wickets to have fallen in the interval. But Rakeem Cornwall, he joined Hamilton, and that's one of his lovely 4s before they went into lunch. One of 3 4s. He had 3 4s and a 6. Hamilton, in his knock of 44, continues to bat well, and he had 7 4s in his 44. They're coming back out. Again, the lead, they trail by 271 runs. You would recall in the first game at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the Leewards were in fact annihilated. They lost by an innings and 270 runs, so it's some improvement too late. But after the Red Force would have scored 522 for 9, declared on the back of 220 by the captain Joshua Da Silva, they have really put the Leewards under pressure since yesterday on day 2, carving out the 2 openers without a run on the board, and then a 60-1 partnership between Kareem Gore, who made 90, and Casey Carty, who made 18. But after that, they didn't have a lot more to shout about. Graves got 17 and Pennyfeather got 29, and it is up to the 2 senior statesmen, Rakeem Cornwall and Jamal Hamilton. They are not strangers to batting well. Jamal Hamilton was the 2nd leading scorer in the last championship last season. Was in fact the 3rd. He was behind Jason Mohammed and Joshua Da Silva. And Rakeem Cornwall, though he's batting at number 9, he's no novice with the bat. One of few players who would have scored 100 in all 3 versions of domestic cricket, in first-class cricket regionally, in List A cricket regionally, and in T20 cricket in the CPL. So he knows something about batting, and he has batted from number 1 down to number 9. So he's trying to weather the storm. The man who will start the bowling is the off-spinner, Brian Charles. Hamilton will cover up. They would notice the continuation of a team that loses wickets after sessions. So this over will be critical for Hamilton. And he goes cracking. But Jed Gooley is down on the cover boundary. He was able to run around to backward point. And Hamilton gets his 45th run. It's the big man Rakeem Cornwall, who is taking guard from umpire Butler, getting ready to face Brian Charles. Off spinner to off spinner. Cornwall realizing that there is a forward short leg, just opting to play it forward. And to short mid on, Jason Mohammed, the fielder. Brian Charles does not deliver. Cornwall not pleased. I think someone may have been going across the side screen to our end, which is the southern end of the Antigua Recreation Grounds, ARG. Only its 2nd first-class game since 2009. Cornwall drives, a blistering drive, and that's 4. A lovely shot when the man is in flow, and you can be in flight. He's going to challenge it, and he just came forward and just looks a picture of excellence there. Has 93 on his back. Not quite sure if his intention is to score 93 runs, but he has been there trying to show some of the junior batters how you do it. Goes again. Another one. Will it be a big run, big chase by Gooley? But it's another 4. Successive 4s by Raheem Cornwall, who is going into 3rd gear. Moves to 37. Brian Charles will rethink his line of attack. Cornwall playing it from out of the crease, striding into that one. And a flowing drive out to extra cover. And the Raheem Cornwall, the Rock. This time he plays loosely outside the off-stump. Different delivery from Brian Charles, lined outside the off-stump. This, the first over after the lunch interval. The Leeward Islands Volcanoes, the Leeward Islands Hurricane getting mixed up with the weather issues between volcanoes and hurricanes, but Leeward Islands Hurricanes doing well on that occasion, getting 9 runs from that over from Brian Charles.
37 to Raheem Cornwall, his best score by far this campaign. No doubt he'd be happy with that and would be hoping to push on. So too Jamal Hamilton, he'd be looking as well to try and get a half century.
Yes, Jamal Hamilton continues to try to show seniority here.
So the first time we've seen Hines from the northern end, and his first delivery struck away for 4.
Yes, he was clipped off by Jamal Hamilton on the pads, and even though there was a long leg and a mid-wicket on the boundary, Jamal Hamilton was that confident that he played it in the air between both and getting his 8th 4 of the innings.
He goes to 49, Jamal Hamilton, so he's 1 away from a half century. Pitch continues to be a good batting track. Once you apply yourself, you can score runs on this pitch. Hines not really running in with the kind of energy we would have seen before. It's a hot day out there this morning. The weather report says maximum temperature should get up to about 90 degrees. So it's a nice hot day. Sun not out in all of its glory because there's a bit of cloud cover, but there are very high clouds around. Momentarily blocks off the sun sometimes, but we have it here. It's nice and bright. Hines is hustling Hamilton into a stroke. That one cut back at him sharply. See some of the folks, the regulars, they're coming in. That's a face that we've seen at every match, every venue. Every match and every venue the Leewards have played, they have some spectators that have come and watched all of them. Terence Hines. Hamilton is driving again, can't get his 50th run. Maybe getting a little anxious is Hines. He was just looking to press that one through.
Don't need to be anxious. Just need to keep cool. He has all day to bat if he wants to bat. We mentioned last season he scored 573 runs, 10 short of what Joshua De Silva scored, and 106 below Jason Mohammed, the man at the top of the leaderboard. So he has value and he has high worth. He's a high net worth player for the Leeward Islands. So he has a job to do.
He's playing one defensively to end Hines' first over after the luncheon interval. At the end of it, 264 for 7. Hamilton, the second top scorer so far. And these two, the top 3 in terms of runs for the Leeward Islands so far. Kareem Gore at the top still with his 90 runs. And he would have felt that he would have missed out on a possible century. Terence Hines was brought back on and took his wicket. A thin edge outside the off stump. And
well, Hines has really bowled well for the Trinidad and Tobago team. In that spell, you know, he got 2 wickets. They took some time to really break through. And Hines was the man who took 2 wickets, and he will be happy with his return so far.
Charles is continuing for Trinidad. Cornwall continues to look solid against the spin of Brian Charles. Struck him for 2 boundaries in the last over. He's going to get a run here. So just a single coming from that over. 265 for 7. Cornwall moves to 38. Hamilton remains on 49.
Yes, it was a better over by Brian Charles. Comparing it with his first over after lunch when he was struck for 10 2-4s from Cornwall. Much better line, much closer to the batter. Cornwall also realizing the importance just to remain there after the interval and continuing to bat well with Hamilton, putting their 8-wicket partnership up to 65 runs.
So Hines to continue. Striking him on the pad, loud appeal, and he sent him. Cornwall is gone. So he went for the big shot, missed it, ball cannoned into his pads, and the umpire raises that middle finger. And that's the end of Raheem Cornwall for 38. Leeward Islands losing the 8th wicket, 265 for 8.
Well, a good breakthrough. Immediately after lunch, this is the 4th over after lunch. Cornwall struck on the pad. The angle, to me, the ball is slanting down leg. It may have struck him, and it was on the front foot. May have been between, may have struck him on leg, but the angle from Hines, both the trajectory of the ball and the initial impact, I think.
Yeah, you could understand
that it is heading down.
You could understand Cornwall's disappointment.
And I think that
there,
umpire Reefer had it wrong. Let's look at it again.
Yeah, cut back.
You do see the off stump. You do see the middle stump. So it's clear that it may have struck him between wicket and wicket, but let's look at the angle of it. Where it is heading. Out on the front foot. But it's the umpire's call. That's what you would say, umpire's call.
Yep. And the umpire had the decision to make, and he did make it. So Cornwall is back in the pavilion for 38 runs. And Leeward Islands losing the 8th wicket. They're now 265 for 8.
And this is crunch time because they're definitely up against it now.
Yeah, because
the promise of these two delivering was always a matter at the back of the mind of the Red Force.
Because we must say that based on what we've seen in this series for the final 2 batters to come for the Leeward Islands in Kelvin Pittman and O'Shane Thomas, they have not necessarily given us a lot of confidence in terms of their batting ability.
Well, Pittman is not bad.
Pittman is struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
That was fuller. That was a fuller length. Let's see where that is going. Yes, heading down leg. And that's really a stock delivery for Hines coming from that top end. The ball continuing in that direction.
Similar to the delivery for Raheem Cornwall.
But Cornwall's
but
own
maybe
was not as
Cornwall's
full.
own, yeah, it was, and might have struck Cornwall a little bit more in front of the stumps.
Oh, Pittman is fortunate to get the bat onto that one. He attempted to play straight, got it into the onside. So Jammer Hamilton will breathe a sigh of relief.
I think from here on in, Jammer Hamilton will have to probably try and farm the strike. Try and take
that would be fair.
Many of the deliveries as possible. Knowing what we would have seen from Pittman, and in the last game where O'Shane Thomas came out ahead of Pittman, and many people felt that if O'Shane Thomas is batting ahead of you, you're pretty bad. Because O'Shane Thomas has not shown anything to suggest that he's Hamilton trying to tickle one down the leg side.
You just need to be patient. The 50 will come.
And the reason why it may be set that we were saying about the angle, because that's the general angle that majority of the deliveries from Hines, he sort of angles them towards the leg stump.
Yes, and it was visible. Yes, striking there, given the length of the delivery and the big stride from the tall guy, you know. It was heading down the leg side. You even saw it with the natural in swing he was getting from that angle.
Hamilton gets to 50 with a blow over the long on region for 6.
Yes, his 35th first class 50. And he will be happy to celebrate it with a 6. Confident shot.
Yeah, it was right up to him, and he really hit that one hard. Something maybe like what Raheem Cornwall was trying to do with a similar length delivery. Cornwall missed it and was sent on his way by the umpire, but this one, you could hear a really good sound off the bat of Jamal Hamilton. He made good contact and got himself a 50 and 6 runs. He's on to 55, 272 for 8, so they trail by 250 runs. Here is an opportunity for a run out, but not picked up cleanly at all.
When you're not clear on what you want to do, that's what you get in a tangle. Because at the back of Jamal Hamilton's mind was whether he gets the single to get the next, to face the first ball of the next over. But the communication was not clear with Pittman.
Yeah, Pittman was a little bit late in reacting.
So those decisions have to be taken before.
And I think he has to say to Pittman that you have to look to run, especially at certain times when I'm trying to get to maintain the strike. Pittman was just a little bit late there. This was just leaning on his bat, maybe not taking. When I was coming back, Seth, I tried to pick Evan Lewis's brain as to what the Trinidad and Tobago camp was thinking. So while I was walking past him, I said, "You're going to have a bat, get some more runs?" And he said to me, "No, I'm going to have to come back out to field." So Hamilton goes down the ground, but one bounce, doesn't take the single, didn't time it well, and was much too straight, so wouldn't be able to get back for 2, so he just...
And he's favoring that top hand. So he needs to, can still work it around there.
I don't think that there is a lot of confidence by Hamilton and others in the ability of Pittman and O'Shane Thomas with the bat.
I could understand it, O'Shane Thomas, but I think that you have to invest that in Pittman. Pittman is decent. He understands batting. He knows it. And the question is, you're getting these hoiks and you're not capitalizing. You're not taking the single. I think it's almost to 1 point useless. I think when you're batting with the number 11, then you may want to employ that. You saw Josh De Silva batting with his number 9 and 10.
I like your confidence in Kelvin Pittman. Not sure, based on what we would have seen in the last match, that your confidence is justified.
You know, I've seen Pittman even at the domestic level. Even as a youth, he may always come in at 10 or 9, but he can handle himself. And I think how you get somebody to handle themselves is not just in the net.
He has a highest score of 19. He scored 41 runs in his 12 matches before that, 16 innings. But he's at 8 not outs, so maybe
so
on
you
to
must
something.
Consider that he's batting 10 or 11, so you bat not out.
5.1.
So, you know, there is no, that sort of statistical analysis has no bearing on a tail-ender. It has bearing on the fact that you must invest confidence in them.
Yeah, but when you've seen what has taken place when he goes out to bat, set, I'm not sure how much confidence you can get based on the performances that you would have seen.
Does he have to face now? He still has to face Brian Charles. He has to face, and he would have to do that in his career.
But it's easier when he has to face one delivery.
Well, that's a view, but that's not the view that I subscribe to. You know, I saw Ridley Jacobs in his batting career for the West Indies when the top order went. I saw, because of his batting, some other low order batters
but
would have come to the fore.
Ridley Jacobs would have showed ability.
Hold a minute, because Ridley Jacobs said, Fidel Edwards, you take your turn. Ridley Jacobs allowed the tail to play, and I think in the context of this game, I could understand with the number 11, but I do understand that it's important. If he outs, he will learn from it. If it's the number 11, you find the strike. But when opportunities are there to score, everyone is important. The same way Raheem Cornwall gets out, Pittman can get out.
Here is Pittman, and he's out.
Right, so he
Bold.
can get out. finding the strike is not going to help.
But I'm saying to you, Seth, Hamilton would have seen how Pittman looked in the last game, and he didn't inspire a lot of confidence in terms of his ability with the bat.
So then shield him for the rest of his career, and let's see how that goes.
I'm not saying shield him for the rest of his career, but in this instance, we see what has taken place.
Well, as I just said, before he out, Raheem Cornwall got out, and he has gotten out. So the reality is that the players would have to develop. And I understand farm it with the number 11, but if you're far in the strike with the number 10, you know, and not taking the singles.
I think what it brings up, though, Seth, is the question that we've had for a very long time, the one of whether or not it's time with the modern game that some of these faster bowlers take a little bit more effort or put a little bit more energy into their ability to bat.
And here we go. That's part of it. That's part of the issue. They must take personal interest. The coaches must give them enough net time, but they have to. They only play that place that you display.
Because
right out here.
My take is that with the advent now of everybody having the ability to access bowling machines, and all you need is another person with you, maybe a coach or another player that you can, especially where now it's a profession. Pittman and others are paid as professional cricketers. They have to find a way to invest a little bit of time in the middle to work on whatever deficiencies they have with their batting, a little bit of technique, a little bit of something.
And you hear what you said in the middle.
there was when I say the middle, I mean even in the nets, because you don't want them to come into the middle at this stage and at this time when we have a certain career to have people being rabbits. I don't subscribe to that. Hines is going to continue. And he's bowling wide, called wide to Hamilton.
Yeah. So you used to expect in the former, I have to say, the former days, that there may be a rabbit, and I hope Courtney Walsh doesn't get annoyed by me calling him a rabbit. In every team, there may have always been the rabbit, number 11. But in those teams up to the number 10, let's even go back with that team Courtney Walsh would have played with. Currently Ambrose at 10 would have been batting well. Ian Bishop, if he came in 9 or 10, would have been. So we could have afforded, I'm speaking from a West Indian standpoint, for Courtney Walsh to be doing that, whether it was later, whether it was Kenny Benjamin, whether it was Winston Benjamin. They could have handled their own, whether it was Franklin Rose. They could have handled their own. So you catered for one. The game has so developed you can't cater for two. In fact, you can hardly cater for one. So it's imperative, not only on the player, but in the coaching staff to ensure, and the player, for his pride. But the point that I'm making, you slap a ball out to deep cover, and then you do not run because you want all of the strike. You have no guarantee that you yourself may not be out.
Yeah, but
and I can understand with the number 11, you may say, okay, let me do that, but you can't be doing that. You see.
And if we look at it, Seth Burton, I remember earlier you were making reference to the finals of the two-day competition here in Antigua and Barbuda, and the approach of the Blackhawks in the second innings. This was the field when Alzari Joseph was bowling. Everybody on the boundary, just the wicket keeper
covered the boundary
alone. No, I'm talking about not Alzari Joseph batting. I'm talking Alzari Joseph bowling in the second innings. New Windrup started with all the fielders placed on the boundary like we're seeing here from the Trinidad and Tobago captain. Just the wicket keeper close by and the bowler. Hamilton takes the single. Now
on the fourth ball. So Shane Thomas may face two. So that's the tangle you get yourself in. I do understand, but you know, you're conceding, giving up 4 or 5 runs. So it is clear that Jama Hamilton is struggling with the hand. He has it on his head. And he's had some discussions with umpire Butler when he was at square leg. Now he went down. He had some discussion with umpire Reefer. And rightfully he's speaking to his man. That's the man he needs to speak to. O'Shane Thomas, who has been around too long, that he can't be middling the ball, that he can't be confident. So they need to have him in the net. Because these days you're no longer picked just to bowl, you're picked as a player. Yes, your specialty is bowling. But when you see how Josh De Silva was able to allow his lower order.
But my question to you is, Seth, who is to have them in the net?
Well, they would have schedules, I believe.
Isn't it a situation where now they should be the ones that are making sure that they
have a responsibility.
Get
Every player
for themselves
has a personal responsibility for his personal development growth. And also
2 slips in place, and O'Shane Thomas is playing a short of a length delivery defensively.
And also it becomes part of the setup.
276 for 9. The lead is 246.
To ensure that they get the time. I remember when Alzari Joseph went off to Test cricket for his earlier days, Coach Phil Simmons used to give him extra time in the net because he saw something in him in which he could develop. And I can't speak after that, but I know that was the case. And he has emerged.
Swan is running through the region.
And that could have been 2.
They've decided not to go for it, just 1 more delivery to come in the over.
And this is what I'm trying to understand. You don't want to take the runs, but you're giving him 3 balls to face. So there is something that is just not adding up. I could understand the rotation with 1 delivery, but I can't understand that everyone counts and you're batting with a number 10, you're hitting it to the boundary. And, so they need to work that out. It's something in cricket that I don't understand when I see it.
Yorker length delivery dug out by O'Shane Thomas, who's getting the bat down. End of the over, 276 for 9. The Leeward Islands, 90 being the top score from Kareem Gore. Jamal Hamilton is still there on 58 not out. Cornwall getting 38. Double century for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force captain in Josh De Silva, 220 runs.
And that's the difference between both teams. That huge performance from Josh De Silva, flawless.
Yeah, when you look at it, the Leeward Islands team just making, 56 runs more as a team than Joshua Da Silva's personal runs that he made in this game.
So the whole team can hardly match one man's batting performance. It tells you something about what is happening. Because one of our listeners made a point to me in a WhatsApp that the strength of our regional cricket could well be reflected on the weakest team that we have. And if
Swan goes by and Hamilton will come back for 2. Carrie Pear gives chase.
And if we have had the weakest performance, I'm not saying the Leewards are the weakest team, but by their performance this season, they have played the worst cricket. The question is, you beg, how do you then strengthen this situation? Because when the Leewards cricket was strong, West Indies cricket was strong. In fact, when the Leewards cricket was strongest, West Indies cricket was strong.
Hamilton is trying to force one. This one comes out to the long on region, no run.
In fact, he was setting up to heave it down the ground. And it took the bottom edge, trying to hit boundaries.
So I know that a lot of folks don't like to hear it, but the Leewards cricket cannot be strong without tournament, without playing a tournament.
Well, and that is the challenge. So
Hamilton goes and hits this one out of the ground here, over the top of where we are located and out onto Factory Road. And he goes to 66.
And that was
the total 284 for 9.
That was his intention throughout the over, trying to get a 6. and he has been successful on this occasion. Brian Charles would be happy to see him going on the rampage, because he could well make some adjustment to his line. And you see now the umpire coming out with another ball, because that's what they want. That's what the field is set for. They don't want him to hit a 6, but they want him to go aerial and hope that he's hung up in the breeze or plays out to the fielder in the deep, the long off or the long on. But this time he cleared the boundary and he moves on to 66, and the score 288 for 9. 200 runs. 284, sorry, 284 for 9. 200 runs have been scored by the Leeward Islands for the day.
Yeah, and just over a session. So they've scored pretty decently in terms of the Leeward Islands, but they've lost wickets as well.
You were making a point about
I was making the point that the Leeward Islands cricket was strong in the days when the Leeward Islands had a proper tournament. A proper tournament that the late King Frankai and others said had been played for over 100 years.
Yes.
Something that has not been in its...
And it's a tournament that has bred stars, because the level of that tournament, as I mentioned before...
I'm just saying everybody that has been anybody from the Leeward Islands cricket, from Sir Andy, first to play from Antigua,
and El Camino Willett,
the first from the Leewards, and all the other greats and all the other players would have come through that tournament.
Yes.
And if you don't have that tournament, right now when we look at it, Antigua has domestic cricket playing. I'm told when I researched that in Anguilla, if they feel like on a Sunday they play a T20 game, no real tournament has been held.
Oh, Shane Thomas looks
Let
good.
me tell you, in preparation for this tournament here, as Shane Thomas plays defensively to that final delivery from Brian Charles, the end of the over, 285 for 9. In preparation for this tournament that is taking place here, the Leeward Islands had a one-day tournament, and then the last game, I think, or the last game, they played a two-day match. Or something to that effect, in preparation for a 4-day tournament.
Yes, but the team, though, had been in preparation for the squad.
It's not the same.
Sorry, has been in preparation for a long time.
Said it's not the same. Playing
I agree.
Intra-squad match and so on.
But I'm just bringing that perspective. But that regional, sub-regional tournament was really a very highly competitive tournament. In that tournament, each team played, for 3 days, a 3-day match, and then have a break, and then they played a 1-day match. Wow.
On wide.
Real way.
Very wide by Hines. And you can see what Hines is trying to do. He's just trying to keep Jamal Hamilton honest and maybe keep him on strike, or not allow him to try and do like what he did the last time, heave him away. So
that's one block that can be built. Also the block of
also have to be development program at the youth level and monitored development program. Because even at the under 15 level, the Leeward Islands looked wanting. Yorker length delivery from Hines, a no ball delivered by him as well. So,
and it also has to be each island nation taking responsibility for its development, because the mandate, if you look at the Constitution of National Association, it tells you your responsibility.
It has to be.
Is for the development of cricket in that particular jurisdiction.
It has to be.
So if that is neglected at each national level, it's a challenge. For instance, let's speak about fast bowling. When last have you heard about a fast bowling clinic for fast bowlers, let's say in Antigua and Barbuda? Think about it for once. So you would have had a dearth of fast bowlers even when Antigua would have supplied the West Indies with fast bowlers. You had another 5 or 6 fast bowlers playing for Antigua in the Leeward Islands tournament. Some of them as good as those who were at the highest level. In reality, they may not have gotten the opportunity.
But if we look at it set in reality.
But now, ask me, Pittman is there, looking good. So can we talk about the next Alzari Joseph? Yes, he's with international circles, but can we talk about
and I agree with you, because the direct effort should have been made for somebody like Spencer.
That's right.
To come through a lot more than he has.
10 years of Spencer being a 16-year-old playing for Guyana in the franchise. And then 10 years later, still plays club cricket very well. But there is no opportunity for him to transition that from a national team into a sub-regional team.
Hamilton is trying to go. Again, doesn't take the single, refuses the single. All the fielders are on the boundary. So you have a man at long leg. There is a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep extra cover on the boundary, deep point on the boundary, and a man down at third man. So just Joshua Da Silva would be within the frame of what you're looking at on the screen. And Hamilton cuts one very well. And looks like it's Evan Lewis down there who does the fielding. And so he's going to now give O'Shane Thomas 2 deliveries to face off. Terran Hines is over. 3 for 49 so far.
And to
Terrence Hines.
To understand what I was saying earlier without trying to belabor the point, a batter will develop confidence based on the number of balls he faces. And if you expect to bat with that batter, you must be willing to have him develop and have him gain confidence in himself.
But you know, I'm going to ask you the question set, are you supposed to develop in the fire, or should you have developed before you reach
Well,
here?
it's both. You develop prior.
Outside the off stump?
You develop prior, but while you develop, the reality is on the pitch. And
Because when we look at let's say Philip, when Philip comes in, Philip looks as if he would have done some work on his own personal game before.
Well,
so there wasn't any time that it appeared as if Joshua Da Silva was even worried about the ability of Philip to face any of the bowlers.
That's my point. So I don't know his regime, but clearly
in teaching we would say previous knowledge is very important in your effectiveness. If you're going to teach a lesson, previous knowledge of the children are going to be effective.
You see, I don't want to get into all
how
these,
you approach.
Yeah, but I don't want to get into all these things because I am making a point about the Leeward Islands team when we speak about the lack of cohesion and the lack of planning. O'Shane Thomas is batting with his captain, Justin Graves, in the latter stages of day 3 in the first game against Trinidad and Tobago Red Steel. Then he has been denied a single all the time, similar to what we saw with Pittman and Justin Graves gets his half century, and then later on what happens? O'Shane Thomas hits the ball down to fine leg and he doesn't take the single. O'Shane Thomas was halfway down and Justin Graves didn't even look at him for the single. That was the second delivery of the over, and then he got out. So how someone can rationalize to tell me that there is a clear thought process as to when and how they go about this? So if there is a clear thought process, then execute it. But if it's not there, you can't execute it. So O'Shane Thomas got out by the third delivery. Then the game is over. So I am very puzzled by the approach, and I'm also puzzled by the fact that batters can come out unprepared.
Hamilton is pulling one over the mid-wicket region, straight mid-wicket into where that scoreboard, the old scoreboard is, 6 more runs. So it's a little bit short from Charles, and he really hammered it.
Charles is not having a good time at all. It was definitely short. And Jamal Hamilton, he's going to go full throttle.
Yeah, and he just went with it because it was cutting back at him, short and coming back at it, and Jamal Hamilton just went with it and hit it hard right over the top of the fielder there. 6 runs.
Again, clearing the trees in the road.
Hamilton continues. He's on to 80.
The 300 comes up.
300 for 9.
Wow, the Leewards.
In over number 68.
The Leewards are on 300. In fact, they have doubled up their score. That one sailed over the mahogany tree. And Jamal Hamilton is on 80 now. He may be thinking 100. And that's why it's important that O'Shane Thomas looks good. Give him the confidence, because you're going to need him for 1 ball, 2 ball, 3 balls. And
so the umpires might have to be changing the ball for a second time. And the way that Hamilton is
perhaps
going,
they need to put somebody over there.
Yeah, they probably need
put
to
a
get
ball
a spotter.
boy.
Need to get a spotter.
Yes.
To see where those balls are.
Have a ball boy over there.
Them come back, but they.
So now they're trailing by 2-2-2. Umpire Felix going out after delivering the ball. So Hamilton, yes.
And
right,
now that the runs have come down, does Trinidad and Tobago change their strategy? Is there any thought of changing their strategy?
Well,
or do they still look to enforce the follow on if they were to get a wicket now?
Why change if you want an outright result? Time is of essence. Anderson Phillip is a strong lad.
Hamilton goes out to mid-wicket and clears the man. 6 more.
For the 3rd time. Brian Charles, it's not easy, my friend. This time he went squarer. The other 2 were down the ground over long on. This time he went across the line playing with the spin. And though that area is very breezy, that's where the wind comes from, he was able to hit it solidly for 6. And it shows you that this pitch is a pitch on which you can play the stroke. And some of the batters have not taken advantage.
He takes the single on the 4th delivery. So O'Shane Thomas has 2 deliveries to face. And he is now on to 87 and approaching almost being the top scorer, looking to overhaul that 90 runs.
Well, he must be thinking about 100.
Kareem Gore, and he's probably thinking of 100. He would be hoping that O'Shane Thomas can survive these 2 deliveries.
He has had 6 first-class hundreds before, 35 half centuries. So he must be thinking that way.
O'Shane Thomas looks good playing that one defensively.
He's doing some work. This is not T20 cricket where you have to swipe. This is the real stuff. Oh.
Comes forward and plays defensively into the onside is O'Shane Thomas, and giving Hamilton the opportunity to be on strike for the next over. The end of the over, 307 for 9, 68 overs bowled.
He may call you up then more overnight and say, but you say I can't bat.
No, I said the approach. Because in the last game, he came in and he just swung the bat.
Oh, I didn't see
just
the
had
last
an almighty swing.
I saw the first
Didn't
one.
try to apply himself. Just come in and almost with no care had an almighty swing at it. And that is why I'm saying preparation from before. Because from before, he has to have say I can have the ability to hang around if necessary, to make a couple of runs, add to what my team needs, not just to come in and without any real application give my hand
away.
And
I understand the preparation of argument, but I also believe that experiential knowledge is more important. I go back on the experience of, oh, I did it this time and I did it that way in the practical application.
You're saying the same thing that I'm saying when I spoke about previous knowledge.
Right. And previous knowledge is not just in the nets.
No.
Previous knowledge is that you give me a fair run and you don't have me believing I am incapable.
So Phillip is in, and a Yorker length delivery as Hamilton was winding up to try and
slow one. It was a slow one that dangled in the air. And he thought that he could have really going at it, and then it came.
Yeah, almost like an off spinner.
Yes, he has that in his arsenal for first ball. He can outfox anybody with that.
Yeah, Yorker let delivery there, but Hamilton did well getting down the bat quickly in the end.
That's a T20 delivery.
Yeah, one of the at the death delivery. Hamilton is cutting very nicely out to deep cover. Square cover. Evan Lewis comes around, fields, doesn't go for the run. Jamal Hamilton, 87 is his total off of 102 deliveries, 307 for 9, the Leeward Islands. Hamilton is hitting this one straight back past the bowler for 4.
Down the ground, it was powerfully struck, and it was so powerfully struck, it came actually from the bottom half of the bat instead of the meat of the bat, and it had enough that it just cantered across the surface here, and even Carrie Peer, who is relatively straight at long on, didn't even
he didn't stand a chance, didn't even attempt it. Hamilton is now the top scorer for the Leeward Islands. He moves on to 91, overtakes Kareem Agour's 90. He's now thinking 100. Swinging again.
6.
Almightily. 6 more.
Ooh, but his hand.
He really made good contact with that one, and it went over the extra cover region. And that's 6 runs.
And he's a man who is batting with a bruised bone on that left hand.
317 for 9.
He's favoring that thumb.
Hamilton goes to 97.
Well, now you're going to need O'Shane if you're not getting a boundary. So the good thing keeps O'Shane focused. Has to be a partnership here.
And he's getting his 98th run and whips it out into the straight mid-wicket region. So he leaves just 1 delivery for O'Shane Thomas to survive in this over. 318 for 9. 461 the last 3 deliveries. Scored 11 runs in the last 3 deliveries. Takes his personal tally just 2 short of a century. And it would be a good played century if he's able to get the opportunity. If O'Shane Thomas is able to survive just this 1 delivery of this over from Philip. And O'Shane Thomas is driving and it falls short of that man at square cover. We would say maybe point, and that's the end of the over. Philip was looking to hit the edge there of O'Shane Thomas's bat. Thomas pushed at it, but it got quite a bit of bat and it fell short of that field at point, and gives Hamilton the opportunity to try and get his 100 in this over. But it's also going to be Carrie Peer who is coming on to bowl. 318 for 9, so 204 is the lead right now for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, they have brought down the lead considerably, but this pair would just need to keep going. So Carrie Peer, he could be a threat with Jamal Hamilton.
Hamilton is trying to hammer Carrie Peer's first delivery, doesn't time it well, hits it straight out to Philip, who is on the long on boundary. He's really still favoring that hand. He's edging, Gets one. Wants to come back for two. The throw is not a good one, and he gets his 100. 100 for Jamal Hamilton. He opens his arms to his teammates in the pavilion. Now signals to them, well played Jamal Hamilton. A magnificent innings, 100 of 107 deliveries, 9 fours and 6 sixes. Jamal Hamilton, 100 for the Leeward Islands.
An excellent knock from the veteran Anguilla wicketkeeper batter. His 7th first-class 100. And he will remember the Antigua Recreation Ground when his team was in dire straits. And he came out with a damaged finger, in fact, a bruised bone to that left hand. And he batted really not only with resilience, but with authority. And he has registered 100 here. Well done, Jamal Hamilton.
The lead is now 202 by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 320 for 9. Jamal Hamilton an even 100. And he's striking one again from Caribbean out to the long on region. Doesn't take the single. That's the 3rd delivery of the over. Just look at him there, just opening his arms.
And really, he's saying, this is for you guys.
Yeah, just.
But also to let you guys know that you can do the same.
His teammate had come out onto the gallery there of the dressing room. And Hamilton will take the single now on the 4th delivery, just stopping a full pitch delivery from Caribbean. He gets a single and he'll give O'Shane Thomas, who's still there, yet to score, face 9 deliveries.
He doesn't even need to worry about scoring. He just needs to be there and support his partner, and his partner's confidence is growing in him. And that is important because you can't do it alone. He has to be there with you. So now you see they're trying to bring fielders in with O'Shane Thomas on strike. But by the time they're doing that, he would have already had mission number 1 completed for.
O'Shane Thomas is playing defensively to a delivery right up to him from Caribbean.
Mission number 1 would have been for Hamilton to get his 100. Mission number 2 would be to see the Leewards away from the follower on.
And he's swinging one and driving it hard into that long on boundary for 4.
Yes, O'Shane Thomas. He has gotten the confidence. And he's showing that he can do it too. Doesn't need to get carried away. This is very important in cricket. Very important. I was initiated by Cricket Denmore. Maybe you were too young. There was a man by the name of Andy Roberts. And there was a man by the name of Derek Murray from Port of Spain, Trinidad. Well, I'm calling the capital now. I know his brother Colin Murray pretty well in commentary circles over the years. And those two came together to bail the West Indies out in a game against Pakistan that was able to keep the West Indies on path when they were able to win their first World Cup. And it tells you that you have to be able to exercise that judgment and that value in each other as part of the growth and development of the game.
Philip starts a new over. First delivery is wide.
The plan is clear.
Is wide outside the off stump. Not called wide, but it's wider. But 325 for 9, so the lead is below 200.
The plan is to get is to get Jamal Hamilton chasing after the wide or to get through the over without Jamal Hamilton touching one. So he, like you saw Hines bowling wide outside that off stump.
Hamilton is driving hard, but this time it goes on the bounce to the fielder out at that long off position. No run.
That was so powerfully driven that Django is on the long off boundary, and it went one bounce to Django, and you couldn't even attempt to say.
Yeah, it went very quickly.
Wow. He's a strong guy, but he's really under pressure with that hand. And that is commitment. Risking himself, putting his body on the line for his team.
He's on 101. He's hitting this one high, hard, over the long off region, almost into the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force dressing room. 6 more runs.
Jamal Hamilton is on a hunt, and he's the man. Look at this one. Into the slot. Flash of the bat. Blaze of glory. Just got his 7th first-class 100, and he's carrying on the fight, carrying it to the Red Force. O'Shane Thomas just needs to stay with him. There seems to be no answer to this onslaught.
It's a good pitch, Seth. And
the other Leeward's
the pitch
batters
has played well. Nothing that we've seen in terms of the dismissals so far in this game can be attributed to the pitch, because it has played really well.
Absolutely correct.
Hamilton is again just trying to swing it away. It goes into the deep square leg position, and belatedly they decided to take the run. Just recognizing it was ball number 4, he called it through. The left-handed O'Shane Thomas. Thomas is on 4. He played a good shot in the last over, the last ball, and got himself a boundary.
Hamilton last year, as I noted, scored 563 runs, but he did not get a call-up. He did not score 100. He was so consistent with his half centuries that he was at the top of the pack.
He's beaten outside the off stump. I would give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he judged it well outside the off stump. O'Shane Thomas, he's a big man.
In that quest, he had 84 against Barbados, 80 against Guyana. Always has that propensity to score high, to score big half centuries, often not converting them. Same year in previous game, he had 71 against Trinidad and Tobago. So he has been scoring runs.
O'Shane Thomas trying to drive there. The ball coming off the inner portion of the bat, going out to mid-on. And they were able to. There was no run. So 332 for 9, 71 overs bowled. We're going to have a break for drinks, some refreshment, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would be feeling maybe a little bit better about themselves, but they're still in deep trouble. 332 for 9. O'Shane Thomas remains on 4. Jamal Hamilton on 108, but the runs have come down. They now trail by only 190 runs. So continues to come down. And we'll take a very short break, and then we'll be right back with you.
So we're back at the Antigua Recreation Ground after that break, and it is a good break. Believe the Leeward Islands would be sipping some drinks easier because they have had a good rearguard action from their most senior statesman, Jamal Hamilton, the man who is doing some guarding there on a brilliant 108. And batting there, battling with O'Shane Thomas, who has provided some help. And Carrie Peer is the man in operation for the Red Force.
Hamilton continues to hit them out of the ground. That one is gone. Third one we've seen sail over us here and into where the archives is located. That was well timed. That beautifully hit.
You know, on Thursday, a youngster asked me his decision. He was saying, I hear guys of your generation say that at the ARG, they used to hit the ball and clear clear the stand out into the ground. Was that so? And I said, yes, if you're strong enough and you can middle it enough, it would happen. He didn't understand, so perhaps he should be here today.
Yeah.
To see how easy that can be done.
I remember balls used to be hit over near to where the Governor General's
the church and that
residence is.
And that church
and
on the other side.
Church, yes.
In fact, one time a story was told, I wasn't there, but there was a ball hit by Mark Nita of Jamaica over the cinema, the Luke Cinema. That's what I was told. And it was Andy Roberts bowling with pace. And that's what I heard. So sometimes the pace and the everything and the flash.
And even now in this modern day with better bats and players with the T20 mentality,
they give it 70.
It's really possible.
But today some of the boundaries are what 60 something and
65
something and
meters
70. Those are
so on.
child boundaries. Those are win ball boundaries. And I used to watch. I don't see Sir Viv Richards. As a schoolboy, I watched him score the fastest 100, 56 ball 100 against England, and much of the balls went over the prison, which is amazing to me because the breeze is so strong on that side. So he clears the wall and clears the prison wall, and the prisoners were part of the action.
Yeah,
returning the ball.
I think they're trying to see if they recover. Have they recovered the ball? Maybe they change it again.
The third one.
Third one.
So we should go ball searching.
Yeah.
Or some school boys, is it? Some men are crossing that area.
Hamilton has moved on to 114 off of 114 deliveries, a run per ball innings.
T20 style. And he has gotten little opportunity in that version. Also playing for the West Indies only an ODI against Bangladesh in 2022 and one test match against India, and one of the players who has been given just a little look in, a little one-off. But he has character. Yesterday he didn't want to let out the secret about his hand situation, but he said, okay, we should tell him. And now I am just so astonished. Another one. Jamal Hamilton, his 10th six. Carrie Peer is getting the brunt, trying to go wide. An amazing innings. 344 for 9. Oh, perhaps trying to.
I think he's just going to have a go now. 344 for 9 is see how many runs he can get.
But he needs to get them out of jail. Another 28 runs would certainly erase the opportunity that TNT would have started the day in terms of the initiative with. So some communication must take place. The question is, well, we don't know if, even though they out them, if they would, enforce that.
I'm just wondering if now that it has come down,
what they would do. I think they would want to bat.
Will they?
Because there's another session after this. And the thought was that the game would have ended today.
Yeah, but I think the Trinidad and Tobago team could be thinking that maybe a day would be enough to dismiss the Leeward Islands. But based on the evidence that we've seen here in terms of the way the pitch is playing, beating O'Shane Thomas's carry pair outside that off-stump, the way that the pitch is playing, true, and everything, it might now start to bring a little bit of doubt in the mind of the Trinidad and Tobago captain and camp.
That's a good delivery, that was.
Not a good delivery. Two good deliveries, too good for O'Shane Thomas. Both of them beating him outside the line of the off-stump. 2 dot balls to end the over. 1 for 67 is carry pair's figures. We look at it, 24 overs, 67 runs, 1 wicket. He's still going at a rate of 2.79, even though he's been roughed up a little bit by Jamal Hamilton lately.
He's the most economical of those, of the bowlers.
At one point he was going below 2 in terms of his economy rate. But with Jamal Hamilton turning on the afterburners and getting into his aggressive mode.
Jamal Hamilton is close to his best. His best is 130 not out. He's on 121, so that's a landmark that he would want to look at. And you have to pick these landmarks.
And when you think of it, this probably, most probably being the last game of the season for the Leeward Islands Hurricane as well. These landmarks and other things would become important.
And when the next game, when the next season comes around, you can't say no, because he has played his best innings.
Wide outside the line of the off stump, not taken cleanly by the wicket keeper, but it comes down to Charles, who is on the third man boundary. No run.
So yesterday we say it's a lot of drama. We can't discuss it, but I just want to bring it before you. We said we were going to discuss prospects in terms of opening options for the West Indies. I have been promised that I would have some information in terms of whether there would be a pre-season or a pre-series training camp for the test guys after the final, and when the team will be picked. But I thought that there are 5 openers who have put up their hands, and it would be nice to look at that sometime later. And not to say that all cannot play, but at least you would need 2.
Hamilton is out, caught on that long on boundary. Was looking to give himself some room and clear the man at that long on position. Hit it right down his throat, and Joshua James, it looks like, took a very comfortable catch out at that long on position. The innings of Jamal Hamilton comes to an end. 121 of 118 deliveries. Let's look at this one. He was outside that off stump, looking to probably time it a lot better, but only finding James out on that long on boundary, and his innings and the Leeward Islands innings has been brought to an end.
Yes, and Anderson Phillip ending with 4 wickets, deserving, coming on that occasion from around the wicket, changing the line, changing the angle. Jamal Hamilton was trying to match that by going outside the off stump. He could have gone straight, but he went across the line. And a good innings comes to an end from the man from Anguilla, who receives the applause or the adoration of at least Carey Peer from the Red Force team. Walks off, an injured man from the first day. He's there with Sir Kurt Liamboos from the first day when he was diving, got his hand. In fact, they said that there is a bone bruise, and he came out realizing his team needed him. Really showed his team that he still has it, and as you say, it may be the last game of the season for the Leewards. He put himself, when next year comes or the next time comes, you can't say I'm not going to pick you. You got to ask on what basis. The 35-year-old would say that I am still fit, I'm still available. He has put his hands up, and so you have to then say.
So the question is, does the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force enforce the follow-on?
I doubt.
Or do they come out, put some runs on the board this afternoon, get their lead more than 177, and then look to have a full day's go at the Leeward Islands tomorrow? Do they bring Evan Lewis out and see for Scooper and say, look, on a good pitch, player T20 type innings, look to get some quick runs, some quick runs. What is the decision that is being made? I think they're going to inform the umpire, so we'll just wait to see. But 177 is the lead. Leeward Islands all out for 345. If we can just have a look at the Leeward Islands scorecard.
And the Leeward scorecard will tell you that apart from Jamal Hamilton's 100, that Kareem Gore would have had the opportunity of 100, but he did not get there.
So it almost appears as if from our vantage point, we are just waiting official confirmation, but based on some actions that we've seen.
Well, match referee Blades would be communicating with us shortly.
Yeah,
He's not too far away.
We'll get the information, but looks as if Trinidad and Tobago Red Force might be thinking of enforcing the follow-on, but we'll confirm. So,
so the news is that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have enforced the follow-on. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have enforced the follow-on. That information has been communicated to us by match referee Jonathan Blades, who is always on the point.
Yes.
And we're seeing a possible 48 overs
left in the display.
Bowled in the display. And I applaud and laud that decision, because the bowlers have been under the gun. And even Anderson Phillip was put to the sword. And the fact that he has the confidence now to say, hey, I'm going to give my bowlers a long run. Joshua James didn't do a lot of bowling.
It's an opportunity.
Johnson Charles will come. It's now a new ball. So a lot of factors change, and he would have seen how the Leeward's top order has fared against them all season. Because, as I said before this game, the Leeward Islands, the birds will tell you, even the clouds, they have not lifted themselves to the zenith. They have really been the one flying away. So that bird may represent the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force that stands alone in this series. They have been the standard bearers. And as the other one has flown away, the Leeward Islands hurricanes, perhaps. Maybe hurricane-type winds as you saw in the clouds. But they are now showing a glimpse of what they're capable of. I think it's a good decision to enforce the following, because the top order is vulnerable.
Like I said earlier, when I was just trying to maybe gauge what the thinking was, Evan Lewis did indicate to me that that was the thinking of the camp, that they wanted to enforce the follow-on if they got the opportunity, even though it's a lesser amount of runs. Now they have in the lead 177, but it also gives the Leeward Islands batters an opportunity to come again and to prove whether or not they're worthy, whether or not they can fight in terms of a situation like this. But we're going to just take a short break, Seth, and then when we have the resumption of the Leeward Islands second innings, then we'll continue the discussion. Leeward Islands will have to bat again. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've enforced the follow-on. Leewards trail by 177 runs. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be right back.
the Antigua Recreation Grounds, in which the Leeward Islands Hurricanes scored 345 all out from 72.2 overs. This is in response to Trinidad and Tobago's Red Force 522 for 9 declared. The Hurricanes are still trailing by 177 runs, and they have been sent back in to erase the deficit, or to be bowled out, whichever is the case, by Captain Josh De Silva, the man who scored his monumental 220 when his team batted. The two Leeward openers are Kofi James and Makael Louis. And an interesting stat is that during the course of the day, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes would have faced some 47 overs, and they scored 261 runs during that period, and they have really showed a marked improvement, and this is through the 90 runs made first by Kareem Gore, who was not out overnight on 60, and Jamal Hamilton, who really batted like the innings of his life, and the Leeward's survival depended on him. Jamal Hamilton scoring 121, facing just 190 deliveries, 8 fours and 9 sixes, and really transforming the appearance of the day's proceedings and the appearance of the match, and that really helped the Leewards. So they would need to erase 177 to give the Red Force an opportunity to bat again. And as we mentioned, Rakeem Cornwall earlier batted well with Jamal Hamilton, scored 38 in a partnership of 65 between them. Kenny Pennyfeather, Cameron or Kenny, whichever you choose, Pennyfeather getting 29, and Justin Graves this morning getting 17. So for an overnight position of 84 for 4, the Leeward Islands motoring on to 345. We will have just 48 overs remaining, according to match referee Jonathan Blades. And those 48 overs, I believe, tea will be taken at, we have 35 minutes before tea, so at 2:40. So we are expecting to have a good session. Anderson Phillip comes into Louis. Does not play a stroke. Anderson Phillip is starting from the bottom end. Interestingly, Anderson Phillip bowled the last delivery of the innings in getting Jamal Hamilton out, and now he's starting. He's a man who is filled with enthusiasm and energy, and a man who continues to bowl his heart out for his team, finishing with 4 for 92 from 16.2 overs. And similar figures, Kareem Gore had 4 for 89 when Trinidad and Tobago batting. So
I think the important thing is going to be this little period, this 35 minutes before the tea interval.
3 slips on a gully waiting. Ball shaping away.
Because Leeward Islands, they would want to have a solid start in terms of their openers. I think it's an opportunity because we haven't seen anything in the pitch to suggest that it's going to offer any real help to either the fast bowlers or the spinners. It has been one of those pitches where, yes, if the fast bowlers put in effort, they get something out, but also it has been good for stroke play, good for batters. Once they get in, they can stay in. So it's going to be important to see what is the approach of the Leeward Islands.
Louis gets back onto this one. Good defensive stroke, solidly into line. And when you look at the batting of the Leewards, only on one occasion they have had an opening start of 20 or more in this season.
They had an opening stand of 27.
Yes, only once.
In the second innings.
So you look at it from the beginning
of the second game.
In fact, at Coolidge, Louis went for a duck. It was then batting with Kadeem Henry. And they have not really recovered as an opening pair. Now they have gone for Kofi James. outside the off stump, and he will continue to plug away at that outside off stump line, shaping away. This one going straight through. The other one attacking the stumps. You're seeing mixed deliveries from this man Anderson. Phillip, his partner, opening partner, Jaden Seals, is on workload arrest. So he has the luxury of that. If his team ends at the top of the board after this game, he will wait until the final. Louis leaves it alone. An elaborate bending
but
of the knee.
If they don't end at the top,
They would have to play.
He is available for both the. He would be available for both the
Semi-finals
semifinals and if they get
semi-final
to the
and
finals, the finals.
Yes, but he would prefer. I guess that's the rationale of.
I think he would prefer as much as
to wait on the final.
Many of the Trinidad and Tobago players would probably prefer a rest before the finals.
So we'd have to see what is happening across the Sir Viv Richards Stadium between Guyana and the Windward Islands. Guyana standing at the top of the table. Parry that one out and in swinging Yorker. Not going towards stumps. So Louis was able to see through a maiden over from Anderson Phillip. And at the Sir Viv Richards ground, Windward Islands, they did score 223, as you recall, on first innings, on the back of 74 from Hodge, Kaveem Hodge. Guyana Happy Eagles, they were bowled out for 242. And then, in fact, Guyana Happy Eagles had batted first. And then Guyana Happy Eagles won 84 for 6. So there's a possibility of an outcome that could swing the Windward Volcanoes' way.
Yeah, it could be. The Windward's Volcanoes would want to probably get the 4 wickets needed from the Guyana Happy Eagles and then look to chase and have a successful chase.
And if
so
they do
that game is still in the balance, I think.
And it would change the equation, you know, in spite of what the outcome is here. So, but you don't know. It's nicely poised series over in Jamaica. Scorpions are in a spot of bother, with Barbados Pride making 439. They were bowled out for 142 and now they're 157 for 5. Kofi James gets a good rising one from Joshua James. So James to James. We have not had that in a while. Persons with like surnames. Kofi James is an Antiguan right-hand season. Would have played for the Antigua Grammar School as a youngster. And I would give you his story. He used to open the bowling for the Antigua Grammar School as a medium fast bowler. He plays now as a batter and an off spinner. He does not get his first run, but steered nicely to Evan Lewis at cover. He fielded well. So Kofi James emerged as a youngster that when he was first seen in the under-19 tournament, he was, as I mentioned, bowled at school. He was batting. And he was seen batting at number 9. And the coach, one of the coaches, I won't call the name, made a call to find out, why is this man batting there when he should be batting at the top? Kofi James is now an opening batter. Ooh, that's a beautiful delivery. That one cut back. And it's by signal by the umpire. It surprised everyone. Surprised Kofi James. He was not committed to it. The good thing about it, he stood up and he watched it coming back. It stunned him. Stunned Joshua De Silva. No fault of him. Diving to the left, 4 byes. What a delivery from Joshua James.
Yeah, good delivery from Joshua James. First up, he's bowled well, especially to Kofi James in this game as well. I think he got him in the first innings with a similar delivery cutting back, taking Kofi James on the pad, and he was out leg before. So he would want to continue to bowl like that. I was just looking at the point standing and wondering, just looking at the possibility, because Barbados prize there on 19.8 and they're trying to force an outright victory.
Lovely shot by Kofi James. He gets off the mark this time. And 2 runs. So he gets off the mark.
James would feel better about that.
Yes, neither of the openers got off the mark in the first
getting
innings.
a knot in the first innings.
And he started on a pair. Kofi's an exuberant youngster. Just before you get to the point standings, he would have been pretty good. He had the opportunity of captaining the Leeward Islands in the Super 50 about 4 years ago. And
in a surprise move, I think, by then coach Winston Benjamin.
And this one will go for, well, no. There is Jason Mohammed on the backward point boundary. And I thought it was hurrying to backward point for 4, but only a single.
I think that's the shot that they want Kofi James to be playing, because that shot that he's on the back foot, that ball left the bat in the air, but it also brings the slips and the gully into play. So they wouldn't mind too much that shot of that short of a length delivery by Kofi James.
Louis hurried on that occasion by a lumbering Joshua James. The over comes to an end, and 3 coming off the bowler. Kofi James on 3, and the other would have been 4 byes from a beauty of a delivery, the best delivery of the over. The first one that just jagged back, beat the bat and beat the keeper for 4 byes.
So Kofi James would be feeling a lot better about himself. Mikael Louis would be hoping that he too can get off the mark, and then they would want to build a partnership. I think they would want a partnership bigger than the 27 that the Leeward Islands have been able to get for this series so far. The Leeward Islands camp would want a positive start. They have a follow-on. They have to first clear 177 in order to ask the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to bat again. But I think personal milestones are going to be important in this second innings. Like I said earlier, it's the last innings of the season for a lot of these players, and you want to leave a lasting impression, especially in the mind of the scouts, the people who will have the opportunity to select you for the next time around.
Well, you're saying for some of these players, I would say
well,
for all the Leewards
players.
Because there is no way they can do a backflip like the Barbadians are trying to do to get back into contention. Beautiful catch. Tremendous catch, Kofi James. Prodding forward, and what a catch. Leaping to his right, Cephas Cooper, and they have made the breakthrough.
And this is what I was talking about, that the slips would come into play, because Kofi James have that tendency to play that kind of shot. And that one just made a little bit of height on him. He was just trying to probably guide it past that point region, and ball taking the edge, and Cooper, who was in that position there, took a beautiful catch, diving away to his right and coming up, and Kofi James goes back into the pavilion, failing again. Just 3 runs he was able to score, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force getting their first wicket of the Leeward Islands second innings, that of Kofi James, going back for 3.
It was a delightful view of the eye to see that catch, and it was good bowling on the part of Anderson Phillip. He has not lost any energy. That was good, but Kofi James, look how he ended up.
Yeah, and
2 feet.
You remember
in the crease, backing up.
You remember in
pushing
the
the bat forward.
Yeah, you remember in the previous over, that one that left the bat in the air, but they had the man on that
on the
point
boundary.
And I spoke about that because Kofi James has that tendency to push at those deliveries, and like you saw in the replay, his feet were nowhere near to it to be playing that kind of shot. So he pays for it, and he's back in the pavilion. Leeward Islands in trouble. Kareem Gore has to come out early once again.
Well, he came out yesterday with the score on, without a run on the board when they lost the first wicket, and he watched and saw the second wicket going down without a run on the board. Then he watched shared in a 65-1 partnership with Casey Carty, and then Carty left. Then he watched Joel Anjou also being the third player to score a duck. And he looked solid defensively to that ball from Anderson Phillip. And
first up, yep, hit in the middle of the bat. He would be feeling good about that in the sense that he's come back out and would be probably a little bit nervous, a little bit concerned having to come and bat so early once again.
And then he did well, added a 70-run fifth wicket partnership with his captain, Justin Graves. Ooh, and then he pushed on to 90, but didn't push on to the 100.
Gore is driving again, pleasantly, but straight to the fielder at mid-off.
The difference is that he comes out and he plays the ball from outside the crease. He's on the move, the front foot fully thrusted forward with the bat coming into play. In terms of Kofi James, yes, it was a different length, but the similar line. But Kofi, both feet for Kofi were almost together, looking to play back and the bat pushing forward. Not discrediting Anderson Phillips' impact, because it was good pace and it was also a good line, but I think it could have been averted. But what a catch by that man, Cephas Cooper.
Gore gets his first runs here. He's working one into the mid-wicket region. Should rush back for 2. Ball that was angled into him, and he just went with the angle and played it into the straightish mid-wicket region. James at mid-on having to do some work, and Kareem Gore gets off the mark with 2. Gore would be hoping that he can repeat the type of innings that he played in the first innings. Real solid 90 runs, apart from that explosive innings from Jamal Hamilton at the end where he got 100. Kareem Gore's innings was just as good as any. He's driving again pleasantly, but straight to the fielder at that mid-off region. Terrence Hines just shaking his fingers as that one probably just came a little bit quickly, maybe a little bounce before it went into his fingers. I spoke about the importance of that little period before tea. Leeward Islands wouldn't want to lose too many wickets. Gore is struck on the pad and is given leg before. Again, missed one that was right up to him from Anderson Phillip, and Kareem Gore missing that one. Umpire sends him on his way, and Gore is back. Leeward Islands in trouble. They are now 9 for 2, and Kareem Gore, who had a big score in the first innings, is back in the pavilion. One crashing into the pads, and again you probably would want to look at the angle of that one, but the umpire was certainly pleased with what he saw. Gore missed it, and Leeward Islands losing their second wickets, 9 for 2, and the danger man Kareem Gore is back in the pavilion, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they would be really happy with the situation right now, having enforced the follow-on. Leewards 177 runs behind, and they're going to have to make a fight of it again. They still trail by 168 runs. It's 9 for 2. Carty comes out to join Mikael Louis. So he's going to need to try and build a partnership with Jeremiah Louis if he's going to stop the fall of wickets from the Leeward Islands. Still about 20 minutes or so to go before the tea interval, 18 minutes by my watch. It's going to be important to see how the Leeward Islands go from here into that tea interval. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would want a couple more wickets maybe before the tea interval just to justify the fact that they've enforced the follow on. Mikael Lewis coming down quickly on a delivery that is angled into him. Let's just have a look again at that Karima Gore leg before. Pitching in line and going towards the leg side. It sort of had an angle of going towards the leg side, but the umpire was satisfied that it was going to hit the stumps, and he sent Karima Gore on his way. Joshua James outside the line of the off stump and very close to that off stump of Mikael Louis, and Louis was probably just a little bit late in that one. Yeah, judged it well probably in just about in the end. Was cutting back at that off stump, but I think he just might have judged it well. Down the leg side from James, trying to attack the stumps of Mikael Louis. Louis had to get off the mark. He's on a pair. He's now faced 10 deliveries. So he didn't score in the first innings. Had a leading edge that went high up into the air. Outside the off stump again from James. Louis picking it up early, allows it to go by. So the Red Force, they would want to have victory here and pick up as many of the bonus points that are on offer to try and overhaul the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And they would hope that the Guyana Harpy Eagles falter a little bit up at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. He's playing a little bit late on that one again. Mikael Louis is bringing the bat down, but it was a little bit late, and that one went past the off stump into the gloves of Joshua Da Silva. Here is he getting one again that cuts back at Mikael Louis, taking him high up on the pad. That's the summary of what has taken place so far. 5:22 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 3:45 all out. The Leeward Islands are 9 for 2 in their second innings. Kofi James and Karima Gore already back in the pavilion. And again, Seth, maybe if you get a second look at that Karima Gore incident, you might again nod your head.
Well, there are two things about that. The first was the shot selection. I thought the first delivery, earlier delivery that he... You're concerned about where the ball was pitched?
Not necessarily the way it was pitched, but the angle again, which it was going, but the umpire, it was pretty full, so the umpire was pretty confident about that. And I think the shot selection, Gore missed it completely.
Certainly. It was, apart from the shot selection, you give Anderson Phillip credit because he played a previous delivery into mid-wicket and he got 2 runs. So he definitely showed the inclination that once he was coming into the pad, he was going to play. And there may have been a subtle change of that delivery. Karima Gore coming across again, just a little trifle of a movement, and the ball pitched there. I am not quite sure where it pitched because it's difficult to see. And because of the full length, you didn't quite see the trajectory of it. But the umpire thought it was adjacent. The Leewards, they got it tightened more. It cannot be just about runs. It has to be.
Carty gets off the mark with his first run.
It has to be time. So yes, the eagerness in getting the runs, you have gotten off the mark, you can go defensive. So the movement that you're going to make to work that ball could have been negated by a forward movement of defiance. And Anderson Phillip, that man from Central Trinidad who plays for the police club.
Is he a police officer by trade?
Well, I don't know, but I know he plays for the police club. But in Trinidad and Tobago, I believe that some of the players may, well, let me not go there. I would just say something off. But I remember when the football team was flourishing, they used to call themselves, before Soca Warriors, what was it? Well, I will get there. They were a strong team, and the team had quite a bit of guys from the defense force. You had Trinidad players, but some of those guys, I think I can remember, I don't want to call the names who were aligned to what, but quite a bit of those guys would have played for defense force. So what you find, they have a very fit regime. So when we're speaking about Anderson Phillip's fitness, it is possible that apart from his personal work, it could be a culture. And that's what we need to start to speak about regarding Leeward Islands cricket. There needs to be that revised culture.
My question is that he sort of shapes up like a police officer.
And then what did you say that?
He sort of looks like...
He looks militant.
Like
approach,
somebody who's a part of the military. Just the way that he operates, the way that he carries himself. When you look at his build
discipline and
his fitness and that kind of thing.
So are you saying all police officers are fit and
supposed
like
to
that?
be?
Okay. So
but is a different argument.
What I say, he looks like a super fit man. He's well trimmed, well oiled, full of energy, and I'm more and more impressed and more sold on this man.
Yeah, if I hear he's a part of military, I wouldn't be surprised. Outside the off stump, Louis is still yet to get off the mark in this game. He's faced 15 deliveries in this match, in this innings, sorry.
Well, he's yet to get off the mark. I think if he plays a Chandapur-like innings today, I won't mind for his sake, because he has really been out of touch. And apart from, one
and I think there are some days that a Chandapur type innings is necessary.
Precisely.
Is the requirement.
So that may be the case here.
And that is where somebody like a Kareem Gore's natural game sometimes plays against him, because there are times when he probably needs not to play a shot
score.
Himself and Kofi James not play a shot per ball, but grind out.
It's interesting. You may say it, you may not have played Test cricket, but it's a point that you can make to him. I remember Keith Arterton in his early game. He had some real nice innings with Brian Lara, and he was asked what makes the difference, because you see. He said, Sir Gary Sobers, he had a chat with Sir Gary, and Sir Gary said, you're trying to play too many strokes. And if Sir Gary Sobers says, you're trying to play too many strokes at deliveries, it is something worth considering. Because Kareem Gore is no doubt a touch player. I really look top notch.
He has to. He has to
learn.
Have
to then curtail and say, okay, now he's not trying to score. Yep. Time and season. For everything, says the good book. And it was
Leeward Islands on 10 for 2 after 5 overs. They have been put back in by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, asked to follow on 177 runs behind. So they're still 167 runs behind, but they've lost 2 wickets. The important thing here, 2 wickets at the top. Kofi James and Kareem Gore both back in the pavilion.
Well, it has never been a good showing by the Leeward Islands top order this season. And when I make statements like I made about Cornwall batting higher and somebody's asking where, not you I'm talking, somebody else, then my answer has to do better than those who are placed above him.
The response is similar to those folks who challenged my call for the Leeward Islands captain to promote himself up the order.
That's another point, and he's comfortable.
There are many folks who said to me that where does he bat for the West Indies? But I said that it's a different strokes, they say, for different folks or different games. It's a different setup when he's in the West Indies team.
You're correct.
In this team, he is a senior batter and should remember when he made the runs that got him to make the West Indies team, it was made at the top of the innings.
You're correct.
Carty's going to get a boundary here, just getting inside of a battle line delivery from Joshua James, just one that was strained towards the leg side, and Carty just helped it on its way for 4.
You're absolutely correct, because it was a question that I put to him at Coolidge about where he was batting. I don't want to go into the details in terms of his logistics, because I'm not sure if our conversation was perceived to be for on air, or it was a chat. But he was comfortable being at 5. My assertion was that coming in at 3 may have helped in stabilizing the situation, and that was the first game.
Another opportunity though for somebody like a Casey Carty to stand up, put his hand up, get a good innings. Because no doubt he has ability, Casey Carty, because he's gone all the way right to the top of the top level. Casey Carty, so he'll be hoping that he can get in and get himself to uh, 63 matches at the first class level. $300s and 2050s, 2,940 runs we're seeing here for him, with a best of 127. He's had 7 tests, 14 innings, 235 runs with a best of 42. So he's been tried right at the top. He's been a little bit more successful in ODI cricket. He has 400s and 550s in terms of his innings. When he's played List A, he's had 600s and 950s at that level. So between List A and first class, he's had 9 centuries and 29 50s, Casey Carty. So he has ability, does have ability. Joshua James, who is into this match because Jaden Seals is on workload management, we were told, and 3 overs for 15 runs so far. Correction, 3 overs for 7 runs with 15 dot balls.
This
Joshua James. $14 for 2, the Leeward Islands, trailed by 163 runs. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force enforcing the follow-on. Such as that late order blast by Jama Hamilton, ending on 121. The Leewards were able to get 345 all out in their 72.2 overs batting. Trinidad and Tobago had made a very big first inning score. Louis again is solid, still on knot. But he had an enterprising innings in the second match up at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium before that match was abandoned as a draw. So he will be hoping, Mikhail Louis, that he can repeat the innings, if not better it. Trying to tempt him into a false stroke is Anderson Phillip, who continues to run in for his captain, Joshua Da Silva. And Da Silva is a little bit more positive in his field placement this innings. He has 3 slips and a gully in. Very early in the Leeward Islands' first innings, we saw him doing away with the slips and putting fielders in more defensive positions, I thought. Just going past the edge of Mikhail Louis' bat is Anderson Phillip. Again, Louis just noticing it outside the line of the off stump. I'll give him benefit of the doubt that he just dragged the bat away. Score remains on 14 for 2 following on. So they still trail by 163. The first game when the Leeward Islands were asked to follow on, they only made what? 98?
98, yes.
In their second innings.
Suffered a thrashing by an innings and 270 runs.
If there was ever a thrashing, that's what you call it in that first encounter. Louis is going to get off the mark finally. Off of his 21st delivery. Gets a single into the mid-wicket region, so he's off the pair.
That's welcoming for him.
15 now for 2.
They have 2 things to look at. One is that they're now batting for T.
They should be, by my watch, the final over before tea. So Carty would want to just see these last 2 deliveries off.
But again, playing away from his body. You know, the bat got indication that full commitment, because Anderson Phillip can be deceptive. Gets that one that goes away. We saw him having dismissed Joel Andrew and Justin Graves. Similar length, but going away. And we saw exactly what happened to Kofi James. Not committing the movement, full movement of the feet to the ball. Casey Carty just really jamming at the side of that. So you got to get the feet moving when you're bowling a bowler who is swinging the ball.
Delivery that is played defensively. Back up along the onside. And that should be T on day 3 of this 4-day encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Red Force 522 for 9 in their first innings. Leeward Islands Hurricane 345 all out and 16 for 2. 220 Joshua Da Silva and 121 by Jamal Hamilton. The 2 significant scores. Kareem Gore getting 90 in the first innings, but he's already back in the pavilion for only 3 runs in the second innings. And at the end of it, when we take the T, the Leeward Islands Hurricane, they are 16 for 2, still trail by 161 runs. And so when we rejoin you after T, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will continue their second innings following on against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So we'll take a short break and we will rejoin you in about 20 minutes or so from here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. And welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Grounds, where the umpires are walking out on a bright afternoon. Just look back at some of the highlights of play after the luncheon interval. Cornwall played some good shots early on. Was a little bit brutal on Brian Charles, but then he tried to go over the top and was leg before to Hines. Hamilton then took charge, and with the wickets going down, that was Pittman. Hamilton then went on the charge and some really lofty blows. 3 balls he hit out of the ground here. That's the second of the 3. And he was harsh on all of the bowlers until he held out to Joshua James, and then enforcing the follow on. Trinidad and Tobago, red force behind that. That's a beautiful catch by Cephas Cooper to get rid of Kofi James. And then Karima Gore being struck on the pad, playing across the line of a full pitch delivery. And he too is back in the pavilion. 16 for 2. Still trailed by 161 runs. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they would need to get some partnerships going, need to get some runs on the board if they're going to clear that 161 runs that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have in the lead, and probably give the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force something to play for. But the Red Force would have other ideas. They would be hoping that they can clean up the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, if not this afternoon, maybe early tomorrow, below that 161, 177 that they need to get to. And so Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the ascendancy as we speak, with 2 of the Leeward Islands top order batters already back in the pavilion. Karima Gore, who scored 90 in that first innings, and Kofi James, who scored not in the first innings and in the second innings didn't do too much better. Got a couple of runs, 3 runs in the second innings, and so Trinidad and Tobago Red Force right on top here after tea. Opportunity though for Mikael Louis, who is on 1 of 22 deliveries. He's looked very cautious in his approach so far. And Casey Carty, who is not out, on 6, played 1 good shot. Just tickled one down to fine leg as well, to fine leg for a boundary. So Carty and Louis would want to resume after the tea interval and get the Leeward Islands batting up and running. Looks as if it's going to be Joshua James who is going to continue from that northern end, and he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Casey Carty. Still 2 slips and a gully in place. Beating Casey Carty outside the line of the off stump. He was a little bit cautious, pushed at that one. Ball leaving him outside the line of the off stump. Just comes down to have a look at the pitch as to where that one would have touched down. We haven't seen anything at all in this pitch to suggest that there should be any concerns about the surface itself. Carty is going to have to really play a good innings to their big innings for his team, the Leeward Islands. You tend to think that himself and maybe a Joel Andrew and even Captain Justin Graves are going to be important if the Leeward Islands are going to avoid an innings defeat. Saw a little glimpse of the old Raheem Cornwall in the first innings. He got 38 runs before he was leg before wicket. And of course, we know the century maker in Jamal Hamilton, and he would want to have to come and do a similar type batting in the second innings. So just another no ball by Joshua James. He continues to bowl them at regular intervals, something he will have to work on in his personal development. Joshua James from Tobago with a remodeled bowling action. He's gonna get a couple of runs here. Casey Carty just works one out into the cover region. Runs easily back for 2. Hasn't been any real devil in the pitch that we've seen. Combination of some ill-advised stroke play and batters giving their hand away. Remember Casey Carty in the first innings giving his hand away, just jumping down the track. No one could understand why he just decided to jump down the track against Carey Pay and ran past one, the easiest of stumpings for Joshua Da Silva. So to have a second opportunity to do well for himself, Casey Carty. He's going to get runs here, and he gets 4. As it was again a badly lined delivery from Joshua James, angling towards the leg side and coming down quickly on it, Casey Carty, and flicking it on that leg side into the square leg region, and picked up 4 runs.
The guys used to say meat and drinks. When you get meat and drinks, what do?
Yeah, you take it gladly.
Yes, and that was meat and drinks. Easy for the right-hander to work off the pads, and Carty taking advantage of that opportunity.
So James, 14 runs so far off of his 4 overs. That's the way the situation looks here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds in this match.
There was a thought then more that this game would have lasted 3 days. I am putting pay to that thought. But if it's it's still possible, because there are 40 overs remaining. But I think if you're to put pay to that thought that this pair, Mikael Louis and Casey Carty, both whom would have already played, would have had international experience, would need to show that experience now. That is critical, and I think they can do it. They can determine that they want to bat all 40 overs. As you say, some repair in terms of reputational issues based on their performances so far in the season. I think they owe it to themselves first, and they also owe it in a huge way to the team.
The man who would have broken the partnerships is coming into the attack. It's going to be important that the Leeward Islanders are clear about the approach. First delivery from Terence Hines over, played away by Mikael Louis, and the fielder giving chase just couldn't pull it back as it ran into the square leg boundary for 4. A little bit of a poor effort there by the fielder out on that boundary line.
I think in the last minute he got sort of carried away.
Yeah, Evan Lewis there.
But there is something that we may not be seeing, or our viewers may not be seeing. So the ball is slowing up, and he was pulling it back.
Yeah,
instead it trickled on the rope.
Yeah, just didn't get his hand to it.
The late swing that Terence Hines got from that delivery.
Here is it again. He was looking for that swing in the Yorker length delivery, and if you looked at even the shot that we see, you could see that where the ball went for 4 wasn't where Louis was trying to play it. He was trying to push it more up to the mid-on region. But the late swing, the ball took the inner portion of the bat and it went into the square leg region instead.
So the approach that some batters would use to negate that late swing is to bat a little bit away from the crease.
Here is delivery that is knocking Louis off of his feet. It was angled into him.
It was clearly going down, but you can see because of what I was just alluding to, where his feet were. Look at this, both together. Okay, then late he's trying to move that, then he unsuits himself. You can't see my position, but for that, you're seeing the late swing, so you're batting your back foot on the crease, your front foot away from the crease, especially a man with a lot of stride, and then you make your trigger movement. And I think Louis moving late to that. Good bowling from Terence Hines.
He's going past the edge of Louis' bat. Another delivery that is just having a little bit of shape on it.
Because Louis is then tripping back. You could have seen that on that occasion. He's tripping backwards, and it means that he's a bit uncertain.
I don't think personally that there is anything that Louis, we haven't seen anything to suggest that Hines is going to be getting anything to come up past Louis' waist.
Precisely.
So there's no need for him to be that cautious and staying on the back foot. He could possibly be looking to push out a little bit more at Terence Hines.
And he's a tall lad.
Like he did on this occasion, just getting right there to the pitch and driving well. But he can do that a lot more, because what we've seen in this entire match, we haven't seen Terence Hines try to hammer anything into the pitch or anything of that sort. He's been, for the most part, full, and what he has done is that he started on line and maybe tried to just move it away and away and away further to induce that fall stroke. Poor delivery down the leg side. Louis having a flick at it, not making contact. Gone. Louis is not out on 5. Casey Carty not out on 12. Karima Gore and Kofi James back in the pavilion. James caught beautifully by Cephas Cooper, diving away to his right, and then Gore missing a full pitch delivery from Anderson Phillip, and a judged leg before by the umpire.
Anderson Phillip having a field day here.
But I think what I like with the Trinidad and Tobago captain, what he's doing with Anderson Phillip, he's bowling him in short burst, just to try and keep him as fresh as possible. If we see that he had that little burst before the tea interval, and then when they come back after tea, he's giving him a little bit of a rest, bringing on Terence Hines. Joshua James, though, who should be a lot fresher because he didn't bowl as many overs in the first innings, will continue, and Casey Carty will get a single. In the first innings, Joshua James only bowled 11 overs as compared to 16.2 bowled by Anderson Phillip. So Anderson Phillip bowling 5 overs more than Joshua James in the first innings of the Leeward Islands batting.
We have a strong wind blowing across from the eastern side. You can hear it in our microphones. It is not a hurricane, it's just the strong winds.
The sun is out this afternoon, nice and bright, as Joshua James continues.
Well, Joshua James is having a good opportunity here in the absence of Jaden Seals, and he would want to make an impression, because if they're going forward, which they're going forward naturally to the next round, he would maybe putting some doubts. Do you need 2 spinners, or do you need to consider myself? You know, knowing that, you know, they would have had an assessment that the venues are helpful.
Beating the bat of Jeremiah Louis, Mikhail Louis, outside the line of the off stump, is Joshua James. And when you think of it, You have the opportunity there where Brian Charles has not necessarily been as successful as the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force might have hoped. Looks to be Alzari Joseph, who is just walking around with Sir Curtly Ambrose. Good to see Alzari back on home soil. He was away, we know, over there in Pakistan for a little bit.
I didn't realize that he was back.
Yeah.
He was in the PSL.
Driven up on the onside for 4 by Michael Louis. Pitched up to him by James, and he just pressed it past that fielder at that mid-on position. The fielder came across, and when he realized that it was gone past him, Amir Django just allowed it to run into that mid-on, long-on boundary. And 4 runs to Michael Louis. Feel good about that, because that was right up to him, and he really pressed it well.
That will do his confidence well. He needs that. Deliveries like those that you can be in your comfort zone.
You know what we call playing it up in the V.
That's correct.
He's going to get a single as he calls through Casey Carty. This one played a little bit of softer hands and just trickling out to where Amir Django is posted at mid-on. And so an easy single for Michael Louis. Another run for the Leeward Islands, 33 for 2. It's time they go for a quick single and they get it in the end, and they're going to come back for 2 as Amir Django didn't pick it up. Hits the stump that they...
And he's appealing. For an out.
The striker's end, and he's appealing, but Casey Carty had already made his ground. Back for 2, so 2 more runs to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 35 for 2. Carty's on 15. Louis is on 10.
So, Anderson Phillip just having 4 overs, Denmore. Having 2 for 5. Would you have continued with him, or I realize?
No, I think the captain is thinking about the long run. I think that he believes that especially later on, when you get to the lower order of the Leeward Islands innings, you're going to need somebody like Anderson Phillip to be able to wrap things up. So he doesn't want to overbowl him in this early stage, and then doesn't. Maybe he can't manage a little later on. So, strategy, bowling him in short bursts. I'm believing, I'm thinking that even when he takes off Joshua James from the other end, you might see Phillip come back and get a couple of overs from that end as well.
Yes, good thought. But it's good to have good backup support. And Terence Hines has done a remarkable job, had 3 in the first innings, and that adds to his continued consistent batting.
And I think Hines, the wickets, the wickets that he got in the first innings, Terence Hines, were very important for Trinidad and Tobago. He got Karima Gore, Cameron Pennyfeather, and Raheem Cornwall. 3 important wickets for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He got Karima Gore at a time when Gore was looking to push on for a century, got a thin edge. When Cameron Pennyfeather came in and played a little cameo, he then was able to get him as well. This is a fine shot by Louis, but he's only going to get 2 runs. There's a fielder down on that deep long leg boundary, and so he's back for 2. And then Raheem Cornwall, who came in and probably just had a little glimpse of the old Raheem Cornwall batting there. He was able to then come in and dismiss Raheem Cornwall at a time when it looked as himself and Jamal Hamilton were going to put on a dominant partnership.
Yes.
So Hines has an important role to play for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
When you think of Terence Hines, he's a relatively short bowler. He's more medium built. Anderson Phillip is on the lean side. He's strong. He knows his craft well. He's really a plus to this team because he gives you, he's not just the ordinary medium pacer who is holding an end. He has that little cutting edge, deceptive at times.
And he's able to get the ball to swing as well.
Precisely. So he's really a man who has thought his game out. And then when you see him with the bat, it's another story.
Here is he driven through the offside beautifully for 4 by Casey Carty. He was looking for that swing, but he overpitched it right up to Carty. And Carty coming out on that front foot and pressing that one through the cover region for 4. Look at this shot. Right up to him, getting right out to it was Carty. And really placing it well, and raced over the outfield at Antigua Recreation Grounds and picked up 4 runs.
That's what Carty can do. And he would just need to bat and bat and bat. Accumulate all the runs he can.
Gets off strike, does Carty. Something that the Leeward Islands need to do a lot more of. Just turn the strike over, get the 1s, get the 2s, just so that they chip away at this 177 run deficit that they need to clear if they're going to ask the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to bat again. Up at Coolidge Cricket Grounds, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they've moved on to 229 for 7. They have a 19-run lead to add to that over the Windward Islands Volcanoes. So they are almost having almost 250 runs in the lead there. And no doubt the Guyana Happy Eagles would be monitoring what is taking place in this game.
Strong breeze, then more. Has been very strong. How would that play a factor here?
Yeah, it has really. The breeze has really picked up here. And you've seen that especially Hines, he has been trying to use that breeze.
Yes.
Barbados 140. Sorry, Jamaica Scorpions 142 and 249 for 7 in response to 439 made by the Barbados Pride. So a little bit of a fight back by the Jamaica Scorpions. James continues. Still just trying to fire those deliveries in at the right-handers. That seems to be his stock ball, that one that cuts back from outside the off stump at the right-handers. We haven't seen him really get any to go the other way with any form of consistency. Joshua James.
Still learning his craft. And depends a lot on his length because he's a very tall man.
outside the off stump, that one that just held its own.
And he has had to do some remodeling of his action, so that itself brings, you know, some measure of, I don't want to say pressure, but alter, that may well, you know, alter some of the movements that he may have gotten in the past. So multiple of factors, but that's a good observation. You have seen Anderson Phillip going away and coming back. You've seen Hines stock delivery away and also coming back, but he has been the lone bowler from which we have not seen.
Again, just that one that is shaping back. So he picked up that line and he sort of looked back nervously because that one cut back. Just after it got past Louis, it was shaping towards the stumps, but Louis judged it well in the end. Louis remains on 13-21 from Casey Carty. Outside the line of the off stump again, much too wide to tempt Mikael Louis into a shot. So that's the end of Joshua James's 6th over. 23 runs off of his bowling so far. He's not yet gotten a wicket. Leeward Islands Hurricane 44 for 2. Remember, they need to clear 177 more if they're going to ask the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to have to take strike in the second innings. Today we still have, Seth, another 36 overs to go.
Yes.
So it might be a little bit of overtime again. About 30 minutes, that takes us up to 5:30. The close of play, official close of play should be 5 p.m. But if they need to get in the overs, they have the option of an additional 30 minutes.
The reality here is that the Leeward Islands can be bowled out. They literally can be bowled out this afternoon if they're not careful. So don't take that for granted. They are looking good, this pair. So therefore for them, the longer they bat, the better they would feel. If it goes late, they will be happy.
I think it's an opportunity for these two batters to just try and get in and see how long they can bat, if they can bat all of the 36 overs that are left. Because when we look at it, when we think about it, there is really no rush. Because they pretty much maybe one or two options in terms of the results of this game.
That's right.
Result 1, Trinidad and Tobago bowl the Leeward Islands out and win the match. Or the Leewards could put on a good batting display in the second innings and maybe the match is drawn. It's going to get a couple more runs here, Casey Carty. Something that I've been advocating for them to do a lot of, just hit the ball into those gaps, rotate the strike. I can see those folks that says, Denmo, what happened to the third option? Leeward Islands winning the game. Well, you're going to have those folks that think that way.
So that would take some hitting in the manner in which you saw from Jamal Hamilton. It would take 4 times that.
Yeah, it would really mean that the Leewards would have to bat well,
and then
get past that 177, and get enough runs that they could maybe look to pressure the Trinidad and Tobago squad. But when we look at the Leeward Islands bowling, O'Shane Thomas and Kelvin Pittman and the others, might be a stretch to think about it that way, that the Leewards could win from this position.
And the pitch is too good for you to think that there would be a collapse from this Red Force team.
Trying to induce Carty into that false stroke. That is the one I'm talking about, that he starts on the stumps, and then he gives you that one a little bit full outside that off stump, trying to induce that fall stroke. Casey Carty not falling for it on that occasion.
Over has been completed. And it's still 46 for 2. Another good one from Terrence Hines.
Hines is just trying to stick with the plan for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I think the plan is that they know that they're going to have to be patient, and they're going to have to be more patient than the Leeward Islands batters. So what they're going to try to do is just keep that nagging line, that nagging length, and maybe just try and bore the Leeward Islands batters a little bit and then force them into that fall stroke.
Yes, it is a matter of tactics.
So it's all about the tactics, yep.
And they have done that well throughout this series. So it looks as though, well,
Joshua James is going to continue.
And they're still bowling him with 2 slips. And the goalie not forcing a third.
Louise, lucky there on that occasion. He was sort of jumping, and an inadvertent stroke, I think that was, but he got it into the mid-wicket region. He got a single.
The ball came back at him, and he jumped up on the toes. Quick action in order to get it out and get a single on that.
When we look at it, we look at him just, now he's just trying to be positive. Casey Carty, 23 so far. He would want a lot more than 23 in this innings.
You must want it, you must have the desire. That is what we saw from Joshua De Silva for the past, well, the prior 2 days. Showed that he wanted it, and he got what he wanted.
Again, we see that one coming off the inner portion of the bat. Carty just playing a little bit away from his body on that occasion. Second or third time we've seen him just sort of look on that good length. Casey Carty, but it's a solid pitch. Said it's a hard pitch.
It is.
Haven't seen anything that even looked remotely like a divot or anything on that pitch. Just some scuff marks we've seen from the bowler's footing.
You have all the time to play the strokes if you're in the right position. Trust the pitch, then you can execute well. That many boundaries have been struck in this game then, Moss? 97 fours?
16 sixes.
Shows it on a good pitch.
Remember,
here.
20 of them, those fours coming from Joshua De Silva in his double century.
And 16 from Kareem Gore in his 90.
We have seen quite a number of, and like I said, we've seen a lot of drives and pulls in this game. You can take your pick as to which one was the better one that you've seen, but there have been many to choose from. Remember one from Joshua De Silva that he played through that extra cover region in a textbook fashion. We've seen some from Kareem Gore that were Louis standing up and hitting a slow short pitch delivery from Joshua James. Can't score. End of a quiet over. 48 for 2. Leeward Islands Hurricanes after 14 overs. Carty on 24. Louis on 14.
Well, these two are showing the intent to bat on, showing a measure of discipline, measuring the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers. In what is a relatively quiet period, they will just need to trip away, reduce that lead, and look to bat to the end. Much will depend on how penetrative the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers are. And now we see Anderson Phillip has been brought back into play.
But not from the end that I was suggesting that he might reappear from. The couple of overs that were given to Hines. Captain is probably not satisfied that he's been penetrative enough. So he decided to bring back Anderson Phillip from this end. And this seemed to have been the end that a lot of the successes had come from. His first deliveries causing almost a fall stroke from Casey Carty, just pushing forward but getting a lot of the bat, and it went down to that deep point position. Is that Jed Gooley still down in that position there?
Yes, the man in
yeah,
the
he knows that piece of land. He's been there for quite a while, Jed Gooley. Louis is trying to whip one into the onside, no run.
Ari Joseph trying to go in the Leeward's dressing room, trying to inspire maybe his colleagues. I haven't really followed the PSL. The PSL, so
I have not been following it as well. So
what has been the case with this team? Neither have I followed the IPL. There are moments when I have an opportunity to breeze across something.
Louis going to get runs here. He's pressing this one into the leg side, and it's timed beautifully. It races over the outfield. It didn't look as if he hit it that hard, but giving chase, couldn't get close to it. Where was the fielder there? And 4 runs to Mikhail Louis and Joshua James. It was that was giving chase, and that ball just kept going away from him faster and faster.
Yes, that was a good stroke, well timed. And he's finding his way, he's finding his own.
18 for Mikhail Louis.
But in the IPL, there was, I saw a little, just a little clip of something saying, contending about Puran and some super over. And I became concerned because I know Puran was struggling a bit earlier with his form. He, I think, should be back in the fray. I know it's not easy. I've made a decision to retire from West Indies cricket, but I think he has so much to offer to West Indies cricket, and whatever the challenges are, or if there are challenges,
and we have seen a lot of players change their mind about decisions such as that. So,
but he's one that the team needs, no doubt about it.
Again, this delivery is struck away into the offside field, and they're going to get 2 runs. Gooley off the boundary couldn't prevent the possibility of a second run, didn't pick it up cleanly. And so the batters were able to rush back for 2 more runs to Mikhail Louis. He's on to 20 or 47.
But you see the difference, a point you have been making all match, the importance of that strike rotation. It takes you off of pressure and it causes you to build easier on your partnership rather than just thinking it's a boundary approach or a blocking approach. No, what?
This one is given. Just looked as if he probably just nudged it down the leg side. Catch taken by low down by wicketkeeper Josh Da Silva.
It came from nowhere because
and that's the end of Mikael and Louis. Just a fine tickle. And Joshua Da Silva went up, almost didn't go up with any conviction.
At first.
But just the way that Louis looked.
Yes.
Had that guilty look about.
Yes, it even looked on first appearance that the ball was kissing the surface. It was that low to Josh Da Silva.
But he took the catch low down. And
Anderson Phillip again. Down. And the third for Anderson Phillip.
And the bowling in burst is working for Josh Da Silva and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So again, we see Joel Andrew coming out at this time.
So Louis, the two openers would have departed because
the top Kofi three James batters would have now departed.
Gone
two
early.
Openers and Kareem Gore.
And then Kareem Gore now. You had an opening. The first innings would have been both openers first.
Would you have sent Joel Andrew at this stage? Or would you have...
Well, he has to bat. And you can't shield him down there. The captain had set himself down at number 6, which number 5 is his position, I think. But he would not want to have Joel perhaps coming in too late. I would have gone for him. He's under pressure. He has to learn to dig his way out of pressure. And when I say he's under pressure, because he has not really been scoring that many runs throughout the season. So he must come and face the pressure, come and face the music.
Joshua James has been taken off, and now we see it's going to be spin. Kyrie Peer is going to be brought into the attack. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force there, just trying to chip away at these wickets for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Good single taken by these two, recognizing that Joshua James was deep at that mid-off position, and good run-in on the part of the Leeward Islands batters. End of the over. First over by Carey Peer. Just 1 run coming from it. Joel Andrew and Casey Carty will need to do a little bit of repair work for the Leeward Islands. 56 for 3. Michael Louis, the last man out, for 20. Just nudging one down the leg side of Anderson Phillip. Good low catch taken by Josh Da Silva, skipping across to his left. And Michael Louis had that guilty look on his face. Philip still doing battle here. Carty continues to look solid in defense.
I'm hoping that Casey Carty can really go and build an innings, because for the first time that I'm looking at him in the series, he's looking the Casey Carty, the hungry Casey Carty. You can almost see him crouching at times. You can see him moving forward. The trigger movement is all coming together now in his batting. In the other games, he looked just a bit casual, just a bit flat, as though I'm in control, but was not in control. But on this occasion, I hope that desire can be converted into a good score. And this is Phillip. He has really made the best of this opportunity. Keeps bowling well, and these short bursts have really helped him. 7 wickets so far in this match.
Has been one of the standout bowlers
yes,
in this entire series.
Definitely.
For Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Casey Carty just getting on top of one there and getting another run.
Well, another Anderson Phillip over. He has been so economical. 3 for 13 at one stage, 3 for 5. And he's a good man to have in the team. I believe Josh will be bowling him sparing, would continue to bowl him sparingly. They're looking at the spot there, Denmore. I'm wondering, you know, if there is a concern about something. He's staying there next to his captain. They're examining a spot which would have been in his path.
I know. Earlier they had some bit of equipment that was nailed down from the ground staff in those areas that they had pounded them down into the ground. I'm not sure if that's what's causing the concern. I'm just looking and I'm seeing Daryl Thomas on the western side, just making some preparations, maybe to offer a little bit of repair in the area that seems to be of concern. Ken Carty continues to look good in his innings so far. 27 runs he scored. Gets his 28th run with that push up to mid-off. Joel Andrew has had a torrid time recently in terms of scoring runs in this series. Gets his first run of this match, Joel Andrew, with that drive out to the mid-off region. So he gets off the pier. Had a flash at one in the first innings. That was his downfall.
To outswinging delivery.
Carty's looking to really swing one away from Caripay. That was outside of his legs. Just looking to go with that sweep shot with almighty force. Doesn't make contact, no run.
And the 3 players who were on the pier got off the pier, but the other 2 have not converted, so he would need to convert. He would need to be patient. Patience is a virtue. Overcomes to an end. Anderson Phillip, the man, 3 for 13. Caripay yet to take a wicket, and he'll be mindful. He has been one of the bowlers on in the top as far as the leaderboard is concerned. But Anderson Phillip, meanwhile, has eclipsed his partner, bowling partner. He now moves up to 15 wickets.
We have a break. They're going to take a drinks break, and we'll take a short break here from the Antigua Recreation Ground. We'll be right back. 59 for 3. So a little bit of repairs have been done here at the ARG to that run-up area that where we saw Anderson Phillip looking as if he just had a little bit of an issue, maybe a couple of strides before he gets into his delivery run. The umpires and the players are just having a look at. They would have brought on some sand and just poured it in that area, maybe just to make it a little bit firmer for the bowler as he's running in. Phillip still looks a little bit concerned. The umpire is standing there. They're just probably just wanting something else. We see the grounds, one of the ground staff coming back on. Maybe they're just going to use that ramming instrument that we saw earlier just to tamper it down a little bit. So we see he's coming in with a, looks like a piece of wood and maybe some cardboard just to maybe get it a little firmer in that area. It's just on the approach from this, the southern end. Maybe 3 to 5 yards or so away. Just maybe where the fast bowler would be getting into, almost just looking to approach his delivery stride. Just doing a little bit of repair work there. Just trying to bind it in a little firmer into the soil. They brought out some soil just to add to that little area. We saw Phillip looking at it earlier on, just before we went on that drinks break, and the ground staff, they're now just trying to do the repairs. Still some ways to go. We have 31 overs remaining by the scoreboard and just over an hour by the regular timing. The end of day today was scheduled to be at 5 p.m. but of course they do have that luxury of the additional 30 minutes to get in as many of the overs as possible. You tend to think that if the Leeward Islands were to survive this afternoon, we might have an early start tomorrow again because of the loss of some time. So still lots of cricket to be played, and of no doubt the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be keeping the eyes open. So they probably a little bit more satisfied now as we see Anderson Phillip just waits as he's getting ready to continue. 2 slips in place and a gully for Joel Andrew.
Smart bowler Anderson Phillip is, recognizing that in the first innings when he had Joel Andrew, he was driving loosely outside the off stump, and he tempted him with one, in fact wider than the one which dismissed him in the off stump, outside the off stump. So he was trying to see if he could have lured him into that drive of impatience, I would call it. But Anderson Phillip, he has had a good season. 15 wickets already in the tournament. Just 5 behind Gudakesh Moti.
He's continuing to try as best as possible to unseat Joel Andrew. Andrew, who is in and would want to get in and get amongst the runs. Would be hoping that this might be the opportunity for him to have a good innings.
Well, this is part of development and maturity. How do I recover from what has passed, what happened in the first innings? And his answer can be just come good now. Good one. That one rushed him, but again cramped. High up on the pad because he's still playing from the crease.
Early on in his innings, though, still has the time and the ability to make the adjustments.
Yes. And he's a good young player. Just going through a little rough patch. It's not how you got into it, it's how you get out of it.
Yeah, all of us know that he has the ability to bat. And I think that once he's able to battle through this rough period, show some mettle. He'd be able to then get back up to the heights that many of us feel that he will reach. Still very young, I think he's still in the teenage years, 19 years, so.
And he has the burden of expectations on him.
Quite a bit of time. But he has to also just make sure that he continues to do some personal work with his coaches and his handlers, just to make sure that the burden doesn't become too heavy on him and cause him not to perform. Here is an opportunity, and could have been a run-out chance, but not picking the ball up. There was a hesitation between these two. Cooper, who took that brilliant catch to dismiss Kofi James, just couldn't get the ball into his hand. He grabbed it on several occasions, and Carty and Joel Andrew, they were just a little bit of mix-up in the communication there. And in the end, they get a single, but that could have been a run-out chance for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Much of that communication in those quick singles are non-verbal. Joel Andrew saw the nod from Carty. He saw the opportunity, he ran. Carty, even though he gave the nod, didn't look inclined.
Yeah, then Carty then sort of just changed his mind.
Rotation. Very important.
Something that we've been saying all match. You rotate the strike, you ease the pressure, and you build the score ever so slightly. 62 for 3. Carty is on 29 of 48 deliveries.
Would you believe it, Denmore? In the first innings, they lost their third wicket on 62. So we're seeing they're back at 62 for 3. So let's see how they recover. The difference now is that they are following on, and 115 runs still remain in deficit.
Carry Pierre to continue. Andrew was trying to pierce the infield there. Good diving save there by Jason Mohammed.
Josh Da Silva ran right from behind the stumps to give him a pat. What a thing.
Yeah, just to encourage the old man. Andrew is driving hard, but straight to Joshua James out at mid-off. Just a single. All important for team morale.
Yes, leadership can inspire. And as you mentioned, team morale. The wicketkeeper with the pads on, running out to cover just to pat you to say thanks for saving that 4. It means a lot.
Mohammed could have decided, you know what? One is hard, it's away from me. Let me just
leave it
and let it go. But he tumbled down to the left and was able to stop it. Pierre continues. He's just, we haven't seen anything too penetrative from Carey Pierre. He's just been there or thereabout, but he's been very consistent. He's not tried anything.
He's the type of bowler who would want to lure you. We saw in the first innings, And this is a good matchup. He lured Carty into
a false stroke because he was just there, consistent. Carty then lost is cool.
And he felt, hey, I can just...
Yeah, I'm just going to jump down and try to hit him out of the ground, and just ran past one inexplicably. So, again, good, nice, solid bowling by Carripier. 3 overs so far. He's had none, but just 5 runs coming from his bowling. 64 for 3. Just see Carty making a signal to the dressing room. Probably just want something, maybe a change of bat. We'll wait and see.
Or change of glove, maybe, because it has been humid out there, even though there were a few moments in which we would have lost the sunshine.
Yeah, it has been warm. Hot. It has been warm today.
Yes.
And we have had that strong breeze as well that might just about have saved the players. We've had some clouds overhead, not threatening though. They're not the type that
would bring rain. So we've
since that first morning when we had the covers coming back on 2 times, we've not seen the ground staff needed since then. It's been some beautiful days for cricket.
Yep. There's a song that says it's a lovely day for cricket. The skies are
blue skies and gentle breeze. Still just having a little bit of a lull. We was waiting for Carty to get a change of equipment. Whatever was brought out to him was not of his liking.
Kadeem Henry's coming out, perhaps with what he really wants. And
yeah, we saw Carl and Bowen Tuckett coming first with the bat. But Carty just wanted a change of gloves, and it was a specific pair.
How did I pick that up from here, and the guys out there picked up something different? I said it was gloves from the beginning, and I'm further away.
The difference is, Seth, you are actually paying attention. You're watching the game. Can't say
I remember
that for certain of the other players.
I am not going to call the name of the person because he's a big businessman here in Antigua Barbuda, but we were in Trinidad. I'll get back to that. We're in Trinidad. I was in Trinidad and he was in Trinidad. And I'm trying to figure whether it was the West Indies or Leeward, but I would have been in the dressing room. A certain player who had an injured finger and couldn't play was reading the newspaper. And I remember, well, the guys are also a former Antiguan player, and he came and he said to me, I don't understand this. The game is going on out there, and he's reading the newspaper, and he's not paying attention. So I said, but remember, he's injured, and his finger, he says, that doesn't matter. He needs to pay attention to everything. And I looked at that.
Joel Andrew is going to get a boundary here.
Glorious shot. Just pushing and allowing the pace to do the rest. He had the wrist work, he had the angle, and Carty will be happy with the returns. But when he said that, I thought about it. It wasn't full length, it was short of a length, but he maintained his position and pressed it nicely. But when he said that, you know, it was a message that if you pay attention the next time you're facing that bowler, you would know what to do. And I think it's important that players in the dressing room, whether you're actually playing or not, you pay full attention to what the signals are.
Carty gets another run. I might have said Joel Andrew, but that was Carty who played that beautiful shot before.
It was correct.
And gets another single. So Carty goes he's into the 30s, and he's now on 35.
A different looking Carty.
First option, he would be thinking 50, and then looking to build from there.
That's right. Pay attention to the landmarks.
I would love for him to be able to push on. I think one or two of the senior batters need to stand up and be counted. Here is Joel Andrew hitting one and left the bat in the air and just fell out of the grasp of the fielder there in that mid-wicket region. Looks to be, is that Hines? No, looks to be Evan Lewis who is there.
Well, Joel Andrew, he's a compulsive puller or hooker, and he had to go for it. That's what he believes, but he could have been caught out in the deep. He would need to decide, I have to sometimes curb that natural instinct, because this bowler oftentimes is underestimated for the rapidity at which he comes at you. He was in position early, mind you, but that ball got a bit big on him.
He's hustled into a forward defensive shot as Phillip continues to just plug away. 23 runs have come off Phillip's bowling, but he's gotten the 3 wickets that have fallen so far. Important for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Josh De Silva realizing the importance of this session, because it's going to be an extended session. After this 28 overs will be required for the day, maximum.
They come through for a quick single, and they get it pretty easily in the end. Again, understanding who the ball is going to. It's going to Joshua James, who is a bigger player, and he would have to get down low to really pick that up and effect the run out. And 2 young, quick batters in, Casey Carty and Joel Andrew, was able to get that single pretty easily. 72 for 3. So they're just chipping away at the lead. Just 105 now to get for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team will be required to bat again. The Red Force would be just thinking 7 wickets. And if we get 1 or 2 here, now we could be into the bottom half of the Leeward Islands batting.
I'm wondering, I know Jamal Hamilton batted through his innings, but he was favoring that hand. Sometimes you could have, when we call it hurt up, that injury. When it settles, it could be a tough one to reckon with. So the question maybe, would he be
Hamilton will be hoping that he is not required today again.
That's right.
No doubt that he will be able to maybe put some ice on that hand and rest it and whatever. Andrew trying to pierce the infield, hits it straight to Jason Mohammed at extra cover, no run.
It's really traveled fast to Mohammed.
Yeah. We've seen some ball travel very quickly over this outfield. Andrew is driving beautifully for 4. This time it gets past Jason Mohammed and races into that extra cover boundary for 4. It was up to him from the left-handed carry pair, and he just came down hard on that one and drove it sweetly all along the ground for 4.
A special shot, the full reach of it, and played it with full flow of the bat and picked the gap well. So both precision and power. And young Joel Andrew could understand the veil of youth, because he is going to play the shots that he knows that he can play. He's not going to just stay around and push it and grind it out.
He's playing defensively as Carrie Pierre continues to bowl to him. He's into double figures now, 11. Joel Andrew of 17 deliveries. He was beaten outside the line of the off stump, playing at 1, and that ball just holding its own, going past the edge of the bat. He's hitting one, and he's going to get the run eventually because
Evan
Lewis there in that deep cover position just didn't gather it cleanly. The ball just went behind of him, so the batters were able to just come through for a run. End of the over from Carripier. 10 runs coming off of his bowling. Casey Carty's on 35, and Joel Andrews there. He is on 12. 77 for 3. Remember, the Leeward Islands, they're following on 177 runs behind, so they have to clear 177 if they're going to ask the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to bat again. Kofi James made 3. Karima Gore made 2. Mikael Louis, the other man, back in the pavilion.
And Joel Andrew, you look at his stats, they're decent in terms of first-class cricket.
He's getting one that he's just working it into the onside. Andrew?
He has had 18 games before this, 931 runs, highest of 122, an average of 30.03, and many batters in this don't even have an average of 30. Some who are playing for the West Indies are 107 50s from his 18 matches, and this is not a bad. In fact, this is in the context of current first-class games in the Caribbean. That's a very solid start, even though he has had a challenge this season.
He still has he has an opportunity here to be in, stay in, and look to try and see how best he can bat on, get a good score. His fans would be happy that he's batting and that he's gotten some scores and he's been able to settle.
In the other 2 games, the first game he had duck and Norton 1, then 27 and 2. Then he had a duck on first innings, but he's looking to erase all that.
His delivery goes down the leg side. Carty was just looking to work it away, didn't make contact. Good stop by Joshua Da Silva.
So because of the few games he has played, only 18, those last 2 would have sort of pulled down that average, which was around 34 coming into the series. His last games for the West Indies under 19 in the under 19 World Cup were 44 and 66. So when you look at it, at him having already played 3 ODIs and 5 T20 internationals, he has yet to play Test cricket, but he has that capacity and is building a good first-class profile. So he just needs, he knows what it feels like to get 100. He has gotten it there. He knows what it is. He has gotten 7 50s in 18 games. That's a 50.
50 every 2 games.
Precisely. And
just about.
When you look at this young man, you can also say that in List A cricket he has also scored 100. So it's not something that is an easy feat at all, because there are a few players who would have had List A.
Certainly has the ability.
Oh, that's lovely. But only a single. That one raced out.
Yeah, it traveled quickly out to Jed Gooley,
who ran around rather briskly. He has had a lot of work on the cover boundary this time. The ball did beat him.
Quite a lot of time in that area. Jed Gooley, remember him down there for quite a bit in the Leeward Islands first innings, and has literally been parked in that area for the duration of this innings. So he knows the grass in that area very well.
He owns it now.
Very much so. He has a couple of fans at his back, so
it's good when he can have a conversation with the spectators. Oh, down the ground over the bowler's head. Good shot by Joel Andrew. It was in the air, but it was well over the head of Anderson Phillip, and that is a signature shot.
Yeah, he played it very straight.
The umpire was ducking, but that was over his head as well. But a good reply from Joel Andrew. And he would recognize that the team needs him because they're still trailing by 94 runs.
There is still a deficit. And so he himself and Casey Carty will need to continue to bat and bat and bat. First objective, get rid of the deficit. And then thereafter, the Leewards can decide whether or not they're going to make a game of it, or whether or not they'll just bat the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force out of it.
Two of our spectators.
And a number of persons have passed through.
Yes, once it's at the ARG, you would have that. Because the proximity to the city, taking a little stroll from work, taking a little stroll, one bus station just at the back of us, the other quarter mile from us.
That's one of the advantage of playing at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, is that it's close to the commercial center, and where a lot of the folks work, and folks can pass in on their lunch time or on their break, or maybe even after they've completed their day before they go home, come and have a look. Andrew is really hitting that one hard for 4 through the offside.
Yesterday I was telling you about when he was 10 years old, and I took that video of him, that he was playing the cut shot almost like Gordon Greenidge and the square drive almost like Richie Richardson, and I told you that I made mention of it at the Parish League presentation ceremony, and that is one of his signature shots.
He really
sees it early, he moves quickly, and that teenager who has been transformed from that little boy still has those things which he has developed, and that is why I believe he has a bright future. As you say, how he's handled becomes critical.
That does. He played that one with some authority.
Gets into the 20s. Has to be careful though. This one was closer to his body. Played the shot, executed well, but he was falling away. Having played the stroke, the ball kept a bit lower than the previous one, which had more width and bounce.
It's going to be important that he doesn't get carried away and get ultra aggressive against the spin of Carey Pierre, because you can see what Carey Pierre is just trying to do, just trying to be consistent, just trying to sit there and then allow the batter to make the mistake for themselves. End of another over. Leeward Islands 88 for 3, Andrew on 21, Casey Carty on 37. The Hurricanes now trail by 89 runs. Remember, if you're just joining us, the Hurricanes having a 177 run deficit, 345 all out. They made Jamal Hamilton getting a century in the Leeward Islands first innings. He got to a total of 121. Kareem Gore getting 90. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 345 all out. They're now 88 for 3.
Brian Charles is in for his first over of this innings. Had been expensive in the first, but was used rather late.
This one is played square of the wicket. And again, Gooley having to do some work around to his left, but he has a good throw. Gooley, maybe
Strong
that's
guy.
why they put him out on that boundary region, because he's been firing those throws right into the gloves of wicketkeeper Josh De Silva.
And against the breeze, against a strong wind here.
Charles is just plugging away. There were some folks at the start of the day that felt that he was going to be a difference maker. Could still be Brian Charles in this match.
Well,
Andrew wanted the single there, but just not getting it away enough from Carey Peer at that slip position.
Well, both of them were, I thought, indecisive, because when Carty played the shot, Andrew looked as though he wanted the single. Carty looked as though he wanted it, but didn't really trust the fact that Carey Peer was going after the ball.
And I think it was a little bit of a miscalculation, not recognizing that Carey Peer is a left-hander.
That's right.
And it was going to his right. They get a single, though. Carty gets a single down to deep point on the boundary. So he gets his 40th run. Joel Andrew is hitting this one extremely hard for 6. That one was hit with some power.
Oh my, that was over extra cover. And that's not a shot that is easy to be played against the off spinner coming into you, especially with the turn that Brian Charles gets. And he hammered that with authority. Joel Andrew is coming into his own. And he has now equaled his best score of the tournament.
So
And you see
27, 40 is Casey Carty, 97 for 3, 80 runs the deficit so far for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Remember, they're following on to the Trinidad and Tobago first innings total of 522 for 9 declared. Leewards got to 345 all out. And so they had 177 in deficit. Carey Peer continues his he's into his 6th over. Almost felt like he's been bowling longer than just 5 overs.
the reason for that, Denmore, is that, remember, it's now the 2nd innings in the same day. So he would have toiled in the first innings. So he's having to bowl in 2 innings back-to-back because of the follow-on being enforced.
Casey Carty looking better than we've seen him in this series so far, in the way that he's batted today.
Both himself and Joel Andrew, they're having a better outing this innings.
Joel Andrew was really savage with that last shot that he hit hard over extra cover. That really got to the boundary quickly.
He's beautiful to watch, I'm going to tell you. You just would like to be entertained and sit and watch him bat.
Carty is hitting one on the bounce into that short mid-off position.
I remember him scoring 100, not this year, but the previous World Cup under 19, and he really gave the West Indies a chance. They could have gone into the semi-final, but he got out just at a critical time. He just kept going and going and going, and you wonder where the energy sprung from. And when you look at a player of his class, I think he just needs to hang in there during the tough times, because you're going to get tough times in this game, and there are moments when you'd even doubt your ability, and you would look at circumstances and blame situations. But what it is, you just pull yourself up, they say, by the bootstraps. If he does not wear boots, by the sneaker straps, and get going. And he looks as though he's putting the past behind. And one hopes that he can move from strength to strength. Carty in the same vein. looking much more positive. And I think sometimes you need to be down in order to realize that you have to push hard.
Brian Charles starts a new over. First delivery is played defensively by Andrew. No run. Andrew's watchful as
Very.
Charles continues to just try and outfox him.
Because a delivery like that, some batters would have tried to play across the line and spank it. But he intends to defend from that line and that length because it's close to the stumps, pitched on stumps. He would not even want to give the umpire the opportunity. Just
again, just playing defensively. And Brian Charles, is he in the conversation yet about spinners in the West Indies?
Well, a few seasons ago, I think he had, 28 wickets and really looked good.
Joel Andrew is caught beautifully.
Wow. Wow, what a stunner.
Jason Mohammed, it is.
Wow.
With a magnificent catch. Took it low down. Andrew was really hitting that one hard. Mohammed went low to his right. Spectacular catch taken. That's the end of Joel Andrew.
That hardly left the ground. Look at that. What a catch. Joel Andrew is stunned. Even Jason Mohammed himself is stunned that he took that. Brian Charles bringing it up, and it was really, look at it, hardly off the ground. And Jason Mohammed, the 39-year-old diminutive Trinidad and Tobago player, had a stunner. If you thought that the diving catch from Cephas Cooper was good, that was also exceptional.
Yeah, that was exceptional because it was hit very hard by Joel Andrew. Wow. Similar in power to the one that he hit over extra cover for 6. This one didn't make any height. It was very low down, and he had to react quickly, Jason Mohammed, and he did.
You could be sympathetic for the youngster.
Yeah, when he recognized that that one was in his hand, he
celebrated.
Cristiano Ronaldo celebration.
Total celebration.
To cap it off.
This is one occasion in which you can be sympathetic to the young batter. It was not carelessness. It was not overhype. He really drilled it. And as we say, the ball hardly left the ground.
Yeah, it was.
And the catcher
almost caught in the grass, almost. It was that low, but it was a smart catch.
It was
taken by Jason Mohammed. Brian Charles gets a wicket. He's first in his second over, and it looks as if it's the captain who has come out set.
Yes.
Justin Graves has come out for the Leeward Islands this afternoon. Loss of their 4th wicket. They still trail by 80 runs.
Now it's time for the captain to put up his hands.
So Graves getting his first run with his first delivery faced. He's off and running. He's off the mark. He's on 1. Carty not out on 40. Andrew went for 37 off
27.
27, sorry, off 31 deliveries. 3 4s and a 6. And Leeward Islands losing their 4th wicket. They are now 98 for 4. So Trinidad and Tobago just hanging in there.
Yes.
And just ever so often just getting a wicket here and there and keeping the pressure on the Leeward Islands because they're yet to clear that follow on. And so Trinidad and Tobago are still in the game. They're not doing anything spectacular, but they're just there or thereabout and maybe just allowing the Leeward Islands to make the mistakes.
Yes, they're playing it right. 6 wickets to get. 24 overs remaining in the day's play.
Harry Pierre continues, starting his 7th over. Greaves gets another single up to the mid-on region. Brings Kisikati on strike. Carty just continues to chip away, gets his 41st run.
The 100 comes up for the Leeward Islands.
For 4 for the Leeward Islands of 27.4 overs. And so far, 102 boundaries. 4s have been hit and 17 sixes in this game. Another single for Justin Greaves as another over of carry pair comes to an end. The end of it, Leeward Island Hurricane. They're 101 for 4. We've had 28 overs gone so far. Casey Carty is on 41. Joel Andrew had a little enterprising innings of 27. But you tend to think that a catch like that one taken by Jason Mohammed is going to be a difference maker in this game.
Could well be. Those two brilliant catches would remain in the mind of viewers. See if
I was looking
towards the boundary.
Towards the boundary when Jason Mohammed came up with that one. This one is worked away. He hustled through for one, but
it's a situation in which
Lewis is quickly in
which you would have taken a catch and you're so delighted as though you really thought you did the impossible.
Carty's driving through the offside for 4. So we've seen that shot played quite a bit, and once you miss the man there, the lone man in that area, Jason Mohammed, once it gets past him, it races very quickly into the boundary. So 4 more runs to Casey Carty. He's getting ever so closely to that 50. He's on to 45. Justin Greaves, his captain, is on 4. 106 for 4. So 71 runs, the deficit. Carty looking to give himself a little bit of room, but finds Jason Mohammed standing at that extra cover position. There's a lone man at extra. He has a slip. Then there is a deep point on the boundary. Mohammed is in the lone man patrolling the covers. Good delivery outside the line of the off stump. It looks like if it's Ricky Jaipal who is on in that mid-off region. Looks as if Anderson Phillip might have just gone off the field for a short while. I don't see him out there. This one gets past the tumbling Jason Mohammed, and another boundary for Casey Carty takes his tally on to 49. Not the best of efforts we would have seen today from Jason Mohammed. Just a little slow in getting down to that one, and the ball went past him and into the boundary for 4. Carty's on 49, 110 for 4. the Leeward Islands after 29 overs.
Carty will be considering that he's just away from a half century, and he has been motoring on well, but he's with his captain, and I want to see if his mindset will change, because he has been playing well. He has been aggressive, he has been decisive. And I would like to see him continue along this vein, but the captain is the one.
Gets 2. First delivery of Caripe's new over. And they just continue to chip away the Leeward Islands. The lead is now down to 67 required to save the follow-on, or to overtake the follow-on score. Comes through for a quick single, but again, the field out at that mid-on region doesn't pick it up cleanly.
That was a really chancy run. They really need to clear on what they're doing.
Yeah, he hit it straight to Hines and took off running, but Hines didn't pick it up. That might have been a chance.
But had he, it could have been the other way around. Need to be circumspect here.
Carty gets his 50. A well-played 50 for Casey Carty, playing it square of the wicket on the offside. Signals now to his dressing room. 50 for Casey Carty. He's 50 not out of 80 deliveries, 6 fours in his innings.
Well, good batting. You saw a different Casey Carty than the one we have seen for the season. And I think that this innings will really give him a lot of confidence going forward.
So we watch as another deliveries played away into the onside of Caripe's bowling by Captain Justin Graves.
And that is his 21st half century in first class cricket. And in the process, he has eclipsed 3,000 runs in first class cricket. Came in on 2,900. So Carty, batting with his captain, I think he would have been disturbed a little bit by Joel Andrews' departure, because they were batting well then, more really batting well.
Yeah, but it took a spectacular catch to dismiss Joel Andrew. And so Casey Carty has to just regroup, refocus. He's now gotten his half century. Needs to have a plan of action with his captain Justin Graves and see how first the Leeward Islands can first overhaul that 177 deficit and then plan the way forward. We're going to take a short break as the players refresh themselves, and then we will continue with more cricket action from the Antigua Recreation.
We're back after the break at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. The Leeward Islands creeping up to 114 for 4. In that hour, they were really dominating with the bat. That was before Joel Andrew went to a brilliant catch from the man Jason Mohammed. He went for 27. And Casey Carty, in the meanwhile, got his 21st first-class 100. As you know, he would have had a lean period as well as Joel Andrew did in the first 2 matches and in the first innings. But yet he has moved on with a brilliant 50. Being joined by his captain, Justin Graves. Graves himself may have had a half century in the first game, but has not really, done justice, to the caliber of players he is. So it's a critical moment now for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, because they have lost 4 wickets, and it means that they would need to survive another 21 overs today, and they would need to clear that deficit of 63. Not necessarily today, but they would need to bat out today to save the match, and they would need to clear the deficit not to be defeated by an innings, which they did in the first game, were defeated by an innings and 270 runs.
Yeah, Brian Charles continues. Don't think that we're going to get the
21
overs based on the time that we have remaining, even if we include the 30 minutes. We're about 10 minutes away from the official close of play, and then with 30 minutes in 40 minutes, maybe. Most will get 10, 12 overs maybe.
And that is conditional if the spinners are in operation.
Yep.
They made a tactical fielding change, realizing a lot of balls have been struck through the covers. So Joshua James strengthens that cover region. He's at a deep cover. Jason Mohammed at extra cover, and Hines in that offside at deep mid off. So they're trying to negate the power of Casey.
I think they're just trying to give Casey Carty something different to think about, because he's been playing that shot through that offside with great effect. So the captain is now just trying to maybe get him to adjust the way that he's playing that shot to probably create a chance more for themselves, maybe even bring that slip that they have in place into the equation. Because before time, when once he got the ball past Jason Mohammed, it was a boundary. But now that they've put Joshua James in that position there to cover Jason Mohammed, it just makes it a little bit more difficult, a little bit more thinking for Casey Carty to do. End of another over from Brian Charles, 114 for 4 the Leeward Islands in their second innings. Asked to follow on 177 runs behind. They still trail by 63 runs with 6 second innings wickets remaining.
Justin Graves, then more in the context of prospects moving on. He needs a big innings.
I would say so. I would say that he needs to continue to prove his worth. I watched him when he made the century up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium playing for the West Indies. And he looked a really class batman in that innings. If he probably remembers the things that he did on that occasion. Carty's going to get some runs here. He gets it past that man at that mid-on position, and he gives the chase up because the ball just ran away from him. Didn't look that he hit it very hard, but once it got past the man chasing there, Gooley, and Gooley just gave up the chase.
Gooley has been doing a lot of chasing.
Yeah, he's been
for the day.
He's had a lot of run. He's going to need a massage at the end of today's play. But no doubt they have physios and all the other stuff available.
all those are improvement in the cricket, the regional cricket, because I remembered in the past, teams had to just call in somebody who is not necessarily a part of the staff to get the massaging done. Ooh.
Driven hard, but good stop at that short extra cover position.
Some teams just traveled with the manager. And there were days when there were no coaches, and the team would travel just with the manager. And you would have a team doctor when you're playing at home. And that team doctor will be the team doctor for the match. So how things have changed in cricket, in its professionalism.
All a part of the professional game.
In fact, even back in the West Indies during its period of dominance, it didn't have a coach. In fact, the first West Indian coach that I can remember was Warren Kanai. And he came about under the period of leadership when Richie Richardson was captain, sometime in the early 1990s. And prior to that, yes, they did have a physio in Dennis Waite, but the team manager, you know, was the key. And they had some outstanding captains, the Clive Lloyds, the Viv Richards. And prior to that, you know, the legacy men who set that path. But cricket has changed. And sometimes the support staff is as big as the squad.
You've seen that happen. But when I look at the playing conditions for this tournament, they've significantly cut down the number of excess that you can have in terms of,
which makes a lot of sense to me.
In terms of your staff.
Efficiency and the
I think there is provisions for a coach and a manager.
And
I think I read that there was a physio or strength and conditioning coordinator, and then you could have 2 other persons at your expense.
And I have no problem with that, because I think it has become almost excessive, especially with the advent of T20.
Yeah, sometimes we've seen, I remember that we've seen traveling teams, and you have 12, 13, 14 support staff going with them. So sometimes it becomes a little bit of a stretch. Carty goes with this one and gets it over the long on region 6 runs.
Good shot. And he's signaling to someone. Brian Charles would have been under the grind in the previous innings. Jamal Hamilton struck him for 3 sixes, 2 in that same position over long on and 1 at over square leg. So Carty is in full flight and his confidence is back.
He goes again.
This time over long off.
Same result though, 6 more.
Partnership quickly advances to 35.
That one was
Joel
Andrews' dismissal.
Stunning catch.
It was right there though. When you look at where that ball pitched, it was right there for the drive. And Andrew really hit it hard.
Hammered it.
But it was a spectacular way of Mohammed getting down and taking the catch. Charles changes his line of attack and Carty gets a single, just pushes it out to the long on region. Philip is posted there and comes through for an easy single.
2 sixes in the over. A very productive over for Casey Carty and for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 67. Carty remains batting well.
133 for 4, so the total is down now just to 44 runs for the Leeward Islands to get to clear this 177 lead that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has. And then once they've cleared 44, the Leewards would have to put runs on the board to give the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to chase or look to bat on. What we can say though, Seth, that it's been a good pitch.
It is.
It's been a good pitch for stroke play.
And a good pitch that rewards good bowling. Because Anderson Phillip will tell you he has been enjoying it.
Good single from Carty, just rotating the strike. A 1,000 runs have been scored so far in this match. As a matter of fact, 1,001 runs.
And we have not completed day 3.
Nope. So, runs on offer. Quick single once more. And Greaves trusting once the ball is going to Jet Gooley and running through and getting through pretty easily in the end, making his ground, just sliding the bat in. It was good communication. Carty took off right away. And Gooley's a bit deep at that mid-on position. So I think that anything that goes in that direction, like we've seen now from Casey Carty, is always a single. And I think the two batters recognize that he's pretty deep at that mid-on. Sort of in no man's land for me, because he's not back on the boundary and he's not saving one at that deep mid-on position. And now the captain has brought in a man catching that even shorter mid-on region now. Carey Peer is in, and this one is played out into the covers where Evan Lewis has been posted for quite a while. He's pretty far away from us down in that position, and they come through for another run. 137 for 4. So we are at the official cutoff time, but with overs remaining, they're going to try and get in as many of the overs as possible in the next 30 minutes or so.
Well, there are 17 remaining. So to get through 17 in 30
Under normal
minutes.
circumstances, 17 is just about an hour.
Well, we're seeing Jed Gooley is going to come into the attack.
Haven't seen him bowl for a while.
Well, he will perhaps want to have a say. They have also used Jason Mohammed in the first innings for 1 over before the lunch interval. And Gooley will have his say. So he'll be saying to Brian Charles, you have had your time. Not quite sure if Carey Peer will continue from that, and he seems to be the one to be holding it because he has not really conceded that many.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force probably just trying to buy a wicket here.
Gooley would not like to hear you say that.
Not that I'm saying that he's not an accomplished bowler. But I think just this change is just to give the batters something different to look at.
Yes, interestingly, in the game Guyana Happy Eagles versus the Windward Islands Volcano, when they were under a period in which they couldn't get a wicket, they brought in Locknort. So there was Moti, there was Veerasamy Permaul, and their fast bowlers, and Locknort was the one who got the first wicket. and then it worked for them. They were able to bring back the bowlers. So sometimes this becomes important.
Cooley brings something different that the batters have not seen for the day. They would have seen Brian Charles, and in that last over, Casey Carty went after Charles. This one is driven, but there is a fielder out at that long off position in Hines. Gets around, so just a single to Graves. It's into to 12. 69 is Casey Carty. I might not have, would have changed Charles. I'll tell you why.
I'm in agreement.
I would have said to Charles, continue to fight. Let him
them
continue to go after you.
Set the trap.
Set the trap. Allow Casey Carty to make a mistake.
Because you need wickets.
Certainly. Gooley is played defensively by Casey Carty, who is on 69 of 98 deliveries, and the end of another over. 138 for 4 the Leeward Islands Hurricanes following on after making 345 all out in their first innings between 100 and behind 121 made by Jamal Hamilton and 90 by Karima Gore. Just taking in some of the sunshine as the sun looks to set on the western side here in Antigua and Barbuda. And if you want to see beautiful sunsets, you're not in the right place here in St. John's. You would want to go out into the Dockyard region, up to Shirley Heights regions.
Yeah.
That offers you some really magnificent
on the western
sunsets.
horizon.
Or go on the western horizon.
By the beaches.
Any of the beaches on that side.
Sometimes you see some breathtaking ones at Darkwood, at Fry's, at Turner's Beach. Even more stunning because you're looking between Nevis area and Redonda. You know, where the sun goes down and when it goes on the beach on the...
Sounds like you've gone for some of those romantic sunset walks, Seth.
Yes, I have.
I have to keep my eyes on you.
I have. Well, it's with my wife, so I don't have to worry about that.
That's always a good thing.
It's with my wife.
That used to be a favorite of mine as well. Especially on Turner's Beach.
Turner's Beach is one of the better
wonderful
beaches.
place
It
there.
is underutilized.
It is. It is an absolutely beautiful beach. I think one that is underestimated here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Well, I've been saying that for a while, and perhaps because it's extremely south on the southern end.
Carty continues. He's on 69, facing up now to Carrie Peer, who's into his 11th over.
And that's
is
on
it
the
11 on the trot? I think so.
Yes, all on the trot. Remember, he came in
after Joshua James, and this one is hit hard out to the extra cover region. 4 more runs. Evan Lewis out on the boundary there, can't get close to it. He only retrieves. So Carty continues. He's now into the 70s onto 73.
He's looking fine as ever. That's the man we know.
And that same delivery that we've been speaking about the entire game, that one from that end that he bowls just on or about the off stump that stands up. And players have been very severe on that delivery. Remember, several players playing that shot through that extra cover region. Carty is forward and maybe just pushing at that one because it left the bat pretty quickly, bouncing into that short extra cover region, and there is no run. Brings up the end of another over. At the end of it, the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers have toiled. They've gotten some wickets, 4 wickets, which means that they've gotten 10 wickets for the day. 6 this morning to dismiss 6 earlier to dismiss the Leeward Islands, and now 4 in the Leeward Islands' second innings. Leeward Islands trail by a further 34 runs, though.
They've really worked away at that deficit and drilled out a path showing that they want to still be in the game and not.
Here's the captain driving at flighted delivery from Gooley.
And to give them some credit, it has been a vast improvement in the Leeward Islands approach comparatively to that first game.
Forward and defensive is Justin Graves, the Leeward Islands captain. He's on 13. He would really want to get a good score, get a long innings. Trinidad and Tobago red force still just trying to keep him in check. So here we see wanting a single, not on. Good call by Casey Carty. Joshua James was a little bit late in moving, but he has to. He wouldn't want to run out at this stage of the day and of the innings. Gooley's in again and continues with a defensive shot. The fifth ball of Gooley's over. For Justin Graves, just one run coming off Gooley so far. He's almost at the end of his second over.
While we thought that it would have been good to keep Brian Charles intact, what Gooley has done here is come and sort of tightened up things.
Mm-hmm.
He has done a good job, whereas Charles was milking runs. Yes, he provided the opportunity. Perhaps the batters would have taken the risk against him. With Gooley now, things have been a bit calmer for the Leeward Islands Hurricane batters. But Casey Carty continues to climb, and he must be thinking about locking it down to the close of play. And by then, I think he would measure, if he gets there, he would measure how close he could be to 100.
Doesn't want to get, though, into a negative frame of mind, Casey Carty. As much as he wants to shut up shop, maybe for the next 20 minutes or so, he wants to also stay in a positive frame of mind so that he doesn't lose momentum and make a mistake at this late stage. Carry Pierre continues, and he's going to get another single down to Evan Lewis on that boundary. Deficit continues to come down for the Leeward Islands. They're now on 144. Remember, they need to get to 177. They get a 145th run. 177 will mean that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will have to bat again if they're going to win this game. But there's still one full day to go of this match.
Precisely. So,
Seth, the possibility exists that we will have the very first fourth day between these two teams.
Yes.
Trinidad and Tobago had victory in the first match in just 3 days. And that second encounter, the abandonment came on day 3.
Yes, we could really see that. That would suggest an improvement that is too late for the
Leeward Islands in terms of advancement in this tournament, but they would take away some positives. They would look at that 90 and the way that he made it by Karima Gore. Wasn't scratchy, wasn't a scratchy 90. It was really a dominant 90.
Really.
And then just the way that Jama Hamilton showed character, coming out with an injured hand, staying off for probably a day and a half because he was injured, and then coming out and using brute force, especially at the end, because when that 9th wicket fell, I think he was still in his 70s, and he really used brute force, scoring just about 50 more runs with just the last wicket to go. So he would be very happy about that. Jidguli is going to continue. 146 for 4 the Leeward Islands. And we are told that the pronunciation is Jed Goody, J-Y-D. Teachers would argue that Y doesn't give you an eh sound, but
well, it doesn't matter about the
doesn't matter. We always say is what your parents tell you.
Names are fascinating.
It is.
And pronunciations are.
And your name is called whatever your parents say it is. So when the parent come and they tell you what the pronunciation is, matters not what the semantics and the spelling and all the phonics and all the other stuff that you've learned. You're named what your parents say. So Jed Gooley. So he's thinking that maybe he might have to bat again. Well, possibility might exist that he might be needed again. He's the number 3 batter for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, with 30 runs in deficit, it is highly possible, especially with the Leewards having 6 second innings wickets in hand.
Gooley outside the line of the off stump, not threatening the batters at this stage.
That one had,
a little, yeah, that one was trying to get that one just to come back at Graves, bringing the leg before into play. Just looking around at the sites here at the ARG. Some of the areas that were popular areas, especially in its heyday. That building there was a part of where you could get some concessions during the heyday of the ARG, the back of the double-decker stand. Not in use right now. And I think we would have said a lot about what needs to happen at the Antigua Recreation Grounds.
Carry Pier.
Yeah, he's going to continue.
His 13th over on the trot.
Casey Carty is going to get another run as he gets this one out in the deep. And I see my outdoor guy looking at me in a sort of way, Seth. Is he trying to say that it's time for me to look to start to get ready to leave?
Well, he has been doing a very good job, a fantastic job.
I wonder who he's going to want to speak to today. I know who I want to speak to.
I would keep silent on that.
I'm just looking at him and wondering who he's going to get. Another run for the Leeward Islands captain. Scary Pair continues in his 13th over. None for 41.
He has been used as that bowler to keep things relatively quiet. But I don't believe we have seen
another driven delivery by Casey Carty, and it's going to run into the boundary for 4.
He played that one really delicately, because at the last minute he just really opened the face, and there was Django at cover and Cephas Cooper at mid-off. There was the man on the deep, the big fella, Joshua James.
Joshua James, who gave chase.
And that ball went between them and it just pierced the boundary.
Yeah, it raced over the outfield.
A lot of wrist work as well with it, just at the last minute.
Yeah, but good timing as well on that one from Casey Carty. He's into his 80s. He's on to 81. Gets his... Thought he was going to get a single there, but the ball carrying very quickly down to Anderson Phillip. At that short third man position, no run.
So we have about 11 minutes to go.
So we're going to start to try and get in place and see if we're able to grab someone at the end of the day's play. So we could have a little chat about how they're feeling about what took place today. Casey Carty continues. He will be thinking, get to the end of the day's play, get in wherever I am at, come back tomorrow and continue the fight for the Leeward Islands. End of the over. Carty's on 81 off 113 balls. The Leeward Islands 153 for 4. Following on, so they're just 24 runs behind that 177 they need to clear for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to bat again. And so, no doubt, if that happens and then runs are added, tomorrow we could have a very special day with, we might have said earlier that there were 2 possibilities. Going to get another run here is Captain Justin Graves. He's been very quietly going about his business, Seth.
Yes, but he's confident.
Yeah, just confidently going about his business, batting along with Casey Carty, who's on strike.
Oh,
Carty
into the...
just chopping that one, but it...
struck Carey
Yeah,
Peer
it struck
real
Carey Peer.
hard.
Maybe we'll check and see where that one struck him, but he was cutting at that one. Yeah, into the shin area there.
Yes.
That one hurt.
It was.
So they've signaled for the physio, so we're going to have a break in play. Instead, I'm going to make my way down so that
over
we
to
can
the
have
far
the
end.
Far end, so that we can grab someone at the end of the day's play and have a little bit of a chat.
And that far end is the northern end, just in front of the Viv Richards Players Pavilion. And we see Gooley helping up Carey Peer. Gooley is a strong lad. He is saying to Carey Peer, perhaps, man, you got to get up. Carey Peer is very lean, very tall and slimly built. And he's getting that spray on that shin. And the guys are having fun. Good to see they're having fun. So we have also been informed that tomorrow play will start at 9:45. The possibility of 94 overs, whether they would be needed or not. And I'm saying that against the background that tonight the expectation is that the Leewards would not collapse. But they are now on 154 for 4 with a lead of just 23. Sorry, with a deficit of 23. So they would need to erase that deficit completely. Remember, when they started this innings, after scoring 345, they had a deficit of 177 when they were sent in for the follow-on. And they have batted much better than you'd have seen, you know, in other games. And Casey Carty here scored more than half of the runs. He's not out on 81 during this knock. He has got past 3,000 runs in first-class cricket. Flashes a drive there but the ball does not get past Brian Charles. Justin Graves on 16 at the non-striker's end. And these two would need to be there at the close. Carty just picks the gap. Hines is on the long off boundary, so Singer pushes Carty to 82. Had his 21st first-class half century in this match at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. And Graves did not get 4. Good stretch out after diving. Won't say it was a full-blooded drive, but down went Joshua James and limits the scoring to 2. And you see the score there. 41 overs being bowled in the second innings. Leewards in their first, scoring 345 after resuming on 84 for 4 overnight. And now they're 157 for 4. 20 runs in deficit. It says on the board 11 overs remaining, but we are 6 minutes away from the extra half an hour, so it's likely that we may get through 2 overs. That is all up to the umpires. So Carripier is back. He has bowled on change from the northern end since he replaced Joshua James, who opened the new ball with Anderson Phillip. Anderson Phillip, he was able to prize out 3 wickets at one stage. Had 3 for 5, bowling a couple of bursts. Good bowling from him again. Carripier has been bowling relatively well, but has not yet gotten a wicket. Anderson Phillip feels. Phillip has taken his tally of wickets for the season to 15. And will be pleased. He has already had 7 wickets in the match. Pierre is in search of his first of the innings. Carty will get 2. He will be happy with his work for the day, Carty. Yesterday he scored 18 in the Leeward Islands first innings. And today he has gotten 84. So for the match, he has already scored 100 runs in both innings combined though. But we'll be looking forward perhaps to score 100 in the innings. And only time will tell. So you see there, Anderson Phillip, the man who did the bulk of the damage up front for the Red Force. Brian Charles also taking one, but he was expensive. Was hammered about by Carty. 2 6s in consecutive deliveries. And since then he has been replaced by Jed Cooley. And now we see it looks as though the man who has been the one-over man, Jason Mohammed, has been given the task to bowl what I would think would be the last over of the day's play. It's now 5:27, and 42 overs have been completed so far in this innings. The Leewards Hurricanes reducing the deficit. It is down to 18 runs and prospects of a 4th day's play in this match looms large. So Jason Mohammed, he will bowling to the Leeward Islands captain Justin Graves. good bit of feeling. Cooper. Graves gets a single. Django the man running around. His contribution, Django, to the Red Force team has been excellent this season, along with his captain Josh Da Silva, who had a double century in this game. Carty trying to force this to get a single, but Cooper is there. They have set it up well. Does not get a single. Joshua James is in that backward point position. 2 more deliveries to come from this Jason Mohammed over. Jason Mohammed took a fine catch, an astonishing one to dismiss Joel Andrew. May have been the catch of the day, the catch of the tournament perhaps. Cephas Cooper also took a remarkable one to dismiss Kofi James, the Leeward's opener, for the first wicket of this innings. So the outfielding for Trinidad and Tobago this innings has been exceptional. Oh, that one came back, it turned, and Carty was backing away, and that is play at the end of the 3rd day of this match. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes 160 for 4, and they are just coasting along after scoring 345 all out on first innings, resuming overnight on 84 for 4. Jamal Hamilton scoring 100, 121. Kareem Gore would have already scored 90 in that innings, really batted well. And on second innings, they have really started in fine fashion. The man who has done the bulk of the batting, Casey Carty, he perhaps will be interviewed as player of the day. It is 160 for 4, and we would see exactly the player who will be interviewed in this vein. And Carty is walking back, and Carty has been applauded by his teammates, and it has been a fine innings, an innings that has set the Leewards in a good position, to avoid an innings defeat here. Because we would have seen the Leewards team not being able to avoid the innings defeat in the first game when they were annihilated by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But we have had some outstanding performances during this game. Josh Da Silva's 220. Amir Django's 83, and then Jamal Hamilton 121, and Kareem Gore's 90, and now Jamal Hamilton, which is 121, is the man who will be the player of the day, would be interviewed by Denmo Roberts.
In with your team, Leeward Islands, in some trouble, and you played a magnificent innings. Talk to us about your feelings and your approach.
Well, you know, I got struck on my finger the first day, so it was all about the fighting and being there for my team. You know, just about to take a little sting out of the game and just bat as long as possible.
And you were particularly savage towards the end when you were running out of partners. Talk us about that mentality. What were you feeling at that time when you thought that, you know, I might be left stranded here?
Well, in all honesty, I wasn't thinking about 100. You know, we were just trying to get as much runs as we can as a team. You know, try to cut down the lead, and you know. And then when I look, I realized I was in the 90s, so it was like, you know, try and bat as much bars as possible and try to take much of the strike. And then, you know, it worked out today and it was really good.
How is the hand doing? How are you physically?
I'm not trying to think about it too much, but I'm here to fight and play hard cricket. So if I have to do a job again, I'm going to do it.
And tomorrow, if you get another opportunity to bat, it's going to be almost the same?
It'll be the same. Nothing changes.
We want to say congratulations on that wonderful innings. How do you rate that innings, by the way, in terms of what you would have played for Leewards over the years?
Well, the guys told me, in the dressing room, that is one of the best innings they've seen me played. So I leave it up to them. They say it is the best, so I'll leave it as that.
I've seen you since you were young, and that's one of the better ones I've seen you play. Congratulations, and just wish you all the best for the majority of this game.
Thank you.
So there we had Jamal Hamilton speaking with us, and of course we wish him all the best. Tomorrow he might be called upon again to bat for the Leeward Islands, and we just wish that he comes back and entertain us like he did today. Hammy, and guys, it's back over to you.
Yes, so on a day in which 421 runs were scored by the Leeward Islands Volcanoes, you would see Anderson Phillip starting it off for the Red Force. First innings action. 4 runs, but Phillip is a fighter, and he gets his man. Happy to get Justin Graves, the first to go. Jamal Hamilton came out. Started to get the ball rolling because they were definitely in a spot of bother. And then we saw Gore going down for 90. But then the Leewards kept hunting. And Jamal Hamilton led the runs hunt. Then another wicket for Terrence Hines. Hines giving support. Rakeem Cornwall came out. He played a nice little cameo. Brian Charles was the one who was battered to some extent. Another brilliant 4 from the big fella Rakeem Cornwall. Played nicely through the offside. Another one. He was setting himself up, but then Terry Hines came in and he was going across. That one looked to be angling down leg, but the umpire was clear. But then Jamal Hamilton continued to pile up the runs. He got to a very significant landmark for him. But between that period, the Leewards were losing wickets, and Jamal Hamilton recognized that he had to really clobber some 6s, and in that over, he had 3 of this man, Brian Charles. 3 consecutive 6s. That's the second in a row. And then that one way outside. Anderson Phillip came back, and when he came back, Jamal Hamilton, in his quest to put this one over the top, catch taken, completing the innings, the Leewards 345. Following on by 177 runs. Brilliant catch by Cephas Cooper. Anderson Phillip getting his first. Then he gets an LBW decision, Gore, on this occasion. Then Casey Carty started to work it around. Then this man came into the act. Carty driving well through the offside. And the 4s were flying. This man came back, and he had the wicket of Louis caught down the leg side by Josh De Silva. His 7th of the game, 4 in the first innings. But then Casey Carty started to have a good field day. But then we saw brilliant driving between the Leewards batters. And then this, a remarkable catch by Jason Mohammed to dismiss Joel Andrew for 27. But then Casey Carty continued the journey. Stroked them all over the place. This one over the top. And the other over extra cover, striking well on off and onside. And at the close, he will be happy to be the not-out batter. He's really setting himself up, sending the Leewards to 160 for 4. And they are in a position in which it is a position of comfort, because, as I told you, the Leewards in both innings would have put on 421 runs in a day's play. That's amazing batting. But the difference now is a difference of 17 runs, and Carty stands as the man who is in sight of 100. Once he gets the support of Captain Justin Graves, it can be an interesting fourth day. And you join us tomorrow. Play will start at 9:45 on the final day of this game.